Tottenham Hotspur 1, Fulham 2. Another home defeat at the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium. It's been a disaster. The last time we won at home in the Premier League was Burnley. And the first half was one of the most sloppiest, ill-prepared, lazy, pathetic excuse for a setup and from individual errors that I've ever seen. Horrendous. Yeah, we fought back in the second half, but once again, Tottenham Hotspur set themselves up in a way. I'm not going to say that we set us up not to lose, because I don't think we did today, but the structure, the organisation in that midfield in the first half was ridiculous. It was ridiculous. I've got so much to say. Individual performances that we have to analyse. Vicario, I mean, I've got no idea what goes through that bozo's mind when the ball is at his feet. He is volatile to the point of insanity. He is a ridiculously unreliable goalkeeper. Moments of magic. He's like the Richalison of goalkeeping. Moments of magic, but ridiculous amounts of just bozo gene galore. We're 2-0 down inside 7 minutes against Fulham, who, despite winning today, and I think this is their first home victory of the away victory of the season, they come to Tottenham and they pick us off, and it's the same old bloody thing, guys. It's the same old thing. And I'm sure a lot of you are going to say, deflection for the first goal, bozo moment from Vicario, not Frank's fault. In the isolation, when the shot was hit and it hits the guy's leg, fine. Yeah, Vicario can't do a lot with that one. Not Thomas Frank's fault that Vicario decided to be an absolute donut. But how many times have we conceded this season from a pullback to the edge of the D? How many times? It is inexcusable that they haven't solved that very obvious template. I have been saying that to you guys. I have been saying this to you since PSG in the Super Cup. Once PSG unlocked us and pulled it back, I said that is going to be a template that is so replicable, and every smart manager and every smart team and players will figure it out. And Tottenham Hotspur, once again, picked off inside 4 minutes because Pedro Porro cannot defend. He cannot do a one-on-one defensive move at all. He can't handle it. Very good player on his day with the ball at his feet. On his day, very, very good player. But you know what? Pedro Porro is a luxury. He is a luxury that a team like Tottenham cannot afford to have. You put him into a last season's version of Liverpool. You put him into a City team where they've got everything else and they're a 70% possession team. Fine, I'm sure he would thrive and be a brilliant, brilliant asset. But in a team like Tottenham that don't know what the hell they are doing with their midfield, because Thomas Frank has decided to pivot to a 4-4-2, whether it's a 4-1-2-1-2 or a 4-4-2 flat or a 4-2-2-2-2, it doesn't matter, because Tottenham Hotspur seem to pivot to new tactics every 5 minutes when we have absolutely no time on the training ground whatsoever to actually implement this. And by all accounts, Eugene, I see you in the chat. I'll come back. I'll drop you. I'm doing my monologue. By all accounts, the instruction is just float around. I saw Berghvall on the left wing as a 6, as an 8, as a 10, and on the right on a flat 4 today in the first half. I saw Palhinha playing as the most advanced of all of the midfielders, all of them, including Kudus. I saw Kudus playing as a right winger as a 10. I saw him pick up the ball on the left-hand side. I saw Archie Gray, who had an absolute stinker in the first half. I see him playing as a 6, as an 8, on the left, on the right. Like, how on God's green earth are you supposed to be on the same wavelength with each other in the midfield picking the ball up, if you are literally just like, it's like a pinball machine. It's madness. It's madness. And I wouldn't mind it so much, the fluidity, the dynamic midfield. I wouldn't mind it so much if they had time to actually play it, to implement it, to do anything. But they don't. Because it was only a week ago that we were playing a back five. And before that, we were playing a 4-2-3-1. And then on Wednesday, we were playing a 4-2-2-2 or a 4-1-2-1-2 with different players. Too many rotations, too much fluidity, not enough instruction, coupled with individual errors of the highest fucking caliber, and then ineptitude and just poor skill sets for player positioning in a team that doesn't have the possession-based capabilities to be able to afford luxury players like Pedro Porro. Pedro Porro was shocking in the first half. Destiny Udogie was shocking in the first half. Micky van der Ven kept that scoreline down from 2. It could have been 4 if it wasn't for Micky van der Ven. The midfield all over the place. Michael, I see you as well. I'll be bringing you guys in just a second. Just getting my early thoughts out of the way. And guys, by the way, smash the like, smash the subscribe if you're furious. Hit the notification bell if you are confused as to what to do. And drop your comments. And I'll be coming to the comments in a second. Richalison gets in nice positions, just puts his foot through it because he hasn't got a single thought of what to do when he gets the ball most of the time. Kolo Muani today, by the way, I thought he was absolutely fantastic. Second half, Berghvall went up a level. The team went up a level. But you know what? We always shoot ourselves in the foot, and it's too little too late. Against Fulham, Vicario has to go. He has to go. Like the guy, name me any successful team in footballing history that has a bozo goalkeeper. Yes, he is remarkably good when he doesn't have time to think. But when thoughts enter his head, bad things happen. You can't have a goalkeeper who is not calm of thought. Because when mistakes are made by people with irrational logic, horrible outcomes happen like today. But more importantly than that, it's inexcusable to me that Tottenham Hotspur concede another goal from a move that has happened from the offensive team running down the left-hand side, and then they pull it across the box. We conceded 4 goals like that. 3 of the 5 goals on Wednesday. 3 of the goals against Arsenal like that. We've conceded 3 or 4 other goals like that this season here and there in other teams. I think the Leeds goal was one of them. Newcastle United in the Cup. We got Newcastle in 72 hours' time, and they're going to do exactly the same thing because you know Eddie Howe is the master of shithousery and a master of intellect when it comes to figuring out weaknesses. I'm not sitting here saying that Tottenham set up to lose today. They didn't. They played with a higher line. They tried to play football, but they haven't had the time on the training ground in any way, shape, or form to keep doing this thing where every week there's a whole nother system, a whole nother setup. And I'm sorry, Thomas Frank has to take the brunt of that. It might have been different had it not been for Vicario's blunder. It might have been different. And we fought back into the game. And Kolo Muani, he had a header that went just this much wide on the right-hand side of the post. He had the back flip, the back heel. We'll talk about the rest. I'm going to bring the other 2 in now. Just quickly, Mohamed Kudus, as good as he can be, as excellent as he is in one moment, he is selfish in the next. For every great thing that Mohamed Kudus does, he is the kid on the playground who never passes the ball unless he absolutely has to. And for every great thing he does, there's another opportunity that is missed. I'm going to bring the boys in and see what they're saying. Smash the like button, guys, and hit the subscribe, and we'll get into the chat now. I'll bring up your comments as well. Let's bring in Michael and Eugene and get rid of that horrendous background color. How you doing, Michael? You okay? Eugene, good to see you guys. You all right?
Another day.
Hang on, let me do
Another day as a Spurs fan.
What are we saying?
Right.
It's, you know what? It's just 2 things. Like last week, I think I got in a bit of an argument with Johnny. Every single week, we give up the same goal. We give up the midfielders so much space.
On the back of the D, right? Every single week, Eugene. Every
week. Arsenal, every week.
The hat trick at Eze's goals were like that.
Yep.
2 of Vitinha's goals. And by the way,
Yep.
Vitinha had 2 other chances that went left and right at the post. Could have been 7 goals in 2 matches from that exact same play. And Fulham did it today. Yes, I know it hit the Kenny Tetty's shot, hit a deflection. But you got to iron out that fucking problem.
It's not about the
You
shot.
put yourself
It's
in a
about
position.
space.
Sorry, mate. Yeah, go on.
No, I'm saying it's not about the shot itself. It's about the space. It's about the opportunity that shot is there every single time. And the second thing, banter aside with Frank, how is it possible that every player bar Van der Ven regressed? Porro is a shell of himself. I think he's one of our worst. Like, he could never be a good defender, but at least he could put a cross in. At least he was helping us out offensively. He's been shit. Every player bar Van der Ven has regressed. I have no idea what's happening. It's crazy. It's like we have no idea what we're doing on the pitch. They're just running around like
they're asked to play a different formation every 5 fucking days. And they don't have any time to practice. They literally played a system on Wednesday night, right? So Thursday's going to be like day off, recovery.
Thursday rest, Friday training.
Friday maybe half a day on the training ground. Yeah. When was the last time we played this particular midfield four? Michael, talk to me, man. I just like there's no continuity of team. There's no continuity of tactics, and there's absolutely no time on the training ground to give any of these people any chance to understand each other's game. And then the tactic is also, by the way, in the midfield, it's also go wherever the fuck you want, apparently, because like I said in my monologue, I saw Polinia today in every single position, and I was like, okay, so he's there, so where's everyone else? Oh, now Berghvall's playing in the 6, when 5 minutes ago he was the most advanced left winger in a flat 4-4-2. Now we're diamonding it, but Berghvall's in the 6. And next minute, Kudus is playing on the right, and then he's playing in the 10. That's a little bit more understandable. But sorry, Mike, I'm so angry. Sorry.
No worries. Like I share your feelings, right? Maybe I don't look angry, but I am angry inside, right? Like I just, I've said it plenty of times that I got so disillusioned throughout the past season, right? That right now I find it hard to care enough to make me like visibly angry, right? Like I know it sounds stupid, but I have to completely I want to completely back what you said, right? I think the biggest issue that I find right now is the fact that we always chop and change tactics and players, right? So how the fuck are they supposed to learn each other, right? How the fuck are they supposed to make connections with each other and learn how to play with each other, right? The reason we are spamming crosses like idiots, right, for 90 minutes straight, especially that first half, right? Like there was not an ounce of like any like combinatory play. Like, we never tried to break them down on the floor. It was always just lamb the ball. Why do we play like that? Because they don't know how to fucking play with each other, right? They don't know how they will move. They don't know where each other will be, right?
Right.
And it's just then the team that doesn't know how to play, the easiest thing to do in football is cross, right? But it's just when you like listen, Bassi and Anderson or whatever, right? Anderson is
in the air.
But they are fucking good in the air, right? One thing they want to do is put their square head on the ball and just kick it out as far as they can, right? And if you give 2 goals to an opposition in 10 minutes, then this is what happens, right? Like this game would have never looked like that if we didn't just have 2 bozo moments, right? One bozo moment from the manager to just not protect Porro in any shape or form. And then what the fuck was Vicario doing? I cannot understand.
What is that?
If it was me there, maybe it would be understandable, right? Because I don't know how to play fucking football, right?
Just hit the ball out.
You just twat it out.
Hit it out. What was he fucking thinking?
I don't know. Like, even the clearance itself, right? Why did he try to like back into the player? Like he was trying to do like a central midfielder's job, like 50 meters away from his own goal. Just twat it out, right? Like, I don't care. Just hit someone in the stands. Apologize later, right? I don't care. Just boot it out, right? Instead, he just does what he did, right? By the way, kudos to Wilson for the fucking goal. It was spectacular how it bended, right? But
yeah, unbelievable. But like, Kudus wastes so many opportunities as well.
Yeah,
he wastes every time he gets the ball. He is that prick on the playground who never wants to pass. right? And I listen. He is he's a very good player, but he's too selfish. He's too selfish for me.
Yeah.
Like, he needs to have like some sort of buzzer on his in his sock or something that says, "Don't, like, you've had the ball for 3 seconds now. Pass it, please. Pass it."
To piggyback on what Michael was saying, I think the issue is we have no philosophy. Every time we go defensive low block, then we try to attack. And people, again, I keep hearing, Frank improved our defense. Every game, we concede chances. We could give up 4 goals in every game. However, at the same time, we cannot score. Under Ange, we were conceding goals, but at least we could score goals. Now we cannot defend, nor can we score goals. We change things up every game. What are we doing? What is Frank trying to do? What's the philosophy? You cannot adjust to a position, especially like Fulham, every single game. Players need to understand what the manager is trying to do. What is the philosophy that he's trying to implement? I've never seen a team, like a decent team, that cannot defend, nor can they score. Like, how's that even possible? Our players are not that shit. They're not great, but they're not this shit. It's crazy to me. I do not understand how every player except Van der Ven can look so clueless on the pitch. Danso looks shit. Like, Palhinha started off first few games, he was really good.
I didn't think Danso was horrendous. Udogie, from the 2 fullbacks in the first half were like, people that want to look at the positive will say second half we were much better. We were much better, but Fulham have the right to sit back a little bit and protect, right? That's what they're going to do.
Yeah, that's what I said, right? If you give them 2 goals, then they will just sit back and wait for you, right?
Yeah.
Like,
and then all we did after that, big up to you, Danny. All we did after that was bang in about. Let me get rid of that fucking overlay. I've got to get my better overlays. All we did after that was we banged in. I think it was 32 crosses. 32 crosses. And we got on the ball. I think we got our head on the ball in one of them. Like you said, Michael, right? Calvin Bassey, and he's an absolute monster of a fucking human being. Bassey is the only person that I thought comes out of the only people that I thought come out of this game over the 90 minutes with any sort of credit for me. Micky van der Ven kept us in the game. Muani, I think Muani was very, very impressive, trying to work with what he had to work with, worked his socks off, had a few chances that were just this, that, and the other away. And I thought that Lucas Berghvall became better and better and better. I really do. Archie Gray had an absolute stinker. Dan, I'm going to come to you. Let me just get some super chats done, mate, because I've seen them and I haven't had a chance to call them out yet. Big up Sniffer for Newcastle United. He says, "Get that apron on, Shawnee. Yeah, time to cook." Mate, I don't know where to go from here. I don't know where to go. Like, I feel like it's too early to, I genuinely feel like I hate being this reactionary. But I said all week, like, Thomas Frank fucking stuffs up against Fulham. And I think he stuffed it up, not necessarily with, I think it's the continual pivot in the formation and then allowing the 4 players to just dance around in the midfield. If they haven't had any time with each other, how are they supposed to know when one of them goes left, the other one thinks right? It's just madness. Sorry. Thank you, Sniffer. I appreciate you, my man. Todd Mills says, big up to you, Todd. He says, "My first ever super chat was Frank is wank. Guess what my second is? Deja vu." I appreciate you, Todd. That formation was crazy. Who was on the left wing in the first half? Well, yeah, at times it was Berghvall for 5 minutes, and then Berghvall suddenly found himself in the DM. Archie Gray was a 6 and then became a left winger. I mean, he had a stinker, but I don't know. That formation was crazy. He was on the left wing. Appreciate you, Todd. I hear you, my man. It's fucking dog shit. William McKenzie says, "Skip a pass at the back, spray the ball wide quickly." Yeah, I mean, to who? Kudus does what Kudus does, right? And when Kudus gets the ball, if he slows everything down, it just allows teams to set up. And it wasn't like Fulham came to park the bus, by the way. Fulham, even when they were 2-0 up, they still played expansive football. They still tried to play against us, and they could have been 4-0 up at half time if it wasn't for some fantastic last-ditch defending from Micky van der Ven. Josh Caress, big up to you, and thank you, William, for that one. Is this the lowest collection of footballing IQ and technical ability in a Spurs squad since the 90s? Poor decision after poor decision. Look, maybe if you want to give the manager a pass and say that the players are shit, Josh, that's fine if you want to. I'm agenda-free at the moment. I don't have any agendas. I'm not going to sit there and defend anyone. I think that Thomas Frank doesn't know where to sit how to set these guys up. And I think that his constant tinkering is a massive part of the problem. A massive part of the problem. Thank you very much for the super chat. Dan, how you thinking? What are you thinking, mate?
Well, for me, look at the results we've had. Look at the games we got coming. Honest opinion, I think the man's going to be lucky if he's here by January. I'm not saying that's what I want, but I'm saying that's what I think. He's lost the stadium. He's lost the home fans majority, I would say, from what I see, from the booing and everything else and that. I think he's pretty much lost the home ground. The next home games we got, what are they? We've got Liverpool. Who else we got at home?
Brentford,
not Newcastle. Brentford.
Brentford. Then we have Liverpool.
Yeah,
I think after that, I checked.
Either way, they're the ones coming up in the next month. Brentford are going to have a point to prove. Liverpool, this has got to be the first time I'd say it, but I'd rather be playing them away than at home. not that we ever do anything with them anyway.
Dr. Tottenham is going to be there to save their
honestly.
Dr. Tottenham was today.
I can understand why he messes about with the team, because there's only about 6 or 7 on that team that you would say automatically get in there. But anybody who keeps telling me start Gray over bloody Bentancur, each their own, whatever turns you on at the end of the day. Our wing backs were bloody awful today. Gray lost again, just like the second half in the PSG. Moane did what he could. Vicario, this is why I say he's not a good overall goalkeeper, but an excellent shot stopper. But overall goalkeeper, a lot to be desired. Thing is, there's more than one problem in that team. In one area, there's a lot of problems in there. I think the one other thing I say with it, that you can just call it being devil's advocate here. If this isn't Frank's fault, what's happening in that, and it's down to the players, then was it so much on Angie's head? Just a question.
That's what I'm saying. By the way,
both managers set the fucking team up like in ridiculous ways.
Yeah, like me personally, like I hate the fact that so many are doing the, like, not you guys, right? I'm not saying what you just said, right? But so many are doing like revisionism to like the highest order, right?
Yeah. 100%.
No, he was a shit manager. He set us up badly, right? That doesn't change the fact that right now Thomas Frank is also doing a shit job, but that doesn't mean that we should bring Ange back, right? Like, those two things are not parallel to each other. That's like I don't understand, right? Seriously, to anyone who wants Ange back, right? He got fucking fired after 30 days at Nottingham Forest, right? They didn't win a single match with him. He's not a good manager. He's shit, right? Like that. The fact that Frank is doing bad doesn't mean that we should bring him back, right? But also, I have to agree with you, Dan, right, with what you said. I'm not Frank out, right? And I won't be Frank out, at least by the end of the season, unless he goes on like a 15-game losing streak, right? Then obviously, right? But if we just keep on like 1 win, 1 loss, 1 draw, I won't be Frank out, right? But it doesn't matter because the fan base will be Frank out, right? And I don't know how this new regime that we have in the boardroom behaves, right? We don't know how they will behave. But if he seriously loses fans like that, then he's gone, right? And I don't care if he can, maybe out after a season or whatever, right? He won't have time. He has to win games, right? You boys said, and I will say it's not Brentford. You cannot end up 16th and not get fired. That's not how it works, right? We have to win games, and especially we have to win games like Fulham at home. For fuck's sake, like, it's Fulham. It's not. You are muted, Sean. Sorry. Yeah.
Sorry, mate. Michael, when was the last time the last time we won at home was at Burnley?
Yeah, Burnley, first game of the season.
First game of the season, and then before then, it was Manchester. I think it was Manchester fucking United in March.
What is that? 3 wins in something like 20 odd, isn't it?
Down last season, if I'm not mistaken.
We won. I think we won Manchester United at home. I think it was. Fuck. Those are like 2 relegation sides. I think we won against.
Yeah, it was a relegation. One of the teams that got relegated last season.
Southampton.
Yes,
Southampton, and
because we didn't even do Ipswich at home. They done us at our place, didn't they?
And Leicester. Leicester also done us at home.
sorry, it's like you can't throw the baby out with the bathwater with the assumption that because we haven't won at home under two managers for a long time, therefore it's something else. Okay, we've got Romero, who is a World Cup winner that has played most of our games this season. Micky van der Ven, that is wanted by Barcelona and Real Madrid and every other team that needs a left back that is of a top Champions League team. If Micky van der Ven was to leave, he'd be going to a Champions League team. Okay, Destiny Udogie was wanted by AC Milan in the summer. He was looked at by Atletico Madrid. He was looked at by Bayern Munich at one point. Okay, so Pedro Porro was considered to be the replacement at Liverpool in the summer. Like we don't have a bad back four. Vicario has kept us in games this season. He's kept us in games this season, many games this season. Right? If Monaco, it would have been 6 if it wasn't for Vicario. I'm not saying that Vicario is a good goalkeeper. He's a good take away the ability to think, and he's brilliant. Give him the ability to think, and he falls apart. You cannot have a goalkeeper that is the weak link in your mindset as a team, and then he turns around and berates everybody whenever they make a mistake.
Yeah,
okay? He's an excellent shot stopper, but that's it.
But that's it. That's it.
Well, can we speak on Simmons? And I refuse to call him by his first name until he deserves it. Like, has he made an impact? No, I know he needs, my whole agenda, Sean, pre-improve and all that. I know he needs time. I know it might take him the season. However, for somebody who came so, as touted as for somebody who's so technical, absolutely nothing he offers us.
But
so
he hasn't,
the ball.
He hasn't been in the team the last 4 games, mate, and nothing's changed. We lost 3 on the bounce, and he hasn't been in the team.
I mean, that's
so you can't blame him for that. You can't blame him
when
for that.
When he came on, he did nothing.
Look, I mean, you're chasing a game, and at that point, the Fulham team were just we're backs to the wall. I am agenda free for the first time as a Tottenham fan for a long time. I usually pick an agenda and run with it. Usually, it's an unpopular agenda because I'm a contrarian. Right now, Levy's gone. I don't have any particular corners that I want to defend. I'll call it as I see it. I think that the players need to work a lot harder. I think some people have been asking questions in the chat, and I'll throw it out to you guys, whoever wants to take this one. People are suggesting that Frank has lost the dressing room, that they're not playing for him. I'm not sure I think that's a bit of a stretch, but what I will say is I think they are fucking confused as to what to do. Yeah. Exactly the same as I saw when Tottenham went to Liverpool last year in the Carabao Cup semi-final, and we got absolutely walked past. And then we went to Villa in the FA Cup 4th round the week after and got absolutely walked past. And after that, I said, there's different ways that you can lose the dressing room. It doesn't require fights and arguments and tantrums. It can just be represented in confusion. It can be represented in players not knowing what they're supposed to be doing. And one goes right when the other goes left because they don't have any understanding or chemistry. And that might be the truth because we are changing so much every week. And I don't know when we have the time to be able to figure these things out because we're playing twice a week. If you're playing twice a week, pick a system and allow them to familiarize themselves with it as best you can.
Thomas Frank reminds me of an A student who studies and then he gets a job as a middle manager, but he lacks charisma. He has no aura. He lacks imagination. He just doesn't look to me like a big man, like a top team manager. He's just a professor. That's what they call him, and that's what he is. He's one of those A students who manages by the book, but he lacks.
An academic with absolutely no street. Yeah, he understands the way it's supposed to work, but doesn't really know the street. He's not street smart. Book smart.
You need to inspire players. You have to have an aura. He doesn't.
I had hope for Frank. I think he could at least start getting some stability. So I started off, I think, like a lot of other people, okay, we've got Ange out. I wanted Ange. I thought he was an awful manager in every which way. But I can't deny it. I'm not seeing Frank doing any better. Mm-hmm. I personally, if you go by the run of, what are we now, 13 games into the season, into the Premier League, 13 games in it, I think we're now looking just as bad as we did under Ange. I think some of the ways we've played, we've looked promising. I think in general, we've been okay at best. But I think when we've looked bad, we've looked just as bad as we have had under Ange, basically. I mean, that game against Arsenal, Chelsea, the lack of passion in it, the lack of will in it, can't get the players motivated up for those 2 games. That's as bad as any Ange game I've seen, them ones. Okay, PSG, there were some promising sides to it. But we come off to Fulham at home and we can't seem to get it together. The fact that he made no subs at half time. Okay, he made the subs at around about 55, 60 minutes. That's 15 minutes too late for me. 3 of those players should have been off at half time. Okay, one of them I'd have got wrong because I'd have taken Berghvall, Gray and Porro straight off. No, Berghvall, okay, he upped it in the second half, had a much better second half, first half. Porro, absolutely horrendous in every which way. Worst player on the pitch. Gray,
we have to tell him, Dan.
Yes, I'll give you my reason why.
I genuinely think that Pedro Porro
I'll give you my reason why. There's a reason. He's not a right back. He is a shit defender. I've been telling everyone this for 2 years now. He cannot defend come love nor money. People tell me, yeah, he's got better. Okay, he's shit, not fucking shit, pardon the phrase. And with that, it's just come to he's not in the right style of play for him. And it's the same as Udogie. Udogie can go as well. He's a wing back. He's not a left back. At least Spence can play left back or right back and a wing back if needs be. Both of them two are not defensive-minded players. I watched Udogie his whole season in Italy. It's my second league. Focused on him because I knew where he was going for him. Wing backed, looked very stable. Okay, final third, still leaves a lot to be desired. Porro, do you know what? I think we get more out of him if we're playing him as a bloody right wing, right midfielder. He is not a defensive-minded player in any which way. We're doing the same to him that destroyed Bissouma. Now, Bissouma done his own thing as well. But Bissouma, if you look on 80% of the problems he had and crazy decisions he made, they were all defensive-minded problems when he's a progressive box-to-box player. It's when someone has not got a defensive mentality in their head, you're not going to get them to defend well. They may have a moment, but if we're just going to keep playing 4 at the back or with right backs, left backs, Udogie and Porro both got to go. It's not for them. It's not their kettle of fish. Yep. Otherwise, if we were playing wing backs, Porro, I think you could see a lot out of him, but it's not his style.
The one time we played wing backs this system, we didn't fucking play him.
Yeah, but we didn't even play wing backs. We played right back and left back because we played with 11 at the back when we did that.
Right, 100%, 100%. Let me get through. There's a few super that's got to come to, and then I want to ask him more questions of you guys. Big up to Blaine, mate. Unbelievable generosity, mate. Unbelievable, buddy. I love you to pieces. Thank you so much. Always here, always supporting. So generous. He says this sadly could be a buckle in and ride it out scenario because for those who are calling for his head, be real. Who is available to replace? And we ain't paying £15 million for another boss. But this has to change. Even I'm waning. Do you know what, Blaine? I'm going to come back to that, mate. I'm going to come back to that and get through some shorter answer super chats because we have to talk about if the curtain falls, when does it rise and with who in the hot seat? I'll come back to that in 1 second, mate. Thank you so much. Tony Uli, what a name. Big up to you, mate. Thank you very much. With the Homer Simpson icon says, players don't come to big clubs to be pragmatic. Well, this is the thing, right? We've got a January transfer window around the corner. I genuinely think that our form this season, if I'm a forward player, I'm going to look at Tottenham and think, you know, in the first half, we had an XG of 0.04 again, or 0.05 again, right? And I think someone said it. 20 of the last 21 halves of football, we've had 1 or 0 shots on target. I mean, why would you want to come to a team that plays like this and then loses the way we do and only starts to play football properly when we're when the damage is done? It's a big concern, and I think that that's something we have to consider when we're talking about the Thomas Frank conundrum, because I hear you, Blaine. We'll come back to it, but we have to think about the fact that there is a January window coming, and if he's still here for it, does his presence maybe put off players wanting to join Tottenham? We'll talk about it. He's come back in with another one. Thank you very much for that, Tony. It's Blaine, unbelievable. Eugene, I'm not liking this. I'm being negative for a change. Please do us a favor and be the negative one. Yeah, Eugene. Yeah. Eugene, he's Eugene. If you know, you know. Check out Rabbit Hole Ramblings. Certainly the skeptic. Big up to you, Blaine. Thank you so much, man. I'm going to come back and do the other one in a second. And Split Deg from Australia. Big up to you, mate. It must be up early in the morning time for you, mate. So you woken up a little bit early to watch that sack of shit. I feel for the people that are over the other side of the world that are passionate Tottenham fans because they get up at all hours to dial in and see that crap, man. It must be throwing your sleep out. Thank you very much indeed. Boys, let's talk about this one. where do you stand? Are you of the mindset that Thomas Frank is? Well, Vicario's being interviewed. Fair play to him for coming out and taking the interview. I can't hear him. Let me know, guys, if you're watching this. Let me know what he says. Also, somebody in the chat said that Thomas Frank blamed the fans or had a crack at the fans. Can someone, like, I don't know, give some sort of summary commentary, paraphrase it for us?
This type of shit will get him sacked, by the way. Like, I seriously, if he in his mind cannot get to understand why we boo him, why the fans in the stadium boo him, then I don't know what the fuck is going on, right?
What's being
like
said? What, you listening to it?
No, I'm just saying if he did that, right? Because you said he apparently had a crack at the fans.
In the chat, if you guys can find some comments, some quotes there from what Thomas Frank said, and I want to hear what Vicario said as well. He looks heartbroken. Fair play to him for having the stones and coming out and taking it. Most people run away in that scenario, but at the end of the day, after the fact is not the fact. Look, I'll start with you, Eugene. Look, I think it might be too early, right? But I also know that right around the corner is the January window, and I'm genuinely concerned that anyone who's an attacking player that Tottenham need desperately is going to look at what we're doing with the ball and think, "Fuck, I don't want to be a part of that system." So, is there a motivation? Is there a catalyst for the expedition of the knife falling? Because January is around the corner and we need to have some sort of thing in place. And how do the new owners go about this? Vinay's got a big decision to make, right? Eugene, talk to me.
I mean, Ryan Mason isn't available anymore, so I think Frank is gonna stay. Otherwise, no. But to banter aside, who else is there? I don't think they're gonna sack him. Like, for me, I'm not Frank out, even though now I'm pretty sure he's not the guy. But I think he'll be given the season. Especially Glasner isn't coming here. Ariolo isn't coming. They both have better options next season. So no decent manager is going to come. I don't want Pochettino, and he's not coming anyways. There's just not a lot of options available. And it doesn't matter who we bring in. January, I think it's going to be a challenge either way. Just no top player who's going to have options next season of, and pick a team to where to go. He's going to want to end up on Spurs and play this football. Whether it's with Frank or without Frank, I just think it's a lost season at this point. And I think Unique is going to, keep Frank this season and see who they can get in the summer. But I just think it's a throwaway season. And that's why Dan and I got into an argument in WhatsApp, but I would play all the youngsters and see if we have somebody decent for next season. Because playing Bentancur, Palhinha, with us winning fuck all this season, to me, it makes no sense. Just play the youngsters, see if they can improve, see if they can be our players for the future. And for me, that's it. There's nothing else.
Mate, he has to get us safe from relegation at this point.
Well, yeah, I mean, I'm assuming we can finish 17th.
Are you think it's a possibility?
No. I don't
go and play kids. We go down.
Yeah, but if we did play kids from now on, like play under 21s in the league, then I think we could go down.
Easily. Yeah, not those kids. I mean, like Berghvall and Gray.
Yeah, Berghvall, Gray.
They might not be good enough, but I'd rather see them.
Okay. Tell me one Premier League team, where Archie Gray starts in the middle. One.
But he might still improve.
Spurs.
There's a chance.
Start like as in like first 11 player.
First 11. First 11.
But he's not a first 11 player for us either, is he?
He shouldn't be. No, but Eugene's saying play him as first
11. No, but I'm just saying.
Now I get the point. Bentancur is a more defensive-minded player, sit-back player. Again,
Bentancur was fucking horrendous when he came on. But Bentancur was.
I thought he gave us more stability than Gray. I thought he gave us more stable in midfield than Gray, and we improved when he came on, and we looked a bit more stable in the middle.
My point is, we had the ball left. There was less things to do without the ball. I pivot back, Dan, just quickly. I pivot back to this notion. You're throwing 4 midfielders on and saying, like, I don't know what it was. What was it today? Was it a 4-4-2? Because it started with Berghvall left wing, Kudus right wing, and then the other 2 in the middle. It started like that. After 10 minutes, it was like that or something like that. I don't know what it was. And like I saw Sarr, I saw Gray playing advanced in the 6. I saw Berghvall playing on the right. I saw Kudus coming into the 10. How the fuck are you supposed to be able to know like the obvious patterns of play if when you get the ball, you don't know if you look up and expect Kudus to be on the right wing, but he's suddenly not, he's in the 10. Or if you're looking back and you're thinking, oh, I'll give it to Polinia, but it's not him, it's Sarr. Oh, sorry, Gray. Like, I'm sorry, like that has to be that's a tactical thing. That's like if it isn't a tactical thing and they're taking it upon themselves, then what the fuck is Thomas Frank doing?
Right.
And if it is a tactical thing, then what the fuck is Thomas Frank doing? Either way, the question is what the fuck is Thomas Frank doing?
I think, by the way, that the diamond formation, right, the 4-4-2 or 4-2-2-2, however you want to call it, right? I think it's not the worst idea with the players we have, right? But I think the issue right now is that this was only the second game we played with it, right? And in that case, if you want to play that sort of formation, you need to, as Sean said, stabilize the positions more, right? Because in essence, like when you play a diamond 4, they are supposed to rotate with each other, right? Like the idea of having 4 midfielders in a diamond, it is supposed to rotate, it is supposed to pull players apart and all that stuff, right? But they don't know how to do this because it's only the second fucking game they played that, right? And not only that, we don't have like amazing players, right? Because diamond in the middle is a fucking hard formation to play, right? Not many teams can do that. So I just think when we employ a tactic like that, right, and just allow those midfielders to do whatever they want, then the gaps appear, right? Yeah. Then it's suddenly like Berghvall and Gray run off to the left, leaving space in the middle. Someone like Polinia sees this, tries to cover. Then there is a space on the right, and it's just all like it's a clusterfuck basically, right? That they have to. Like they have to stabilize like as you boys said. I think we should, whatever the formation is, right? If he wants to play 4-2-2-2, just stick with it, play it, and stop fucking rotating every single game, right? Because we make like 6 changes every single game in the squad. That's also not helping the squad, right? Because as I said, they have no chemistry with each other. They don't know how to play with each other, right? One day you have Berghvall playing as a 6. With Odobert on the left. Next game, you have Simons in the 10 with fucking Tel on the left. Then you have Kolomuani up top with Richalison. Then you play a single striker. Like it's just too much. They don't know where each of them will be and what they are supposed to do. And that's why we spam long crosses, because they don't know what else to do.
No partnership.
One of the mad things is, for me, one of the main things we were screaming for last season was a solid player who could hold a 6 role. We've got it. And Polinia, for me, has been one of our more stable players this season, yeah? We've got it. And now we look at just as unstable in midfield as we did under Ange, basically. Now, the argument I have with Bentancur over Gray is the fact that Bentancur, fine, he's not his best anymore. I know that, but I don't care. He's better than bloody Gray. At least with Bentancur, you've got a chance that he comes on and does well. He's had about 3 pretty solid games for us this season. He's had poor games for us. Gray, nearly every time I have ever seen him play in midfield, bar that 45 minutes against Paris Saint-Germain, which he got 1 cross in, by the way. And if you check his stats and his passing, okay, he was running about like headless chicken good. But apart from that, done nothing, yeah? He has done nothing to show to me that he has got any sort of readiness to play for a first 11 in the Premier League. Because he wouldn't even get in a relegation team Premier League, yeah? At least Bentancur, you have a chance, yeah? Gray, he's nothing. He's done nothing. He has proved nothing bar 1 moment when he's played in midfield in 18 months.
Dan, my point is, I'm not saying that Gray is better than Bentancur. My point is, with Gray, let's say...
Well, if he's not better than Bentancur, why play him?
I know, but I'm saying with Gray, there's 10% chance that if he gets playing time, he's going to become a good player next season or in 2 years. With Bentancur, there's 0% chance that he's going to become good enough.
But at least with Bentancur, you've got a 50-50 chance he comes on and plays well. So you're saying play Gray, so there's a 10% chance with a player that even if we play him all season, there's a 90% chance he ain't going to be ready for a Premier League next season.
But at least there's a percentage, like we're winning fuck all this season anyway.
That's Eugene, mate. That's you know me,
But-
I'm everyone's up for their opinion, but that one's a bit.
But what's the
that one's
upside?
a bit off.
What's the upside of
You know,
playing?
that one's a bit much.
Dan,
Tell
what's
me-
the upside of
Tell me
playing?
what, Eugene, mate. Seriously, that one for me was a bit OTT.
What's the upside? No, tell me, what's the upside of
I'm
playing?
open-minded, but then there's open and there's Bonnie Blue-minded. You know, that's what
You know, seriously, Eugene, I'm sorry, brother. I can't dig that
So
one,
tell me-
fella. I'm sorry.
So I'm asking
I
questions.
just,
What's
I
the
just
upside
did,
of
I
playing
just
him?
did tell you. What's the upside?
No.
What's the up?
You could
Right,
have-
you have just said to
Anything else.
me, play a player that has got a 10% out of 100 of coming good compared to playing a player where there's a 50-50 chance you get.
No,
a good
he's
game.
0% of coming good. He's not good enough for us. He's old. We know he's washed.
No, but
With
Benton
Gray-
Core has still had good games this season, has he not?
How old is
Has
Archie
he-
Gray right now? How old is he?
I'm not asking that. I
No,
forget
but
how old
that's
they
what I'm
are. I
saying.
couldn't care less how old they are. I don't care if they're 50 or 15. As long as they come on the pitch and deliver, they're getting
But
paid 80 grand for
what
a
about the
fucking
future,
reason,
Dan?
yeah?
Our present.
The future. Oh, wait. So Archie Gray is
You're
going to be
trash.
our future if he has a respectable season. So you're
What's
saying
that?
if Archie Gray has a respectable season, we don't go out and buy a better player?
No, but we want to see
So
what
what?
we've got.
So we have to get the most out of this season that we can, stand
Why?
a chance of at least finishing in the top 10, which it barely looks like it at the moment. So do you know what? Fuck the season. I'll just go and play Archie Gray with a 10% chance that he becomes good, and we don't
course.
use him next season anyway.
Why? How
When
like,
we just give a Benton
if we
Core a
don't give
new
him playing
contract as
time-
well.
if we don't give him playing time, we're not going to know if he's good or not. Just give him playing time and see if he's going to become good. Versus
Yeah, but
Benton Kerr, we know for a
if you're
fact he's not good.
listen, I don't disagree principally with the idea.
I get
Eugene.
your point. I get
I
your
get the
point.
point, right? Like
We're not
let's-
winning
let's
anything
fo-
this season.
like, this season's not going to go anywhere, so let's just focus on giving the people that we hope are the future more time now to be ready for the future. I get the point, but also exposing them to the wolves right now. Like Tottenham fans are rightly fucking furious, and you got to manage that a little bit with young minds because you know that kind of negativity, that kind of like to a degree. I think it would be like a throwing them to the wolves kind of thing. Let me just get a couple of super chats, guys. By the way, we didn't really answer the question that Blaine threw out there. So I do want to come back to that around what do we do? Are you Frank in or Frank out right now? And if you are Frank out, where do we go? I do want to get back to that. Let me just quickly get the rest of these super stick and super chats. Kicks TV 283 out in Thailand. I hope you're having a good time in Pattaya, my man. He says, imagine Eugene and Stelios on a panel. Frank out now. A lot of people are going Frank out. I'm going to put the poll up. There's over 1,000 people here, guys. Really appreciate all of that from you lot. Please smash the like and the subscribe. Even if you hate Tottenham right now, at least see this as therapy and smash the like button, hit the subscribe, and also I'll put Danny's link in the chat as well. Darren K says, other than Romero and Van der Ven, do you see any partnerships? We need the big three back. I'm not sure who the big three was, Darren, but I'll tell you what, man. Thank you very much for the super chat. Van der Ven and Romero's partnership hasn't been spectacular either in the last few games. It's been really poor, but I genuinely think that Tottenham fans are not holding Thomas Frank accountable for the lack of finding a solution for the issues at the back of the D. If you were to have found that solution where we plugged a hole on the edge of the box, we could have conceded arguably 7 or 8 fewer goals in the last 2 weeks. Right. And that's a big fucking deal. That's a huge deal. And it hasn't been solved. I understand that Tottenham Hotspur, when they play Porro, I saw it against PSG. They're moving. There's an assumption in the Tottenham minds, the players' minds, that that Pedro Porro is going to get walked past by, say, a Kvaratskhelia or a Bradley Barcola, and then so Pape Sarr went in to fill the gap. So did Bentancur, etc., and then that leaves gaps. That didn't happen today. There was none of that. There was just a massive gaping area, 4 or 5 different moments in that game on the edge of the D, and we haven't solved it. And every team knows where to find the space at Tottenham. Get to the byline, pull it across the box, chance. You know, and then you hit. Yes, it can take a deflection off of Udogie's leg or whatever and pop in. Oh, so what? We're supposed to we're supposed to forgive the situation? No, you put yourself in a stinky situation because you're not prepared, and then fortune can favour the brave. And it's not brave. It's not particularly brave for a team to have just figured out where the space is and to take advantage of it. So
nothing's changed. Nothing's changed. It's the same as last season. Sorry, Mike. They're basically doing the same thing. Our main man getting focused out the game, which at the moment is Kudus, and they're focusing on Porro every bloody game. It was
Also-
exactly the same under Ange. Go on, mate,
Also,
sorry.
like, no worries, mate. Like, also, we were cooking the shit out of Ange for making us weak on set pieces, right? Which was a part of a game that we couldn't really fix, right? He didn't know how to fix that. So, in the same breath, we can cook the shit out of Frank for allowing us to be suspect to those type of situations, right? Because we all can see this. It's a pattern, right? Like, teams, when they prepare it to play against, they watch the goals you concede, right? And they try to find patterns. And clearly, both PSG and Arsenal exposed a pattern in our defensive structure, right? That we just, like, the most baffling thing for me is that we have like 4 at the back, right? That when we get pushed into our box, right? All 4 of them go into the box, which is okay, right? But then we have 2 midfielders. In this case, it was like Palhinha and Berghvall that also joined them in the box, right? So we have 6 people in the box and nobody outside of it, right? There is no one shielding the penalty box, right? And this is what happens. Yes, it was like, because people maybe will blame Berghvall for not getting that ball that led to the first goal, right? The only issue I have with this is that he had the player on his left, right? So he was kind of caught up in 2 minds, right? Because the ball could either go to the player like outside of the D or to Kenny Tete, who was behind him, right? And unfortunately, he's like stuck the leg out and it got blocked, right? But he was alone there. There was no one else there who could help him deal with that situation, because like we just don't protect the area in front of the box. It's fucking infuriating, right? Because it's yet again the same patterns catch us every single day, or sorry, every single match. It's just infuriating to watch.
It's the same thing every time, isn't it? It's focus on Porro because he can't defend come love nor money. Take Kudus out the game. Where do we go from there, sort of thing? That is the way everyone is looking at it. It's basically the same thing that had happened to Ange. I called Ange out after about 6 or 7 games and said this style of football is not going to work over the long time. But I think I got that wrong. But he got it basically 11 games, 12 games before it totally went downhill. With Frank, now I'm the first one to
got that far. We've been playing defensive football, Dan, right?
Yeah, I'm saying with Frank, he hasn't even got as far as Ange did, basically. I think he's got a better team than what Ange did, bar maybe a player and he's got an injury. I think he has, personally. I mean, if you look on it on paper anyway. And I'm the first one to see, I want to see a team adapting. I want to see certain tactics changed a little bit and tweaked a bit for certain games. When they got a quality left winger, then right, you need to focus on that left winger, whatever else. But the amount of changes and chopping and changing we do, it seems like we've gone from one extreme to another. It's like everything at Spurs, whether it comes to opinion or whether it comes to you want this or that. It's either far left or far right. There's no bloody in between with it. We've gone from one manager who is just so stationary with his mental towards the game, his unreal, to another who's here, there, and everywhere. Basically, it's just one to the other. There's no stability here whatsoever.
Let me just let me do a couple of quick super chats, Eugene, then I'll bring you in, mate. Sorry, buddy. 1 second. Luca Muff, big up to you, Luca Muff. What a name. He has sent me a super sticker. Choo choo to you, my man. Choo choo to you. Thank you very much for. I think that's the first super sticker, and consequently, we have to do the choo choo. The train has commenced, buddy. Thank you very much indeed for your super sticker, my man. Enjoying Switzerland, neutral Switzerland. I'd love to know if you've got a neutral opinion right now on Tottenham Hotspur. I don't think anyone does. I think everybody is either it's not Frank's fault, it's the players, or some people are it is Frank's fault and the players, or some people are no, the players are capable of more, and Thomas Frank is fucking us up. He's come back into another one. Big up to you. He's saying no player is hungry. Throw-ins, we spend hours. Yeah, that fucking pisses me off, by the way. We're chasing a game 2-0, and then we drop these like rubbish throw-ins where we don't do anything with them. Like they're nice long, they look good. They get them into the box. We don't win a single fucking header. I completely agree with you. Anyway, he says the project is dead prior than it started. Bring Xavi. We need fresh air. Okay, so we know where you're not neutral, Switzerland. You are Frank out. Frank out. Big up to you, Luca. Thank you very much indeed. Kicks TV says, give me Joaquin Lowe. He wouldn't come to Tottenham, would he? He wouldn't come to Tottenham. We've got a cat on the stream, ladies and gentlemen. Don't let Bugsy Malone see it. She'll be barking for hours. Big up to you, Kicks. Appreciate you, my man. And Adam Hawlett, big up for you. He says, lost for words. Big up to you, Adam. Appreciate you, mate. Always here, always supporting. Didn't even complain during the game. I mean, listen, I wasn't going to do a stream. I've been feeling like shit all day long. So I was just going to watch it from home by myself and then do it. But I was close to like going, you know what, I'm going to go live at half time here because I'm so fucking angry. Sorry, Eugene, you were going to say something, mate.
No, I was just, again, like we just adapting so much, as we were saying before. There's no philosophy. And I'm just bored watching this. Like, again, if we're Arsenal, if we're going for the league, play low blocks, scumbag the 3 points every, like, I don't care. But if we're going to win fuck all this season, at least play some entertaining football. At least give me some goals. If not, I'm going back. Play some kids, so at least I'm excited for the future. Now there's nothing. Like,
what
I don't want to see
you get off playing the kids that you can blatantly see are not ready yet.
No, that's fine. I'm just saying in general, just show me something. I want to have something to look forward to. Either entertaining football, either potential, or winning. We're not winning. We're not playing exciting football. And we're watching 27-year-olds just stroll around and doing fuck all as well. It's just, there is nothing for me to look forward to. Like, watching games is a chore right now. It's mad.
Nothing has changed. Technically, nothing has really changed. If you look on it, okay, the season might be a bit crankier this year, and it's still 4 points, 3 points, and we go back up there, sort of thing. But if you look at that, that's just as bad as Ange.
That's horrendous. I'm sorry.
Mate, that
is just as bad as Ange.
Copenhagen,
at least under Ange, we scored some goals. Now we can't even score goals.
No, I'm
agreeing.
That is just as bad as Ange. We might as well call him Cranch. Exactly. At the moment, that is just as bad. You can argue that he needs a window or two and a bit of time to fix up this crap that Ange left behind and that. But then again, we were all saying that Ange should be doing significantly better with the players he's got. For me, he's got a better overall team than what Ange had. So where's the excuse here? I'm starting to lose my patience. I'm not going to switch in a matter of 13, 14 games. But when I'm not seeing no progress at all, and this stuff that we're meant to now be stable in defence, I think we look more fucked up in defence than we did under Ange now.
Wait, we're supposed to be like, you know what? We haven't found our attacking form yet, but we're solid as a rock at the back.
No, we aren't.
Conceding 5, conceding 2 to Fulham at home. 5. Lubo's in the chat. Big up to you, Lubo. Come on in, mate. 5 against PSG, 4 against. We've conceded 11 goals in 3 games. 2 against a dusty Manchester United team. Dusty Man United team that are fucking shit. We beat Championship level Copenhagen. Chelsea could have put 4 past us. Monaco could have put about 7 past us. Everton was the only one, and even Everton was a fucking horrendously chore.
Everton also could have scored. We just kept them out. It's like, you know what the worst thing for me with that run of games is, right? That we see on the screen. Like, what were the good performances out of that? Everton and PSG probably, right? I know we lost PSG and Copenhagen, right? So against Copenhagen, we are vastly better than them, right? Let's be honest about it. As you said, Sean, it's a championship opposition, right? Against Everton, we scored, what was it, 3 set pieces, I think, or 2 set pieces and like a cross or something like that, right? And against PSG, there was no pressure against PSG. And nobody will convince me otherwise. There was no pressure against them. So we look at that, and you see, against Arsenal, a derby, we folded, right? Against Chelsea, a derby, we folded. Against Newcastle in the cup, like pressure because it's a cup game, we folded, right? Monaco, good opposition in the Champions League, we fucking folded. How it ended 0-0, I don't know, right? Aston Villa, a team that will rival us for top 4, we folded, right? Today, Fulham, because of the run, because I mean, 10 games ago against Villa, we were at the time, right? And also Fulham, with the context of all those games that I just mentioned, was a pressure game. After PSG, I said good performance, but I need to see them do the same against Fulham, because Fulham will be a pressure game, and they fucking folded again. Like, sorry, but those first 15 minutes or like first 30 minutes that I saw, as you said, Fulham should have been 4-0 up, right? It's only because of Micky van de Ven we didn't get embarrassed again, right? And it's just...
Yeah, we would have been 4-0 down at half-time if it wasn't for Micky van de Ven.
That's why I say, right? I have my issues with the setup from Thomas Frank, right? But I also have massive issues with the players, right? It's both. It's not one or the other. Like, people need to understand this, right? Players, they are folding, right? Some of them are way shitter than we think, right? But also Thomas Frank is doing a shit job with the setup and with the constant rotation without using players like they should be used, right? It's just a clusterfuck, basically. Like,
we need a team psychologist. We're mental midgets. Like, the mentality of the players.
Mental midgets.
I don't know if that's... I don't know.
It's my play that we're getting cancelled, Jingle. I'm not sure.
My bad.
Sounds like something out of Game of Thrones.
Yeah, but the mentality of the players is shocking. We fold every single time.
It's mental.
Boys, listen, just want to say there's 1,150 people here. Sava's sent the raid over. Massive thank you to Sava. And he's just popped in to say hello as well. Sava, I'll come to you in a second. Lubo's just got back from the game. Lubo, first of all, give us your thoughts on the game. But I'm just watching the end of the show here on my side eye. And I see Pedro Porro had a blazing argument with somebody. I'm not sure if it was a member of the staff or a fan or something, but it was right on the sideline by the dugout. Did you see that before you left?
No, I didn't. We were out right on the... we heard the boos. Jesus, there was some boos tonight.
Was there?
Yeah. After the game, you heard that on the TV, clear as day, that echo.
Very loud. That was very loud.
That was the stadium.
Yeah, I didn't agree with booing Vicario 2 minutes after he'd given away the second goal. I don't see how that helps your team when you're 2-0 down. Boo them at half-time, boo them at full-time. Don't boo them during the game.
I agree.
Apparently it was Berghvall and Porro that had an argument. Interesting. That's not good. That's not good at all.
I thought it was, apart from Micky first half, it was a complete shit show. I thought Moani was better second half. I thought Berghvall looked a bit brighter second half before he got pulled.
He did.
He played a nice ball over to Kudus for the goal.
Yeah.
But what worries me is that we've got, and if you keep changing managers, there's just no stability. Me personally,
there's no stability in the formation or the football we're playing now, is there, Lubo? We're tinkering every week.
There's no structure. There's no tactics. Yeah, there doesn't seem to be. I don't know. It's like we're not being drilled. We're not being coached now. We
don't have any time to train.
No.
We was complaining we weren't being coached anyway.
No, but
when are we supposed to train? And yet every week we seems to be changing our formation or changing our structure. I was listening to Sava, and I think he made a good point. I'm not about that specific one, but like, he's talking.
Yeah, that's surprising. Sava had a good point.
You make several good points, but like this was in the first. I watched you for the first half, Sava. You watched on then I was watching the game second half. But the midfield was all over the fucking place in the midfield. I'll finish. Sorry, Lubo, I've interrupted your point. I'll be punched back to you, Lubo, and then I'll let Sava come in as well. Like in the first half, the midfield was all over the fucking place. Right, you had Berghvall starting as a left winger in a flat 4. Then he pivoted. Then he was on the right hand side. Then he was in a 6. And Archie Gray, who had an absolute stinker and hooked correctly, by the way, he was all over the place. Like, and yet we're trying new formations, but I don't know when we're having the time to actually finesse the formations before they're experimented with.
I don't know.
Is that fair, Lubo, or not?
I think the whole thing's. I think the whole club's a shambles at the moment. I think the whole thing is a shambles. I think this is many years coming home to roost now. I don't personally. I'm starting to get disappointed with Frank. I think what bothers me more than anything else is what he said about this whole thing about, we'll play well 10 or 12 games and then there'll be X. That's not the way a big manager talks. That's not the way a manager who is comfortable at a big club talks. And that's not how a manager who understands how big Tottenham are. should talk. I think he talks too much. I think he talks too much. The problem you've got is that if you can get rid of Frank. I don't know who you bring in at the moment.
So this is the super chat. Sorry, Luba. This is the super chat that Blaine put in ages ago that we never really got round to answering. It's about that question. So we're answering it now.
I don't know whether you go. If you're going to get rid of him, you've still got the same players, and the players are. I think I said to Sav before the game, if we lose this, then the team are not even as good as what I thought they were, and I don't think overall they're particularly good. And it's worse than I thought. But you bring someone else in.
That's a. I thought they were much better in the second half, right? So they're like
until we scored, and I thought they looked like good subs at the time, but we lost momentum after that.
No, but the subs were planned before the goal.
Correct.
When you score a goal,
correct.
Maybe just go, you know what? Maybe just have a breather for 2 seconds, and then as soon as we scored, that to me was just like, again, what are we doing here? Like you're 2-0 down, you want to bring on everybody. Fair enough, get it. Probably should have happened 5 minutes earlier.
But you know what, Sean?
Then the goal was scored, and then you change it. Like surely the players that are responsible for the goal need an extra 5 minutes to see if those same people are now clicking. That to me is a little bit illogical, isn't it, Ludo?
I thought so. You pulled back a goal. I thought bringing Simmons on for Gray was the right thing. Absolutely spot on. We needed that extra flair. We needed to get back. Gray just wasn't in the game. Bentancur for Palhinha. Bentancur was absolute shite today. I mean, Palhinha wasn't much better, to be honest. I mean, he looked like an.
And Gray was worse than both of them, Ian.
No, he wasn't.
Oh, lay off, man.
No,
How much do you?
Lubo, he was.
Gray
was awful.
Do you want to borrow Gray, mate? Seriously, do you want to borrow it?
I don't know what he didn't give away that much. He just wasn't involved.
How can you defend him? He was shocking. He was just as soon as he came off, there was stability in midfield. A bit of stability. I ain't say Bentancur was good.
I don't. What did he do apart from?
He was more stable. He was more stable. Well, what did Gray do? He was more stable than Gray. Gray lost the ball nearly double figures. He got pushed off the ball about 4 times. Pushed off the ball just like that.
They're both shit. They were
like Bentancur came on.
I'm not saying Bentancur was good.
Archie Gray deserved to be stinker and hooked because Archie Gray had a nightmare to that.
Bentancur should be much better than Gray with the 8 extra years and all the international experience. He should be on the level, but he's as bad.
Yeah.
They were poor.
Can I come in, Sean, and give you my thoughts?
Yeah, of course you can, Sad. Of course you can. Sorry.
I mean, first and foremost, listen, the conversation like that Dan and Luba have just had, let's be brutally honest, right? This is the problem. When you sign loads of poor players, we end up arguing crap versus crap. Let's be brutally honest about this, right? This is where we're at with... I said before the game, I don't care who plays in the midfield because I don't rate any of them, right? That's where I'm at of it. I've said, and you guys know I'm not Monday morning quarterbacking. I've said this all summer. I don't rate our midfield. We need a brand new midfield. But let me tell you where I'm at with it, Sean, right? I'm too drained to be emotional, right? I'm so drained of this football club right now that I don't even think I've got emotion. Like, look, Thomas Frank is going to get the sack if he keeps doing this.
Oh, shit. Sorry.
Right?
Hang on. Sorry.
Whether or not I say we need a manager to have time, he is going to get himself the sack because I can take Arsenal and PSG, but you've got to bounce back with a win against Fulham at home. And the worrying thing for me in all of this is I've tried to back him, and I'm not like, oh my God, Frank out, but he's going to get sacked if we keep doing this. Whether me and you, let's be fair, Sean, we are insignificant, really. Me, you, the panel, chat, we're insignificant, really.
Yeah.
But whether or not fans want him out or not, he's going to get himself the sack if these results continue. Mm-hmm. My concern, and what I've just been talking about on my channel, is managers come and go. So if I wake up tomorrow and Thomas Frank is gone, fine. But I want to know what's the plan for the next manager. What's the plan? Because with a new manager, we need to ask ourselves, what type of football team do we want to be? What's the philosophy we want to end up with? And are we going to give that manager time to implement it and bring in the players that play the way the new manager plays? Because whichever names we give, I'm comfortable with, right? I hear names like Xavi. Cool. I like Xavi. Xavi plays a very possession-based style of football. These lot aren't capable of it. So if you bring Xavi in, right, we can all talk about, we can see a philosophy, we can see, brilliant, but these players won't be able to do it. And what will happen is we'll have a new manager bounce. I'm just using Xavi as an example, by the way. Insert whoever you like. We'll have a new manager bounce. And then when the players come off that high from the new manager bounce and then settle back into being average, what we're going to do is start getting all very frustrated again. Now, this doesn't take away from Thomas Frank. But my worry is, what's the plan, Sean? What's the plan? Who's the next guy? I'm hearing 1 week it's Iriola. This is a guy who's won 1 in 6 and his teams keep going from 2-0 up to losing and they can see goals for fun. 1 week it's Glasner. Glasner, again, really good coach. I like him as a manager. But again, he's a little bit more pragmatic, right? His teams don't play the free-flowing football. So will the fans get frustrated with that because they want... So I'm cool with it. If we wake up tomorrow, Spurs have changed. What's the plan? And are they going to fucking back him? Are we... Because... I'm sorry, guys.
Just Sab, the question I have, though, I agree with you that we're not in a situation where it's not an obvious answer. Not the solutions isn't obvious, right? Who you bring in, how much it's going to cost, all that stuff. But there is a January transfer window right around the corner, and I'm a little bit concerned about the fact that we need to attract more attacking players to come to our football club that are going to look at some of the ball that's the play that's going on here, and they're going to go, "What? I don't want to come and be a part of that project," especially when the project is on its knees and very in flux anyway. So, you either stick until the summer, and then if that's the case, is there an argument that you don't spend 100 million quid in January unless you can get the players you want, and then you go, "Well, this season's just a season to throw away already."
Sean, I don't disagree with anything you've said there, mate. And that's why I know people are saying because I've backed Frank that I'm just like, I'm saying I'm cool with it, but these are the questions that need to be asked, Sean. I don't think this is, a lot of fans seem to think this is going to be as simple as going, right, Frank's gone, Iriola's come in, and we go, oh, everything's great. Well, what does that mean for transfer windows? What does that mean for philosophy? What does that mean? Because if you give an Iriola, a Xavi, these players not play their possession-based type football with these footballers, they will become very frustrated and they will start demanding top footballers. What we will also do, Sean, you know we will do this, right? All the people that are saying, well, Thomas Frank can't step up from Brentford, we're Spurs, we're bigger, it's okay doing it. We will have the same questions with Iriola. We will have the same questions with Glasner.
And if you go and try and get yourself a top class manager, what do you do? Yeah, who do you go for? And are they going to come in the World Cup?
By the way, I'm going to back Danny up here. I just want to say I never ever want to see Berghvall and Gray in the same midfield again. I thought Archie Gray today. Do you know what? Without being harsh, I don't want to be harsh because they are young. If ever I looked at 2 footballers and I thought these boys should be out on loan, right? Out on loan playing week in, week out somewhere, it is those 2. I feel the same about Odegaard, right? I feel the same about Tel, right? These players are not good enough for Tottenham Hotspur now. I don't know in the future, Sean. I don't know how good they're going to be or not. But right now, too many of these players in this squad are not Spurs level. So when Lubo says it, loads of people in my chat, we keep talking about we're a big club. We're a big club. What are we a big club at? We don't buy top players, right? We don't buy top players. We can't buy top players. Okay, but we can't buy top players, right? So we don't have many good players in the team. Every player is a downgrade from what we had 6 years ago in the Pochettino team, right? What about us at the moment? I know what Lubo would do is go, well, in the 90s and the 70s and the... But right now, I don't think we are. No, I'm not being rude, but I don't think we are. We keep talking like we're too big for Thomas Frank. What part of this club is big?
Sav, I'm reading the comments and the abuse that the kids have had tonight. And you're looking, these are 19-year-old kids. Hang on one sec. They're 19-year-old kids. Probably don't.
Tottenham players.
Hang on one second. Easy to go after kids. Easy. It's like bullying, isn't it? They're the easy targets. No, hang on. Hear me out. We have players. We have international players like Porro Udogie who couldn't even pass to a white shirt tonight.
Agreed. They were shit as well.
Absolutely appalling, but everybody seems to go grey shit.
Berghvall. No, because everyone's already said their stuff about everything else. Ian, I don't care whether they're 16, a bit low. If they're 18, adult, man the fuck up when you play for your football team. No, if you can't handle if you can't handle a bollocking on that pitch, then you're in the wrong bloody job. It's like coming on YouTube and then complaining that you get a few digs on the bloody side. Then you're in the wrong bloody job. You're getting paid over 50 grand to 80 grand. You know what you're letting yourself in for. Tell you what, I'll go join the army and then complain that someone shot a bullet at my head, yeah? No, if you are good enough to go on that pitch and play football and get paid 50, 60 grand, you get the same stick as the next fella. The way you defend that Archie Gray, Ian, the way you defend him is shockingly
I'm not defending his performance tonight. What I am saying is that people seem to forget the established players today who are absolute shit.
I don't think anyone has, Lubo. You're making that up. You're making that up. Everyone in my chat, Porro, for me, was the worst player on the pitch by a country mile. Pedro Porro. Do you know the problem is, Lubo?
The chats I've seen on the chats I've been
Lubo, can I tell you what the problem is? Lubo, let me tell you what the problem is. And you know why people are going after them, right? Because people like you fight tooth and nail. They must start. Give them a chance. Right. First of all, the problem is I don't agree with Dan on the just man up thing. I don't get that as a thing. But what I do agree with him is, if they are professional footballers for Tottenham Hotspur, if fans want to see them in the 11, then stop talking about them being young. You have been calling out for these two to play week in, week. Yeah, he picked the right midfield. I'm sorry. I thought Berghvall was decent second half, but those two should not be in the Tottenham Hotspur starting 11, right?
But Berghvall put in a good shift against PSG. Fair?
Who?
Sorry, Gray put in a good shift against PSG.
I think he worked hard against PSG.
He put in a good 45 minutes by his standards, and he put in a good cross. And if you actually check the stats on his passing, they were bloody poor. By his standards, he had a very good game.
Players. We need better. Whatever happens with the manager, right? We've got to stop hyping up average footballers.
Yeah, but Saba, we like. Listen, I hear you. If we're losing to PSG and we're losing to Chelsea and we're losing to Arsenal, then the argument is we're beaten by a team with much better players. Like not a lot. Fulham at home.
No. But you're not listening to what I'm saying. Then, Sean, you're not listening to what I'm saying. That was disastrous. We have to be winning that game. But
that has to also fall on Thomas Frank, correct? Because those players, Tottenham Hotspur squad, are better than Fulham.
Some of them. But there's a lot of players, and Lubo is right here.
How many of Fulham's players would you take into Tottenham's squad right now?
I would take Kenny Tete over Porro. I think Porro has been
fair. I agree with that. Kenny Tete's a wonderful.
I don't think Gray or Berghvall get anywhere near Fulham's 11, right? I don't think they do. I don't think Danso's better than Calvin Bassey or Joachim Anderson. I think Destiny Udogie, by the way, has been absolutely horrific lately whenever I watch him play. He looks way off it, right? I think, should we be beating Fulham? Yes. But is there this massive golfing class that people think there is? I don't think there is when you look across our team. I genuinely don't think we're as good. We're not as good. Porro,
I thought that Josh King controlled that first half. I thought Josh King was fucking unbelievable.
Really
Unbelievable. And he's not an international footballer. He doesn't get anywhere near the English team. Nowhere near it. Yeah, he controlled that game in the first half. And down now, right down there.
How
right
old is he?
21 or something. I don't know. How old is he? I don't know. Very young. Right?
18.
He's 18, is he? Fucking hell.
I'm pretty sure he's 18. And
No,
this
he is. I'm
difference.
looking. He's 18. Yeah, he's 18.
Right.
Yeah, he is.
No one's looking at Josh King today going, he's a kid. So when Lubo's constantly going, the kid. No one's looking at Josh King going, he's 18.
Really good point. Really good point, Saba. Really good point. Really good point.
What a good
point. I thought he was older than that because he played older than that today.
Sean, we only talk about players' ages when they're not playing well, right?
Yeah.
When a player is playing well, no one goes, "Oh my God, Josh King's 18." You go, "God, that Josh King was good," because he was comfortable with the ball.
Sensational in the first half. I thought
it was very good.
So I didn't say that a good game. I said that a poor.
I know you didn't. But you are someone that raves about these younger players, Lubo. You call out Bentancur all the time. You call out Bentancur all the time. He is better than Gray and Berghvall. That's the problem.
Yeah.
And he's not
then
even...
Gray gets mentioned and you go in ultra defence mode, left, right and centre and give him excuses.
I didn't think he had a good game today. But Bentancur, you expect more. Whether these kids are in, because our transfer policy has been shocking for the last 10 years. Okay, but if you're gonna play them, we have been shocking at home this season. And Frank has got to try something to try and change that and break it. Now, Graham Berghvall had decent games at PSG, who are European champions. So for me, throw them in, give them an opportunity. Now, it wasn't their fault that we're 2-0 down. There was shocking defending. First of all, I mean, God knows what Porro was doing. And the balls come across. Fine. They've got the deflection, but no, who's on the guy shooting again?
Lubo, I called that out from the minute I came on. I said this is a templatable thing. I said it the day we lost to PSG in August. I said we are going to get picked off if we defend deep like that. And if Pedro Porro gets that weak and he gets that much time and he's that poor at doing the one-on-one stuff, we're going to get picked off on that template. Against PSG, it happened with Kang-in Lee in the first game. The other day, it happened 4 times. With Vitinha could have scored 4 goals. It happened 3 times against Eze. Lubo, just let me get some super chats in just real quick, and I'll let you finish your point then, and then I'm going to bring in Michael because he hasn't said a word in quite a long time. Let me just quickly get these super chats done because they've been waiting for a while, mate. Sorry, Lubo. Give me 2 secs. Swigs talks football. Big up to you, Swigsy. He says, so is it down to tactics, player effort, or Enoch? You know what? I'll leave that one, man, because that's
all of the above.
All of the above, probably, right? I'll leave that one. We'll come back to it. Big up to you, buddy. Surreal McCoys, love that name. Big up to you. He says Spursy is a gimmick created by Enoch, displayed by the mediocre signings on the pitch, and perpetuated by the media and fan bases worldwide. Yeah, you know what though? What I would say to that, Surreal, and I appreciate you very much. It's a very generous super chat, my man. What I would say is that stereotypes exist for a reason. No one creates a stereotype that doesn't make sense, and I think that Spursy, it might have been created by Enoch. I think it was created by people who have watched Tottenham over the years. Maybe it was perpetuated and because of Enoch and because of everything else, mediocre signings on the pitch. But the stereotypes exist for a reason, and Tottenham have got a habit of making themselves look fucking stupid on too many occasions. Yes,
with
Dan.
that quickly, I agree with you. Stereotypes earn their name. They don't just get given a name. You get a stereotype.
If someone was to say Sean Butler
anything.
If someone say Sean Butler pulls worldies every week, I mean, I'd love the stereotype, but the only thing I pull is a muscle getting out of bed for another beer. You know, so it's not really true. Sorry, Michael, you wanted to come in there, mate?
Yeah, because like with the whole Spursy thing, right? If you actually look at it, right? The Spursy is like this term that's used when you just bottle a final or bottle a semi-final or whatever, right? If you look at it, Chelsea lost like 6 or 7 finals at Wembley in a row, right? But they won't get called Chelsea or like Chelsea. I don't know like how to make a Spursy word out of Chelsea, right? Because they win other trophies. I think we get called that because we are a team that failed. For a long time.
All the time.
Which is it's a banter term created to just keep us down and keep shitting on us, right? Deservedly so, because some of those things that happened along the way are our own doing, right? But it's not like other teams aren't bottle jobbing it, right? The Arsenal bottle job from 3 seasons ago was worse than whatever we did for the past 5 decades, right? But it doesn't matter because they win trophies regularly, right? We don't. So this is the reason why it got created, right? And to get rid of it, we need to start winning shit, right? And
that should have been the catalyst, right? Like against Man United in the Europa League, that wasn't Spursy.
Yeah.
That was like Man United was Spursy in that scenario.
Right.
And then that should have been the springboard, and it wasn't. And I guess
instead of just jumping on using that as a springboard, we just reverted back to whatever we were doing before that, right?
Yeah.
It's just so disheartening. It's so disheartening supporting this club from time to time.
What was it in Bilbao? It was a stinker in Bilbao. We got the goal, and we defended with our lives, and we defended well second half. The performance was dreadful.
Yeah, but Lubo, what we are talking?
No springboard. We won it. We won a trophy, and I'm not decrying it, but we won it in the most appalling way. You couldn't, we were the complete opposite to how PSG won their final a week later.
Yes, Lubo. We are. I think me and Sean meant that even though it was a diabolical performance, right, and we were lucky to win that final, right? Let's be honest about it. Like you can still use that as a like breakthrough, right? The worst thing we had as a club was 17 years no trophy, 17 years no trophy. No matter how you talked, no matter how we played, no matter what we did, it was 17 years no trophy, 17 years no trophy. You guys are shit. You never win. You are bottle jobs, right? So we want that trophy, and I was hoping that with that trophy win, we will actually sort our shit together and start behaving like a club, right? Like a normal club.
I remember saying, right, as in January, I bought my ticket to the final, paid a lot of money for it because I would never have got it. And I remember saying, if we get there and if we happen to do it, then you know what? It might be just an unbelievable thing, because imagine the arrogance, the swagger, the cockiness that people like Archie Gray, that Micky Moore, that Lucas Berghvall, these 18 and 19-year-olds are going to have when they walk into next season. I'm already a Europa League fucking winner. I'm a European champion on the second tier. And imagine what that can do, right? That might even mean that Ange can like harness that in his own little way. Obviously, Ange went, and I was a supporter of that decision. I think we all were. But it hasn't materialized. It hasn't been the manifestation of something better. That's done. That was forgotten about all super quickly, and now we've just gone back to type. Let me just quickly finish this thing, and Luba, I'll let you come back in, mate. Sorry, just give me 2 seconds, mate. Ulrika ka ratata Ulrika ka. Big up to you with the super sticker, miss. I hope you're okay. Get out of the bath, dry your bits. G&T's on clock. Thank you so much, miss. Appreciate the support. And Surreal McCoy's has come back in with another one. I think this was from a while ago. It was from 10 minutes ago. He said, hang on, Lubo. Hang on, mate. You blame the ownership for not buying the quality, but yet when the kids don't deliver, you say they are just kids. I'll leave that one for you, Lubo, to answer. Thank you very much for the super chat, Surreal. Very, very generous, mate. Very generous tonight.
It's easy. If you bring in 2 kids into midfield, didn't go well tonight. But it's if you either believe in them or you don't believe in them. You either give them a run or you don't give them a run. It's so easy to if we'd have won today 3-0, like we did against Burnley when Gray and Berghvall played, would you have said, yeah, fantastic, it's worked brilliantly. They are this is the answer. No, it's a small step. So you either take the knocks or you take the pluses when they come, and you have a plan. The problem we've got at Spurs with everything is there is no plan, not with anything. And there doesn't seem to be any structure in terms of the way we play. I'm waiting to see what sort of structure, what sort of plan is in place for January in terms of buying players. It's the whole thing's a shambles at the club. It is a complete shambles. There's been as I've said, there's many times there's been no long, mid, or short term strategy at the club for the last 25 years. So I'm not sure what everybody expects. We've gone through Kane and Son papered over the cracks for several years. We've had some good managers that have come in. We've had one or two very good directors of football that have come in, and they've all papered over the cracks. There's been nothing consistent for 25 years. Nothing. It's been.
Yeah, but you're always happy with the players that
Ian,
I know, Lubo.
Sorry.
Yeah, Ian. Do you want us to act like a big club?
That we have. Sorry, Dan. Go on, mate. Go on.
Sorry, I can't.
Right, Dan. Go on, mate.
That was my bad. Do you want us to be a big club? You say you want us to act like a big club or to act like the size of club we
Absolutely.
are. Do you really want that? Right,
Absolutely.
then we shouldn't even be talking about Archie Gray being on that pitch. He should be out on loan. Fine. If you want to get a player that has got some caliber on him and has got a chance of being a good player, you get him and you go stick him out on loan like a big club does. Not defend him tooth and nail that he should be starting and getting more games on. If you want us to finish in top 10, top 15, then okay, I'm with you. Let's get the boys out on the pitch and let them play about in their white shorts.
Yeah, there's no one at the club. They haven't bought anybody at the club.
But we shouldn't be going for Archie Grays. We should be going for people that are established now. And that's what I mean with you. It's like 1 minute you want us to act on a big club, but then you talk about you want all the youth players to come in and play.
And you go for both. You go if a player is out there that is that good, you bring him in, but at the same time you go and you improve your first team and you bring in a Conor Gallagher, for example.
And if your first team is good enough to carry him, basically, which the first 11 do usually have to carry a young man that comes on to an extent, unless they're Wayne Rooney.
Dan, how can you hit the nail on the head? The team tonight can't help Graham Berghvall through because all the established players, bar Micky and Mawani in parts, were shit. They were awful. So
what's that down to? Because Lubo, because I've got to be honest, I've got to challenge you, right? I do want to bring Michael back in because I promised him a couple of seconds, and I Sav's back as well. I'm going to bring him in as well. But Lubo, just super quick, right? Super quick answer. You do come at the conversation with two sort of a little bit contradictory viewpoints. You do support the signings, you do love the youth, you do rate them, and then when it doesn't work out, you say the club doesn't buy the players.
But sure.
You fancy and rate the players that we have, and when they do work out, you say these guys are going to be generational. So I don't know how it is you feel, because it feels like it's flip flop based on the result.
Anyone who's listened to me over the last year or so will know I have consistently said Spurs have the money. They don't push themselves with FFP, PSL, whatever you want to call it. And when we were bringing in the kids, we weren't bringing in the established players, and we should have brought in the established players. And the club has the money to bring in the established players.
So what? Polinia, Kudus, Mawani.
No, I'm talking about the previous summer.
Yeah, but you rate the players that we have to the point
I rate the players. I don't rate the players anywhere near the players that Poch had. I want to get behind the players, Sean. If you say to me, how do you rate?
That's different. That's different. It's a different thing from saying I support the players that we have versus these players are mustard and should be and a quality.
None of them were getting Poch's team. None of them. They're the sort of players.
We should be able to beat Fulham, mate. The last time we won at home was on match week 2.
But I've answered you.
I think, was it match week 1, Michael? Was it?
Yeah.
Week 1.
It was first game of the season.
I said tonight was appalling. It was a shocking performance. There's no structure. There don't seem to be any tactics. There's no plan.
Do you think a new manager changes it, Lubo? I truly believe we'll have a new manager bounce, and we might see it might be a bit better on the eye. But I think we then go back to these very painful performances, because these players will show again and again and again there is not enough quality for us to be what we think we are.
That's so. Sava, does that then show, Sava? Does that then make a couple of us stand back and think, even though I do think he was an awful manager, that maybe it wasn't all on Angie's head? That the players were actually as bad as that? And people like me have stuck up for the players too much.
I don't think everything was on Angie's head. But first of all, I'll be honest, I'm really bored about everything in my chat today, whatever happens. Ange. But if you lose 22 games in a Premier League season, you're going to be sacked. Right? The same way, if Thomas Frank keeps losing games, you're going to be sacked, right? Whether we want them to be sacked or not, it was inevitable.
Yeah.
But this is my biggest concern. This is just my biggest concern, is that not on today's game. I'll use what I do like when Lubo says is micro and macro. The micro is, yeah, we should be beating Fulham, right? But the macro is that this squad has been put together really badly, right?
Who's really bad? Oh, sorry. You know what? I want to ask you that. Go on, finish your point, and I won't bring Michael in. Sorry, because I keep going off on tangents.
I think the squad has been put together really badly over a number of different managers that have different philosophies. Our two main fullbacks aren't even actually fullbacks; they're wing backs. We've not bought one single ball-playing midfielder for 4, 5, 6 years, right? 7 years, maybe, right? We've not bought a proper top-quality left winger. We've not replaced Son. We've not replaced Kane. Literally, the squad has been put together, mishmash. Different directors of football, different managers. And as I said, if you want to sack Frank, fine. I won't cry over it. Sack him. But then with the next guy, can we please have a plan? Can we have a plan on what we're doing in transfer windows? Can we have a plan as to, are we buying players for a philosophy that the club want to take forward for the next decade, no matter who the manager is, rather than, Glasner comes in, we're purely going to buy players for a wing-back formation.
Saba, you know that a decade-long plan in football, if the first year is the worst year in that decade-long plan, is not going to satisfy. Michael, I hear what Saba's saying. Michael, sorry, Saba, I've got to bring Michael because he's so quiet, he's so patient, he's so polite. Also, we've got Henry Wright's making a reappearance into the Tottenham community in 5 minutes. It's going to be interesting, isn't it? It'll be fascinating to see. So hang around, guys. See what he's got to say. Michael, what are we saying? I think Saba's spot on, but I also think that the fan base. I've always said this: it's a results-based business until the fans turn, and the fans will give up. And if the fans go mental, then the owners will use the shield of the owner of the manager to protect themselves from the fallout. Always has been the case at Tottenham and everywhere else as well.
Yeah, that's what me and Dan said at the beginning of the show, right? I don't want Frank to go. I'm not Frank out, right? And I won't be Frank out this season unless we risk relegation, right? Which I don't think we will. But I don't matter, and Dan doesn't matter, and Sava doesn't matter, right? If vast majority of the fans will be Frank out because of the results like today, then he will get sacked, right? And there is nothing that will change that. It doesn't matter that I will sit here and scream, give Frank time, and he needs a year, he needs 3 transfer windows, he needs to rebuild the squad, right? He won't get the time because as much as I think fans can stomach losses like PSG or even Arsenal, even though it hurts like hell, even Chelsea, even though it hurts like hell, right? When we lose to Bournemouth at home and Fulham at home, we draw with Wolves at home, right? Those type of results, unfortunately, get you sacked when you are a manager of a club like ours, right? This is the issue because, I'm not making an argument, but by saying what I will say in a second, I'm not making an argument that Thomas Frank is a small club manager, right? But he needs to understand, or not understand, he needs to come up with something to get us wins in games that we are supposed to win as a Big Six club, right? Even though I don't think we are a Big Six club per se, like Chelsea or City or whoever, right? We as fans treat our club as a Big Six, right? We want to be Big Six. We want to constantly win. We want to be top 4. We want to challenge for trophies, right? So you don't challenge for trophies and you won't finish top 4 if you lose to Fulham at home, right? So it's just an easy equation. Like, we are fortunately or unfortunately, we have fans with relatively high demand, even though the manager and the players cannot really satisfy that demand. So something, it's really hard. It's like, how do I put it? It's like, I don't want our fans to lower the expectations, right? Because I think we should have expectations, right? This club can be a great club, right? But at this current point in time, I don't think we can be that club that fans want to be. At this current point in time, we will have results like that. We will perform like that, right? Because the squad isn't good enough. Thomas Frank is just maybe a bit confused, I would say, with what exactly he wants to do with the club, the squad, and where he wants to lead us, right? So it's a really peculiar situation, but it all boils down to you buy patience of the fans with results, right? And
Mick, can I ask you a question on something you said, if that's all right?
Go for it, obviously.
I was having this chat with my uncle earlier today, and we were talking about Spurs being a Big Six club. And he said to me, and I completely agree with him, I think if you actually look as a Big Six club over a period of time, Kane and Son made us a Big Six club.
Yeah, definitely.
I'm looking at this now, and when I'm seeing people in the chat saying, well, we should be beating Monaco, and we should easily roll over these, I think the gap has reduced between Spurs and these clubs below us for years. As we've got worse and worse players coming in after Dembele went and after Walker went, everyone's a downgrade that we've got. Yeah. These other clubs are scouting better. And I think this whole notion now that we are still a Big Six club over a period of time, our average league finish since Pochettino, right? Our average league finish is 7.8. So 8, right?
Yeah,
now, I know Rubo will say,
that is down to rounds. Take out last season and it's 6th.
Yeah,
it's 6th.
Sure. But my point is, in those years when it was 6th, Kane and Son,
of course, we know,
in every one of those teams. Right now, I don't look at this squad. Like when we're saying we should beat Fulham, yes, we should beat Fulham. I'm not doubting that, Mikel, right? I'm not.
Yeah.
I don't look at it and go, there is a golfing class between Tottenham and these other teams. I think we've overrated so many average footballers, and fans think we are still a top club, and I don't think we are. I think years and years of neglectful transfer windows, this is where I do agree with Lubo, has left this squad the way it is today. Now, that is going to be the same whether it's Frank or whatever, but there's a limit. So when people go, why were you round out? Well, that's because we were 17th. Yeah. But I don't expect a lot more than top 8. I don't. That's all.
Yeah. Can I just answer one comment that is absolutely bang on here? What's that?
Yeah, what time is it? What time is it?
No, David R. 11:36. That's the one. That's the one. That's what we were talking about tonight. How long is it going to take?
It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous notion. It's a ridiculous notion.
Sean, please. Levy was great on the commercial side, but he fucked up the football side.
Guys,
it's ridiculous notion.
Guys.
So we don't all see it, Lubo. We don't all see it. You see it, and a section of the fan base sees it. We don't all see it, mate. We don't all see it. We got to a Champions League final. We got to Europa League final.
Sean and Lubo. Guys, please.
None of it was sustainable, Sean. None of it was sustainable. It was bits and pieces. Even clubs like Wigan and Portsmouth can have bits and pieces.
Lubo, this is where you always let yourself down, mate. You talk like it's settled science because you and your little echo chamber always agree that way.
It's not.
Guys, wait. Sean, Lubo, guys, please. Hey. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter whose fault it was that we are here, right? It doesn't matter whose fault it was. The point matters that we are here where we are now, no matter who neglected us, right? If it was Daniel Levy himself, if it was the whole board, if it was fans' fault, players' fault, whoever, right? We are where we are right now. And my point was, Sava, I don't think we are Big Six. I don't think we ever were Big Six, by the way, right? I think Big Six is a commercial thing created like 20 years ago to sell Premier League, to say, look, we have 6 clubs that compete for trophies, right? We have 6 clubs that are one of the biggest in the world, right? We are nowhere near the other 5 in terms of trophies won, or at least after the Premier League was created, we separated from the
draw, which is a major thing, which Lubo and people like Lubo completely forget because they only ever look internally.
When Premier League was being created, right? When Chelsea weren't what they are right now, and when City wasn't what they are right now, I think we had not the same level of pull as United or Arsenal, but I think we were way closer than at that point in time, right?
When under Pochettino,
when the Premier League was being created, right? So when
no,
there was no Big Six, I mean, not financially, right? But okay,
we didn't, Michael. Sorry, man. Like Tottenham weren't a big four in the 90s. Tottenham finished 16th, 13th, 12th, 11th. We were like the same as
bad years. We had 2 bad
okay,
years.
okay. So I stand corrected on that.
We never finished second or third or fourth in the 90s, Lubo. What are you talking about?
We've never been a big club. As all we have ever been is a cup club. No,
you're a cup team. We're a cup team in the 90s.
As all we're big on, yeah. The only reason we're in. Go on, Mike. Go on.
No, so sorry. Okay. I stand corrected on that point, right? Basically, my point was, I think Big Six is a commercial thing created to get Premier League money, right? And we, unfortunately, in my opinion, are dragged into that conversation that we never should have been a part of, right? Because as much as I think we are a big club financially, I think we are a big club in terms of stadium. We have a big fan base, right? All of that is big at the club, but we are nowhere near those 5 clubs, but we are being treated as a club like that, right? We are being treated as a Big Six club, and our fan base, because of all of that, think we are a Big Six club. They think we should be behaving like Chelsea or Arsenal or United or City or Liverpool, right? But we won't unless some magic happens, right? And the ownership just decides to start spending like mad, right? But to your point, Sava, right? I think this is an issue right now because we have an expectation as a fan base to keep winning those games, right? As you said, vast majority of the fans wanted us to swipe Monaco away, right? Like as if they weren't a big club themselves, right? Monaco is a big club in France, right? So and we are with some good players, right? Yeah, so there is an expectation in the fan base to play attractive football and to win games and to challenge for trophies. We are not capable of doing that at this point in time, which I think will get Frank sacked if he doesn't start winning games. Because like at Brentford, he can go through 2 years of win, draw, loss, finishing 13th, 15th, 10th, and all that stuff, right? To stabilize a team, to create a pattern of play, and to be a great club to watch, right? Because that's what happened at Brentford. This is why we hired him, because he had 5 or 6 years at Brentford to work through all those pains along the way and to finish where Brentford finished 10th, I think, right? They were when we bought him, right? And they had great forward line. They had great attacking patterns because he had time. He won't get that time at Spurs because our fan base thinks we should be competing with Chelsea and Liverpool. And that I'm not saying that we can't, right?
We're miles off.
But we are miles off, and something seriously needs to fucking change if you want to compete with Chelsea, right?
What it is, Mike, I agree with what you've said. Everything you've said. We have never, ever been this big club that a load of people think, yeah? I mean, if you want to talk about big club, like say Monaco and that, Monaco are bigger than PSG, or was bigger than PSG until the oil money come in. PSG was nobody until the money came in. They nearly, I mean, Monaco, Lyon, all that were better.
Yeah, Marseille.
We have never been this big club that a lot of people think we are, in the same standards as everybody else. As all we have ever been is this little cup club that shows up with a little bit of money and gets a bit of name because we are a London team. The thing people get the ump with, the reason we are rated in the top 10 in the world is because the establishment and the money and the support and everything else goes to that of a big team. But the history of us, okay, we might have the 6th most amount of trophies in the Premier League, but we've got a piss poor standard in the league, as bad as bloody Derby. Even Blackburn have been better than us of late in the past.
It's like saying the Empire Stadium is
money. Yeah, it's all down to money at the end of the day, yeah. But on the other side, when you've got the money of a big club, you've got the caliber of the big club, you've got everything the big clubs have got to an extent, and you're paying what a big club, like as if you're going to a big club, or we pay more than the big clubs as such, then you start wanting big things for your club because you see things of capability. You see, right, I'm paying the money to go there. I expect to see things happening. Yeah. We've got more on ticket prices than bloody Real Madrid, Bayern Munich, Barcelona, Juventus, Inter Milan, PSG, the whole lot of them. and we end up with players like bloody Archie Gray, Odobert, Tel, and stuff like that. Then you start asking questions. But if you go by actual realistic history, we have never, ever, ever been a big club. It is as delusional in that aspect, and that's not a word I use often, as people turning around and saying Spurs have a Spurs system of play. It's as crazy as saying Spurs have a style of play. We have never had a style of play since World War bloody II, or should I say since we've done the bloody double. I'm sorry, Lubo, I wasn't alive then, mate. So I'm sorry, I wasn't that far back.
I will sit down. I'll give you a call next year.
I know you will, mate.
History and teach you about the history of our club.
Yes, mate. And what I'll do is I'll go onto the internet and I'll tell you how far back my surname goes, for God's sake. I've got Vikings in my history. Later, man, where we are.
Spurs were a big club till Enoch turned up.
Yeah.
Oh, shut up, Lubo. You talk absolute bollocks,
Swedish.
mate. You talk absolute bollocks.
Sorry,
on that
Lubo, man.
Lubo, you talk absolute nonsense. Unbelievable nonsense, mate. Unbelievable agenda. You've got such an agenda on it. It's ridiculous.
13 trophies in 38 years.
How many of them? How many of them are title challenges, mate?
Doesn't matter. They're
yes, it does. Yes, it does.
No, Sean, let me answer this one, Sean. Right. If we go through things, let's just do this realistically here, Everything has its points. So let's say the league. I won't call it the Premier League. Just call it winning the league. Gets you 10 points. Getting the FA Cup, do we agree on 7 points or do I say 8 points? Getting the League Cup, okay, getting the League Cup gets you, say, 4 points. Coca-Cola Cup, Mickey Mouse Cup, whatever you want to call it. Champions League gets you 15 points. Europa Cup, if we're going to be realistically, gets you 4 points because it's easier to win than the bloody Europa Cup. Right, let's add up all those cups together. We probably don't even add up in the points to the top 15 teams because of the amount of league games we have. Okay, UEFA Cup of previous was more than it is now. Yes, I've agreed. I've stepped back.
Football has so much variance in it. It's ridiculous.
But if you add it up in points,
we never mounted a
we're
title
nowhere
challenge.
near any of the others.
We've never been anywhere near.
I mean, look,
the
we
Lugo.
don't. If you want to come to what we've won in history, we don't even tickle Forest or bloody Villa. They've won the Champions League.
I actually wanted to ask, guys, do you think we are bigger than Everton, Villa, and like Newcastle?
History, no. If you go by the points I just said, Mike, no, we're not.
Who's
Look
got
how
a bigger
many
fan
times
base?
they've won the league.
Yeah. So
Look
like,
how many times.
I agree. Fan base wise, we are a bigger
Fan
club
base-wise,
financially right now.
Revenue, fan
all
base,
things
stadium,
I would agree, right?
all
But
that shit. Yeah.
like,
Okay, so
history-wise,
what's the last trophy that Everton won?
Yeah.
probably
Well,
the league.
okay.
Probably the league like 40 years
Okay,
ago.
then put it this way.
FA
One thing
Cup
I get told a lot of the
1995,
time,
right?
1995.
Yeah,
Yeah,
1995.
Right.
Yeah. I
So
think.
does history mean anything then? Does history mean
yeah,
anything?
of course it does.
Right, then if history means something, then Everton, if you go by the point scale I just said, have got a much higher point scale than us. Look how many times they've won the league. We're as pathetic as bloody Derby County, for God's sake. As all we've ever been is a cup club. Nothing more, nothing less, bar just after World War II. Maybe I got the dates out by 10 years, 20 years.
Okay, so how do you think?
Welcome back to the Tottenham community, Henry. By the way, you look like you've been in 10 rounds with Tyson. You okay, mate?
Yeah, do you know what? I was sitting there watching the. I'm not gonna lie. I've had a skinful, right?
Oh,
So if
fair
I say
enough.
anything out of touch, you know what? I was sitting there in the pub, loads of us. Everyone was saying, "Oh, sack Frank," and I'm sitting there going, "If we sack Frank right now, who comes in?" That's the first question. And how much of this blame right now we're in do you put on the board, the players, and Frank? Until someone answers that question, then we can move forward. Because I was sitting there right now.
No one's ever going to. Henry, no
You're
one's
more
ever
sensible
gonna
when you've had a
answer
drink,
that. No one's
Henry.
ever going to answer that question without an agenda. But Lubo's got a giant fucking agenda where he pretends like Tottenham used to be challenging for league titles over 44, 46
can we
games.
just call it for what it is? You can't be starting Archie Gray against PSG. You can't. You can't leave Shabby Simmons out of the North London derby when he's our highest paid player since Harry Kane. You can't leave him out. You can't leave him out against Fulham. And at the end of the day, it's unacceptable to be 2-0 down inside the opening 10 minutes. But let's say we sack Thomas Frank right now. Let's say we sit here Sunday morning before the Super Sunday. We wake up to breaking news, Thomas Frank sacked. We all go into meltdown. The whole YouTube world goes mad.
Yeah, get me a fucking thumbnail.
Yeah, don't get me wrong. We might all have a lot of fucking views coming in. Okay, so let's say we go and get Glasner. Does Glasner leave Palace for us?
No.
He doesn't.
No.
And by the way, Sean, that whole Palace team that we spoke about last summer,
Yeah.
we need to have a serious chat about that.
Oh,
Let's
do we?
look at the Bournemouth manager. Does he leave Bournemouth for us?
Yes, he
I don't
does.
think
Yeah.
he does.
Yeah, no, he does. He does. He
I
might do.
don't
He might do.
He's
He's got a good
Liverpool already
relationship with
speaking to him.
Iriola.
Liverpool already speaking to him. Now you look at Liverpool or us, it's no competition. So then you look at
He's got
Xavi.
a very good relationship. So I said Iriola. He's got a very good relationship with Bill Foley, but
He's got a very good relationship with Richie Hughes as well, who's there number 2.
But he's massively limited. And look, by the way, Iriola's flawed as well. He went 2-0 up against Sunderland today. And
every manager's got their flaw, right? But you can't be lining up against Chelsea with 0.08 XG. You can't be losing.
So you're Frank out then. So you're Frank out.
No, I'm not Frank out. I'm just anyone that is Frank out, answer me this question. What manager do you bring in? And does that manager get more out of these group of players?
Well, I genuinely think...
I know Lubo loves
Here's what I would say. Here's what I'd say, Henry. I
I've
said
watched
this
a lot of
earlier
your content,
before you
fuck
guys
me,
jumped
what are
on.
you doing?
I genuinely think that if you keep Thomas Frank until the January window and then you go around with 200 million quid to try to improve the team, a lot of the players that... Hang on. A lot of the players that... Oh, 100 million quid, whatever.
We ain't even got that. We've got about...
Yes, we have. Yes, we have.
No chance.
Yes, we got...
When's the last time we spent 100 million in January?
Hear me out. If you're giving Thomas Frank 100 million quid in January and you're trying to go and attract a top level striker in January and a top level left winger in January, when you point to look what we did against Chelsea, 0.07 XG,
okay,
look what we did against Arsenal, 0.08, whatever it was.
I
don't think they want to come, right? So either you make the change now and you pay a lot of fucking compensation and then you give a plan or a project, which I think is risky and dangerous and difficult, or you essentially write off the fucking season, wait until the World Cup is done. You don't go and get the players in January. You hold the money back, and then you give the next geezer, whether that's Pochettino or Joaquim Low or Xavi or whoever else, and you give them 250 million quid in the summer. But that means that you have to tolerate another 6 months of absolute dross.
Let me ask you 2 questions. Do you think our fan base is prepared to be patient?
No.
Okay, so you've answered the first question. So why the fuck did we employ Thomas Frank?
Ask Sava.
Stability, I think, is the reason we got Thomas Frank in. I think because I'm only saying what I think. You know what? Do you know what I think looks weird for me? Yeah, when Levy was here, for me, at his looks at the time, Frank looked like the perfect man. The man who was just going to take what he's given, adapt to what he's got, and do the best with what he's got. But now all of a sudden, Levy's not here, and the club's talking about being this big club and talking about being bigger, wanting to win things, wanting to do this. I sit back and look at it and think, hang on a minute. Thomas Frank was more of a Levy-style manager for me. And not that I didn't want Thomas Frank. He wasn't my first choice. I think he's a good, adaptable coach. Not that it's showing at the moment, but I think he has got a history of being a good enough, adaptable coach for when we had Levy in charge. But now all of a sudden I look at it and it's like, why did they actually get him? Did they get us to get the stability, basically, to get the next manager in? Because he was known as a coach, a manager, whatever you want to call him, who can stable up a team a lot better and play with what he's got a lot better, not just got one mindset and everything. So that's my question for that one. Under Levy, it seemed quite sensible thing to do.
Yeah, but it's a massive gamble.
Anything's a massive gamble. I know that. Savvy was a massive gamble.
You're bringing in a manager who has never managed in Europe, and you're saying on your first job you managed Tottenham, who... This is what I can't... The same sort of question, and I'll shut up in a second, right? But you play a system against PSG, right, in the Super Cup. And to be fair, we were that close to winning the Super Cup. You don't play that system for 17 matches. You play a counter-attacking system. You then play PSG again in the Champions League and go back to the same system that the players aren't used to. And now, the question that I said earlier in the pub was, is Thomas Frank prepared to stick to one system? Because in the last 4 games, we've played 4 different formations.
Do you know what I think? You call him Thomas Frank, by the way.
Yeah, that's the Stella Artois talking, but ignore that.
Right. Do you know what I think the problem is, Henry? I almost feel like with him now, I feel that he's almost confused. I think he's trying to do so much I don't think he knows his best 11. I don't think he knows what's the best to get out of these players. But if I asked anyone on the panel, Henry, what's our best style of play with this group of players? Because we've got such little technical ability in this football club.
Yeah,
what are we? I don't know what we are. We're not
I think
possession-based team. Are we a transition team?
That's what I think we are. I think we're a transition.
If you're a transition team, you need really good forwards. It was easy to transition when Kane and Son and Bale were flying down. Right now,
you know what it is, Ava? If you put someone on £200,000 a week and you pay 60 million, how can you possibly, if you're the hierarchy right now and you're Levy and co, and forget this whole Levy's not involved, he's still fucking there, right? If you're part of that hierarchy and you're looking down and you've just awarded Xavi Simons a £200,000 a week contract with bonuses for after 30 games, etc., and you're playing Manchester United and you go, right, I'm going to leave you on the bench. I'm going to bring you on after 70 minutes. North London Derby, I'm going to leave you on the bench. PSG, I'm going to leave you on the bench. And then you play Fulham, who, by the way, hadn't won an away game all fucking season. And then Robin Hood comes along and we go, do you know what, lads? Let's bend over like Lily Phillips and Bonnie Blue and you just come and fuck us right up the arse. Because that's exactly what happened in the opening 10 minutes.
Well,
so now, Henry, I don't make you wrong. I don't make you wrong. And do you know what I think we're seeing? Is if you look at the players that Spurs went for before Xavi Simons. Now, by the way, I'll caveat and say I like Xavi Simons.
I like Semenyo, etc.
I think he will come good, right? But if you look at all the players Thomas Frank went for in the summer before that, Semenyo, powerful. Morgan Rogers, powerful, right? Morgan Gibbs-White, powerful, right? He was going after powerful athletes, Premier League proven.
Yeah.
We then end up getting Mawani and Simons late on in the day because it looked like we didn't really have a plan.
Mawani was a panic buy.
Right, I know it was. But then because of that, what I'm seeing now is we've not got much technical ability in the team and we've not got a lot of...
Who do you think our most technically best player is?
James Maddison.
Okay.
By a country mile.
And where is he?
Yeah. No, of
he's
course.
broken.
But this is my point, Henry, right? I agree with you. I love the question, the three questions you asked. I'm the same as you. I'm more than happy to wake up and see Frank sacked, but answer those questions. You're right. Is it just the manager? Is it the manager and the players? Is it the manager and the players and the owners? Like, if just removing the manager is the solution, then the next manager should come in and we play great football and everything's great. But that's not going to happen. The next manager is going to need the board to really, really back him.
The thing is,
and let him build an identity. But my question is this: will the fans? I'm not saying they have to be patient with Frank, but are they going to be patient with
anyone?
Next manager?
We're not going to know anything until summer. Until next summer, January. You can hit and hope, basically. We all know it's going to be it's a nightmare to buy anyone. This one might be a little bit easier to get a loan in because you've got World Cup coming up. Someone at a quality team isn't getting enough time, wants some game time. Maybe a bit easier. We are really not going to know whether Enoch mean business or not until the end of the summer. And then I personally think, in my opinion, we actually learn whether the main problem was actually Levy or was the problem one step above.
Before Alex starts, sorry guys, it's 1 a.m. here. I'm really tired. I have to go. So sorry, Alex. Like I really am tired. So I appreciate talking with you boys. It was great to have a chat. Mate. It was a shit fucking day as a Spurs supporter, as always. So nothing safe, right?
We'll get you back on this week, yeah.
Yeah. See you guys.
Appreciate you.
I'll see you again.
Bye-bye.
By the way, can I just say, Sean, quickly before you go on? Lots of people saying I'm making excuses for Frank. I'm not at all. If people actually open their ears, I'm cool. Sack him. Get rid of him if you want, but just have a plan for the next guy because it's all well and good to want a manager with a philosophy, but you've got to give the manager the players that can play that philosophy.
Can I ask an open question before you let Alex come in? Would you let Thomas Frank see out the season? Regardless of how it goes, would you say to him, you got the season?
Do you know what actually scares me on that one?
Go on, Dan.
Oh, what actually scares me on that one, what you said there, yeah? Maybe this is going a bit OTT. But at this moment in time, I can only assess what I've seen so far. I've seen Spurs look good. I've seen us look as bad as we have under Ange, if not worse, in my opinion. And I've seen us look okay in general, but it's now going over to the bad side. We keep playing like this, we're going to be struggling for a top 15. The only reason we stayed up last season, as far as I'm... Thank you. The only reason we stayed up last season, as far as I'm concerned, is because we had 3 of the worst teams the Premier League has ever seen.
Yeah.
This year, I don't think it's quite so easy down there in the bottom 3. If this goes to total off a cliff like it looks like it's doing, like it did with Ange, I'm a bit scared of how deep we can go this year, with the bottom 3 being significantly better than what they were last season. Maybe I'm going to be...
Get sacked before it gets to that. He can't.
But then who do we get in to rescue it if it did go to that? Like I say, maybe it's a bit too far. Maybe it's
the only manager you don't get.
Question.
The only manager you get is
Sam Allardyce, yes.
You go to the USA and you go and get Pochettino and you say, fine.
It's not happening.
Now. Never going to happen. Never in a million years.
The only manager we'll get is
What
Iriota.
to do with these players?
But Sav, the transfer window's around the corner. You either trust Frank with the money, and if you trust him with the money, then you trust him for the season.
Or do you let him stay, Lubo, and you don't let him pick the players? Let's be honest, right? He was going all out for Savinho, and I wouldn't want Savinho right now.
No, thank you.
Why not?
Oh, take it all day, every day.
Who's better than what we have, but he plays for City. He's absolutely fucking toilet.
Yeah, but you got to understand. He plays in a system for City where he's coached to not play with freedom. He's coming to our team.
Jeremy Doku can do whatever the fuck he wants in the City team.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, but he's next level.
Jeremy Doku would be our best winger by a country mile.
Yeah, and Savinho would be our best winger by a country mile, because I think that Mohamed Kudus is a selfish playground player who holds on to the ball.
Do you not think, Sean, that Kudus is like restrained?
No, Kudus isn't restrained.
Kudus gets a bit selfish.
Every time Kudus gets the ball, and don't get me wrong, he's a fantastic player.
Would you be selfish if you got Richarlison up front?
No, hang on. For every single time he gets the ball and does something brilliant, there's 2 times when he gets the ball and holds on to it.
He's a luxury player.
I tell you, there's one
number of players we turn our nose at. When you look at the squad we've got, I find
I'm not saying that. But if you remember in the summer, I was saying Savio, right? Love to have him. He's a brilliant player. 40 million quid bid, pay it. 50 million quid bid, rejected. Okay, go to 60. When he got to 60 million quid and it was rejected, I was like, we're getting to the point now where we're being mugged off here. And we ended up not paying the 70 that was the final rejection. Savinho, I'm sorry, is not a 70 million pound player.
Yeah, but that's the market, Sean. That's the problem. That 50 to 70 million range is every Premier League attacking winger in the league.
The game has moved. The game has moved to beyond sort of fancy, tricky players. Tottenham are not the sort of team that can have that sort of luxury. You need physicality, and Savinho. Look at Xavi Simons, right? Everyone's throwing the baby out with the bathwater. Even Thomas Frank doesn't play him, or when he does, when he starts him, he gets stinker and hooked. Yet anyone that's got a set of eyes on them can see that he's not getting the support from the team behind him, from the midfielders. And he looks up and he's got Brennan Johnson on the right wing, Richalison on the left wing, and whoever it was up front. Right, and Xavi Simons gets the stinker and hook motif thrown at him.
Exactly. And then the narrative is Simons is a
100% what I'd go for. More
again, Lookman's a massive gamble.
Do you know what I think we need? I think we need some solid players, right? I think we need some solid. And hear me out.
We need some men, not boys.
Just go and get Mateta.
Yeah, but hear me out. No, not Mateta, right? I think we need some solid players. Our squad, I think we need to go and get, right, solid pros. I think we need to go and get some Conor Gallagher types, right, that been there, seen it, done it, leaders, good engine, good passing, scores goals, right? Not just him, but we need to get some players like that. We keep buying these really skinny little kids.
We need proven players.
fancy names from another league.
Yeah.
Prem proven players. A João Gomez, a Conor Gallagher, whoever. Someone that's prem proven that knows the physicality, that there's no risk on that.
Go and get Anderson from Forest. He'd be the ideal fucking central midfielder for us.
And how much is Elliot? Listen, I agree with you, Henry. He's a quality player.
He's an £80 million player.
How much?
That would be one of my first choices.
I'd go and get John McGinn all day long.
I said John McGinn 2 years ago, and you went,
"Shut up, Henry, you fucking Monday morning quarterback."
Sean, can I bring this up? Right, this is the different. If you look at, I always bunch us in the same model as Newcastle and Villa, right? As in, we're not the big four clubs, but we're there or thereabouts with Europe and blah blah blah.
We're worse than those two, though.
No, hang on. No, we are now, Henry. This is the point I'm going to get to. If you actually look at what Aston Villa have done in the last 4 or 5 years, right? They don't go out and buy children, right?
Yeah.
Aston Villa have gone out and bought physical players. Kamara, Tielemans, John McGinn, Onana. When they did go and buy a young player, it was Morgan Rogers, who's powerful,
as well,
right? Pau Torres, Luca Digne, right? When you look at what they did, they kitted their team out with, let's get seasoned, experienced pros, right?
Prem proven pros for the most part.
And that's why Aston Villa have been very, very consistent for the last 3-4 years. You look at that, now compare that to us, right? Henry, let me ask you this. 2 years ago, when Yuri Tielemans was on a free, do you remember our fans going, Tielemans, Spurs?
I remember me, you, and Sean.
Our best midfielder by a country fucking mile. We turn our noses up at everyone. Look at the fans in the window turning their noses up at players like Rashford and Akliouche.
Sava, look what we did last with the centre midfield.
Yeah,
when me and you sat there, went for about 5 players on there, and people were saying that they'd rather have Archie Gray over Locatelli, for fuck's sake.
Last summer, 2 summers ago, not to completely go left. 2 summers ago, me, you, and Sean talked about the whole Palace team, right?
Shut up.
Now, no. What I will say is Crystal Palace are on the verge of losing Gahey. Do you know who Crystal Palace are going to probably go and sign? Do you know who they're going to sign?
No.
Botman from Newcastle. Right? They're already planning ahead, miles in advance.
We should go and get the centre-back from Dortmund, by the way.
Slotterbeck. It's not happening.
Slotterbeck.
It's not happening.
No, he's already wanted out in Spain. Isn't he?
He's already wanted by Barcelona, PSG, Liverpool. My big theory is we're going to lose Van de Ven.
Both of our centre-backs that everyone says are fucking dog shit all of a sudden. Like, we can't defend because we haven't got good enough players. Both of our centre-backs are wanted by the best teams in Europe.
Yeah, they're not dog shit.
Who?
Are they?
Who wants Romero? Who wants Romero? Who wants Romero? I've never seen anyone bid for him.
He's signed a new contract now, hasn't he? But there was all the
rumors wanted by Liverpool, Bayern Munich.
Van de Ven. But who actually wants Romero? In my opinion, the most underachieving, like up and down, overrated player we've got.
Underachieving. He's won 5 out of 6 trophies.
Wrong phrase.
Can I just share something?
I meant saying consistent. Wrong phrase. Inconsistent player we've got. Wrong phrase.
Whilst you're sharing that, Henry, just let me bring in Alex. Big up to you, Alex. How are you, mate? Good to see you. How'd you get the link, by the way?
I don't know.
Who's the leak? Who's the link leak?
I don't know.
You were going around saying, "Someone send me the link." Wait, let Henry finish his point. What's this point you're making, Henry?
On a serious point, so to Alex and the rest of you, how many of these games do you think we win? And let's just call it for what it is. Honest opinions, no bullshit. How many of these games? I'll go through mine. We lose to Newcastle. At best, we get a draw to Brentford. We beat Slavia Prague. We lose to Forest. We lose to Liverpool. We lose to Palace. And that's not me sugarcoating it. That's just me being brutally honest.
Yeah. He'll be gone. If that happens, I think a big loss to Newcastle, he's gone.
Because bearing in mind, we haven't beaten Newcastle away in a decade. And they've just beaten Everton 4-1 away from home. And
their midfield is going to destroy us. Their midfield out of absolute man is absolutely going to eat ours alive. Now, don't get me wrong. Paulinia can hold his ground. I think Bentancur can hold his ground, yeah. But anyone else there, I mean, Tonali for me is probably one of the most underrated centre mids in the world, not just the Premier League.
Oh,
That's
he's
my
massive.
personal opinion.
We could have signed him. You know that.
So many, I know, and so many people don't rate him.
Wanted him.
He was. To me,
yeah, we were busy signing Sarrs and Grays and Berghvalls. Though,
I put Tonali on the same level as Declan Rice, but again, a lot of people would say that's a crazy one. But I think Tonali is that good. It's a personal one.
So let's say we lose to Newcastle,
and then who else they got in the middle? They eat us alive on muscle.
Does anyone think we're going to beat Brentford with the form Thiago's on? Be honest. Does anyone think we'll beat Brentford?
No, because also their manager's going to be so up for that game.
Okay, so let's look at Slavia Prague. Let's say we beat Slavia Prague, hypothetically. Does anyone think we'll beat Forest away?
You can't see where the next win domestically is
coming. I can't see it.
That's the problem.
Okay. And Henry playing every 3 or 4 days.
We might not win until January. We might be maybe against Slavia Prague, but I'm not sure we're going to win until.
This is why he could be gone in January, Sean. This is why, in my opinion, I'm not saying I want him gone yet because I don't see what good it's actually going to do.
Is it? Let's be honest.
No, but the only other side I can look at it is, well, look what Roma went and done. Right, it's not working. Get out. Right, it's not working. Get out. Right, it's not working. Look at where they are now.
They're not prepared for.
That's the next bit I was going to go to. But can the fans handle that?
But they're not prepared for constant change, but they're also not prepared to sit and be patient. You're paying £1,200 a ticket, and you're going down there. You have a couple of beers, you have something to eat. You do 50 quid a home game. You're not prepared to sit there unless you're getting a result at the end of it. And at the moment in time, no one can see where the results are coming from. Let's be honest. Do we beat Bournemouth away? Do we beat Dortmund at home? West Ham at home? I don't even know if we're going to beat Burnley away.
Oh, you're saying that we're relegation fodder?
No, I'm being honest, Sean. Do we beat Burnley away?
Henry, what you're basically saying, is what I said like about 15 minutes ago, that it's actually looking a little bit worrying on that we're just as bad at the moment as we were under Ange.
This was Ange got us. This was Ange.
And the bottom three, yes, and the bottom three this year are significantly better than the bottom three last year. Now does it make sense what I just said about 15 minutes ago?
We can't have 6 managers in 6 years. At some point,
that's my point.
I get that point as well. I get that.
But at some point, one of these guys is going to need to be here for longer than a week.
Let me just one second, guys. Let me just let me do a couple of super chats, and then I want to give Alex his chance. Pick up to you, Alex. Daniel Fields coming with a super. I think it was your second one, mate. There was one previously as well. Big up to you, buddy. Thank you very much. Choo to you. Really do appreciate the super stickers on a shit night for Tottenham fans. And a user says we are now seeing the poor summer window he had. A user, you're a Levy fan, so I'm guessing you're giving that summer window problems to Vinay. I don't know. It always changes in the eyes of the fan base. Lubo seems to pivot whenever we win a game, and it's because of a Muani. It was Vinay. Whenever someone has a shit game, it was Daniel Levy's window. Big up to you, a user. Alex, big up to you, mate. How you doing, buddy? What's your thoughts, man? What's your thoughts?
I'm fed up. I should have gone to the soccer event. I should have never bought bloody Stelios' ticket. I wasn't in the best of moods. I wasn't even the best of moods going to the game in the first place. Thank goodness I went to the social club then, mate. Thank goodness I went to gym in the morning because I do my routine. Thank goodness I tidied up a little bit as well, get myself organised, because I said, thank goodness I made that chicken dinner, because I said I needed to have that chicken dinner, even though I missed Bobby Kay and Danny Kiriakou, that deluded guy, even though I love him, right? And then I left my seat. I was actually going to leave at half time because I was that fed up after the first goal, and then Vicario doing absolutely don't know what he was doing. You know what I mean? Then I left my seat, went to see Danny Kiriakou and Bobby Kay, and even saw bloody Nick, even though he's bang average as well. But big up. Talk about
the game, Alex, rather than your evening sort of line item.
Well, that's the game. That's the game, Bob. That's the game. That sums up my evening, Sean.
So you came on the chat. You came on the show just to tell us your night.
Yeah, because that sums up my evening going to the game. That sums up my evening being at that game. Honestly, it was absolutely crap. That was the worst game I've seen in a long time. There's not really much to say then, Sean. You know what I mean? That's my evening in the whole nutshell. Going to
That's
that
what he's trying to do, Sean. He's trying to say that his shit afternoon was better than the game.
It's literally telling you what I'm telling you what experience I've had going to that game right now. Honestly, it was.
All right, let me ask you a specific question then. Let me ask you a specific question. Are you Frank in or Frank out?
He's under pressure. He's under pressure. After that performance, he's under pressure. You can't look.
Yeah.
You cannot look past that performance. Unfortunately, it's the performance. Right, that first half was absolutely goddamn awful, and those comments just was terrible as well. Right, I didn't boo Vicario, but the point is though, you can't have a go at the fans. It's a rubbish time to go to the bloody game as well. That's why I was even more annoyed by going to the game as well, because it's 8 o'clock, which is a stupid time, right? And you know, and it's half empty the stadium as well, right? I had to see Archie Gray and Berghvall midfield, which didn't hurt my mood either. Richalison, that below average Emil Heskey, who the reason why he didn't get a free kick because he's always on his backside every single 2 minutes.
You say Mawani,
who I'm sorry, Lubo. I don't care whether he's injured. He's been pathetic, right? He should have got the game running. He's done nothing, done absolutely nothing, right? Yeah. Palhinha, worst game I've ever seen in my life. Worst game. Absolutely terrible game. And Kudos, right? I know why West Ham sold him to us, because he's predictable. He's absolutely predictable. All he does is go, and yes, it was a good goal in the end, and I feel sorry for Bobby K because he missed the goal, and he was so fed up as well. But the only good thing about going to that game was going to see Danny Kyriakou and everybody else. That sums up my evening, Sean. Going to that game sums up my evening. I should have gone to that soccer event. Honestly, it was absolutely
Alex,
pathetic.
is it fair to say that we know how this ends? Like we've seen this dance before. Manager under pressure, then has a pop at fans, even if that wasn't his intention. He's popped at fans. Listen, it doesn't matter whether I like Frank, don't like Frank, whether you do. We've seen this game before. We're not going to have patience. I don't think the board will have patience. We are going to have a new manager sooner rather than later. And I'm so intrigued to see who that's going to be and what they do. I am.
Saba, I agree with you. Saba, I don't think it's any benefit to us to sack the manager right now, right?
I agree.
But unfortunately, right, that performance says to me the players are down tools, because honestly, how can you get beat? Look, that first half was pathetic. It was pathetic. Honestly, I was sitting next to people and we were sitting there thinking, we're having a laugh, right? And I didn't move from my seat because they were getting on my nerves or anything like that. I just needed to see people that I knew. You know what I mean? If you're going to a game and you're sitting on your own and you're watching that game, you're not even in the mood, right? And you're seeing that pathetic performance at 8 o'clock at night where you could have been somewhere else.
Alex, the number of times I've walked in over the last few years and my missus has said to me, the social better than the football? And I went, yes.
That's the thing. That's the only thing good about the game. I'm sorry, Sean, you want a big analysis at the moment, but I'm just giving you a summation of me that evening going to a game, right, that I didn't even want to go to. Right, that sums up how I feel at the moment.
Are we Man United?
The worst game I've ever seen in my whole life.
Hang on, I've got a question for everyone then, yeah? It's something that my mate mentioned to me a couple of days ago. Now, when a new manager comes in, yeah, how do I put this? I'll try and put this in the politest way. Do you reckon he hasn't, not saying he's lost the dressing room, do you reckon Frank ever actually had the dressing room in the first place? Now, what I mean by that is someone like Conte comes in, someone like Klopp comes in, someone like Pep comes in, or an established manager comes in, players sit back and say, okay, boss, let's listen. Someone like Frank comes in, who I think is a good coach, but has got absolutely no history on him whatsoever, apart from doing very well with Brentford, not even getting them in relegation.
He was never the first
but
choice.
Winning nothing. No, but what I'm saying is, do you reckon the players are already sceptical and he has to win the players over as such before he even loses them? Do you get where I'm coming from? Whereas someone like, hang on, Ian, where someone like Conte or whatever comes in, just an example, he's already got the players on his side. They're already looking at him. Yes. Do you reckon Frank had to win the dressing room before he loses the dressing room? So when people say has he lost the dressing room, I'm saying, did he even ever had it in the first place?
If you're,
it's just a question.
That's the
Nothing
same with
but a
every
question.
manager. Same with every manager.
It's just a question.
Yeah, but he doesn't come in with a reputation. That's the problem. Because he hasn't been at a club to ever win. If you're Xavi Simons,
so does he have to win the dressing room then before he even loses?
If you're
it?
Xavi Simons and you've come from La Masia, you play for PSG, you've been at Leipzig in quarterfinals, you've been in top 4 races in the Bundesliga, and you signed for £200,000 a week, and you sign for Tottenham, and you recruit a manager who highest Premier League finish is 12th. You're going to be asking questions, no matter who you are. As a signing, you're going to ask questions, and then you get dropped week in, week out. The problem is, Thomas Sava said it earlier. He doesn't know his best 11. He doesn't know his best system. And right now, we're sitting here in December, not even December, the 30th of November, scratching our heads. And let's be honest, let's just call it for what it is. If he loses 2 or 3 more games, he's gone. And then we all get giddy because we win a couple of games. Tottenham are back, get into the transfer window. The rumours will start circling. We'll sign a couple of players. And then come February, we're out of the Champions League. We're out of the League Cup. We're probably going to be out of the FA Cup. We're not in a top 4 race. I don't think we're patient enough to see a project out. But whoever the manager is, let's say we sack and we get Fonseca. Let's say we get Pochettino. 6 months down the line, and we sack. We're not prepared to sit for a project. We're just not. Because
but Henry, it's the home form. It's the home form, mate.
It's not even about that, Alex.
Yeah, but
if you're paying £1,200 a year for a ticket, and you go to a match day, you're going to be expecting some sort of like.
Yeah, but the thing is though, right? I think the owners just need to hold tight, right? But it's just the home form. That's where the problem is at the moment, because I've been seeing this for quite a lot.
I've been doing it, mate. The owners aren't going to do it, Alex. The one thing you always know about in football is the owners protect themselves from criticism.
Exactly.
Of course they do.
Exactly. And the
manager's always the shield.
So if we sack Frank, who do we go and get?
Well, this is the thing. This is why I'm saying it's point because I thought if he's still in the top 10, you shouldn't sack the manager, right? Because for me, right, being 17th last season, I know people say it's a new season and all that. Right, but for me, stability was getting.
So, Alex, do you think if we finish 10th, our fans will accept that?
For me at the moment, I don't think it's really what they say.
We're not going to finish 10th at this rate, by the way.
We're going to finish.
That's the problem at the moment. That's my problem at the moment, right? And this performance, right? Because I thought our defense was actually tight, but then seeing Danzo today, who I've been supporting, by the way, I actually liked him, but he's awful today. He was
Alex, we've conceded awful. 11 goals in about, is it 11 goals in 4 games?
That's even more concerning.
This defence ain't looking tight, mate. It's looking as bad as it did under Rangers at the moment.
The Udogie as well. And by the way, this sums up how bad our midfield is. Sanderberg, Fulham, honestly, he's a player. He's a player. He's a player.
Alex, I remember when Sanderberg was floated around our club. Should we go for him? Our fans do what they do with every player.
And then we get linked to Odebear. Odebear's going to fix Tottenham.
You keep saying Sad. Fans don't want him. These fans don't want him.
What are we doing here?
Who are these fans?
No, but I hate to break it to you. People like Sean and I have shows where thousands of people watch us. We see thousands and thousands of comments a day, Lubo. Danny and I were doing shows last year where everyone I mentioned, I was saying, I'd like Tino.
Me and Sean had plenty of debates.
I'd like Livramento. He's not good enough for Spurs. Sure.
We brought Kone up. We brought
Manu Kone. He's not good enough. I said, in the summer, I'd take Marcus Rashford on loan from Man United.
Marcus Rashford. The same.
On the left, I'd take Garnacho.
Garnacho. He's good enough for Barcelona. He's good enough for Barcelona, but our fans go, wouldn't get in our team. Lookman, not good enough. Look at those people in the summer going, Akliouche. He plays in a Farmers League. Akliouche schooled us when we played them. Quality.
I just got a chart. One second. Henry, are you calling bullshit on the amount of heat that I got for consistently saying I'll take Garnacho? Saba, back me up here. I said there's 3 left wingers from my Y Scout research that fit the profile.
Y Scout research.
Garnacho, the geezer at Newcastle, who we're never going to get, Anthony Gordon, and Ademola Lookman. Right or wrong, guys? You must have heard me say that 1,000 fucking times.
Yeah.
So don't you question me, Mr. Fucking I'm an Arsenal fan these days.
Oh, here we go.
Yeah. What are you doing here? You ain't been around these parts for a couple of months, mate.
I have been
Can I bring
around.
this back? Henry's asked this question. This is my point. When you ask the question, right? Let's assume tomorrow morning sacked. Not happening, but let's assume tomorrow morning sacked. We're all going to have a different idea of what the next manager looks like. Now, the funny thing is, hang on. Let me finish the sentence. The manager, right? Managers now are being touted about by whoever is in good form at the time. So last month, it was Iriola is the only one we need. He's amazing. He's great. Look at the football they play. Now, 1 win in 6, tumbling down the table, conceding goals for fun. Suddenly now it's, I'd take Reggie Labrie. People didn't even know who he was 6 months ago, right?
It's so true.
Now, right? Then you hear, we need a manager that plays front-footed attacking football. This isn't the Spurs way. Right, who would you like? Glasner. Now, I like Glasner, but Glasner is not a front-footed attacking manager, right? Then you start hearing all these names that people ask for. Xavi, Terzic. These men are going to look at this squad and be like,
why the
fuck am I can join you. Right. Hang on. Xavi, right? Xavi Hernandez is going to look at this squad and go, hang on, I play a really nice brand of football, right? Who on earth in this team is going to be able to play the football that someone like Xavi plays?
You take Arnie Slot. If Arnie Slot gets sacked. Sorry, go on, Liv.
I'll just answer both what Sava said and what Dan has said. The only decent manager, I think he's decent, I think he's more than decent, who is going to join our club and will bring the fan base together is Pochettino.
Oh.
He is the only one.
What's he actually done lately, though?
That's not going to happen until the summer. And you know what? The problem with that one, Lubo, he won't after if America do somewhat okay in the World Cup, he won't be available until the start of August, which is we're already on pre-season by then.
He's not coming.
What do you mean?
It's not happening.
What do you mean he's not happening?
He's not going to join Tottenham.
Justify that.
Because the thing is, everyone gets giddy and says, "Oh, let's get Pochettino back."
No. Hang on. But before you move on to why we shouldn't get him, tell us why we can't get him.
Because we're a fucking mess. Let's just call it for what it is. We are a fucking mess.
Son and Dembele and Ericsson and Alderweireld.
The next role that Pochettino takes will either make or break his career.
So Poch won't come back to Tottenham?
No, of course he won't.
Bullshit.
Okay, let me ask you one question. If you're Pochettino right now, let me ask you, if you're Pochettino and it didn't work out at Chelsea and you got paid the big bucks, and it might not necessarily work at the USA, why would you risk everything for Spurs looking at the position we're in right now?
Because he knows the fan base.
Doesn't matter.
Fan base determines everything.
It doesn't matter.
I agree with Henry.
Come on, what are we doing here?
I'm with Henry here.
I'm with Henry as well.
I would like Poch back for the thing of history and everything and that.
We haven't got Dembele and Wanyama anymore.
Exactly, but that's like standing there. I'm agreeing with you. That's like standing there and saying,
"You want Archie Gray in the young players that you can coach."
Sorry.
Yeah, but Sean, it's history, mate.
We've got talent. This notion.
Okay, when you say we've got talent, who?
Berghvall.
Oh, please don't.
Okay, he's got talent.
Don't do that, Sean.
Berghvall's got talent. Yeah.
Is he a Champions League player? No.
No, it's not.
Neither was the team that Pochettino inherited. He built them into that team, and he got
precisely. But the fan base back then,
Berghvall could have got sent off today.
They to be patient. They're not now. They're not perfect. No one wants to be patient.
Henry,
you're saying the fact if Pochettino was in charge right now, would the fan base be more or less patient than they have been with Thomas Frank?
They'd be more patient because of the history, Sean. Hang on a second.
More patient because of the history.
They'd be more patient because of the history. Nothing more, nothing less.
I'm not saying it will be a success.
Poch was good while it lasted, Sean.
I'm saying what it is it's a free hit.
Then it'd be another fraud thing.
It's a free hit, and then it's going to be another manager sacked when it doesn't work out.
He's just trying to win the fan base over and keep it quiet.
Everyone will expect what he did the first time to be done again.
Exactly.
And the problem with that is sometimes you've got the right manager with the right squad at the right time, right? The chances of that happening twice is
few and far
mad.
between.
Now, if he joined Tottenham, he don't have a Moussa Dembele. He ain't got Kane scoring goals. He has not got
There's no reason why.
the
Isn't that the argument? Then isn't that the argument? Just hear me out here. Let me push this. To your point, Henry, and I think we've all made the point tonight. If you sack Thomas Frank now, where do you go? Right, and the answer is there's not many options, right? And even if there are options, they've still got the same players that apparently are all absolutely dog shit, which I don't subscribe to. I think they're not good enough.
I've not said that, by the way.
I don't think they're good enough to be able to do what the expectations of the fans want. But
I agree.
Okay, but Thomas Frank doesn't have the wins in the locker as a Tottenham guy, and he certainly doesn't have any trophies as a Brentford guy. And there's the argument that his success at Brentford was more down to. It might not be a true argument, but there is the argument that the successes of managers at Brighton and Brentford are more down to the scouting model, which people are increasingly pointing to.
Mm-hmm.
My question is it not an argument then to sit there and look at this window and say, if you're going to keep Thomas Frank, but you're not sure if he's the guy and he doesn't have the fans on his side, then don't back him. Then don't spend 200 million quid on what he wants. Wait until the summer. Go and get a loan. If you can go and get a Rodrigo and pay the geezer 280 grand a week or whatever. Hang on, let me finish my point. 280 grand a week, you 10 million quid loan fee, whatever. Go and get him something that he can work with for the rest of the season, but don't give him the huge money.
Mm-hmm.
And then go and save the money, save the 100 million that we might spend now, and then whatever else the new owners think they're going to promise us that we're going to get, and then give it to the next guy in the summer.
Yep.
And if that's Pochettino, then so be it, or if it's someone else. But the market is dry for managers right now. So is it worth spending £100 million on a manager and waiting for him to call what he wants, just for him to be fucked off in March anyway?
Do you know what? Because if you're a big club, you buy players. You buy a big player. You buy a good player that will be a good player for the next manager as well as
you do. However, if you bring in Pochettino and we finish 10th, what big player is going to join Spurs without Europe? There ain't one.
Going back to Poch is a lovely idea and everything and that, yeah. But that's like going back to the old bird you battered when you was 19 and everything, because it's been round the block a few times. You think it's going to be better. It's not happening. It's done. It's dusted. It's over. Let it go. Let her go. It's over.
It's not an ex-missus.
That's what I'm saying. Just because it was good, just because it's
but sometimes you have the best sex ever with the ex-missus because she knows what you like.
You know what I mean?
The ex-missus
ain't happening again.
Would we be well pressed? Would we be better off if again, this is all hypothetical. If Frank was to go, would we be better off bringing in someone as an interim manager until
Harry
the summer?
Harry Redknapp.
Alex, you're on mute, by the way. Like, would we be better off bringing in a club?
We've done that before, Sean. We've done that before with T. We've done that before with Mason. We've done that.
No. I want Ryan Mason. I want Ryan Mason.
Alex, I don't mean a Ryan Mason. I mean like if you could get a Harry Redknapp to say, do you know what? I'll come out of retirement for 6 months. I'll see you through to May.
That's what I do.
Would we be better doing that? Letting him wheel and deal. You know, because let's be fair, Harry Redknapp hardly spent any money, right? He hardly spent any money, but he knew a player. He knew how to get teams working, right? So would we be better off doing that than trying to get a manager out of their club in November, December? Like, it's going to be bloody tough, isn't it?
If you're Glasner right now, and there's a very good chance you're going to win the Conference League, and you just won an FA Cup and a Charity Shield, why are you going to join Spurs?
Oh, you're not.
You're not.
Bear in mind, if Arnie Slot gets sacked, you know that you're the front runner for that job. And
the only chance you got there is money. If you put serious money down, and I mean serious money,
would you
make
take
someone
Arnie Slot?
turn an eye?
Yeah, but
would any of you take Arnie Slot?
Glasner's contract runs out in the summer. If Glasner, let's be brutally honest, Glasner's agent, whoever he is, will be saying to him, don't do anything mid-season. The offers are going to roll in the summer, right?
Yeah.
And you can
potentially Barcelona are looking at him.
Money and clubs.
True.
He's not going to go. Iriola's not going to. By the way, Iriola, who I do think is massively over, I think he's a good manager, but I think, again, he's doing one game a week at Bournemouth. We're going to have the same problems that Thomas Frank's got on that front of experience and his teams are wide open and concede loads of goals, I think Sean is right. This market is really dry for managers. Where do we go? I feel like
when it comes to one thing, quick. When it comes to a lower manager from a lower club, apart from Poch, just a question. Apart from Poch, what actual manager from, let's say, a lower standard club has actually come up to a so-called big club and actually made
Eddie Howe. Maresca, Eddie Howe.
How many have done it? It's just a question.
I suppose
Glasgow did not step into a
success, right? It's different. It's different, isn't it? It's what do you consider to be?
What do you guys think the goal is for the board of Tottenham? So if you're sitting there in the board of directors, other than money, from a footballing perspective, what is the goal?
They've already said the goal. They've already said the goal. They said they wanted to win the league and the Champions
League. So you want to win the league and the Champions League. If that's the objective, okay. So what's step one on that objective?
Well, step one is well for me. Step one, if it's a logical conversation here, is for us to at least get into the top 10. Or get at least seven, 6.
The first step for me would be to understand the brand of football you want to play, right?
Oh yeah, fair enough. Yeah, you're right.
So you bring in a director of football. You've got Lange and you've got Fabio Paratici. You've got a very good recruitment structure there. So let's say we want to play transitional football. You bring in Thomas Frank. A few results don't go away. The daggers are out. You sack Thomas Frank. Then the brand of football changes. You bring in another manager. 10 months down the line, it changes.
Henry, the key thing here, the key thing here regarding these new owners is they are seeing how much has to be done to take the club to where they're talking about. And the question is, are they prepared to spend that sort of money? And I think that question is becoming bigger and bigger as the weeks go by, because they must be able to see. I mean, Frank, I'm sure they're talking to Frank, and they're looking at Spurs and they're looking at other clubs, and they're seeing where we are and how far back we are. And it's always about players, and we haven't got that many players. We've hardly got any players to get in the top four clubs. We are miles.
There's a name in the chat that's been mentioned from Miguel. Sebastian Hones, who's got Stuttgart in the top 4 for the first time in the Bundesliga, and they won the DFB Pokal. Would anyone take a gamble on him?
What have Stuttgart got in their squad?
Well, they've got a system for starters.
Yeah, but what have they got in their squad? They've got an attack as well. Very technical. Stuttgart are a good team to watch, but they are, again, all super comfortable on the ball. Yep. Lots of technical ability. They've got a playmaker in midfield who makes everything tick. Again, you could sign him. Good manager, Henry. If he comes into Tottenham after 3-4 months, we're all going to be saying, this guy, he can't do it in this league. But what he needs is a couple of years and 3 or 4 transfer windows. And this is going to be the same for any manager that comes in. They're going to need money and several windows.
We've spent a huge amount of money on these attackers. 60 million on Simmons, 60 million on Solanke, 50 million on Johnson, 50 million on Richarlison. The argument that, this is all on Levy. Sure. Levy's giving money to a transfer board. I see earlier on Twitter some of these fucking virgins who are sitting there in mum's basement at 12 years old saying, this is all on Levy.
Or not just a 12-year-old virgin, but a 63-year-old non-virgin who also thinks the same thing.
These people make it out like Daniel Levy was the one that went, I must have Dominic Solanke. I must have Gray.
It's like because Gibbs White scored last weekend, he's automatically a better footballer than Xavi Simons.
We won't know until summer. We will not know until the summer. If it ends up that this summer was just as much of a cock-up as every other summer that we have, then I think you have to start looking higher than Levy. Then maybe Levy was only dealing with what
we spend. The things we spend
I
money.
don't know.
In the Premier League era, we've only spent 310 million less than Manchester United.
I know.
And they've got 13
crap. we've always spent it on crap and never paid the
So then-
wages.
so then
When
you
it
look
comes
at- you
down
look
to
at
the
the
wages,
ball.
Argument, though,
then
is
I look
so
above.
easily-
That is what I'm saying.
The
Henry.
wages
Then I
argument
look
is
above.
so easily debunked, though. It's so easily
Well, what
debunked.
argument's the wage?
We
What did you say?
we pay more wages than Villa and Newcastle, right? And look at
And
the
Brighton.
caliber of players they bring in. So this whole
And
thing that
Palace.
we couldn't get players because we don't pay the wages is such a cop out.
You know,
Right?
Sarr, who signed for Palace, he was linked with us, and our fan base went, "Oh, why are we signing a Watford player?"
How did they get Tonali, Guimaraes, Anthony Gordon? These guys don't pay
They
more money.
paid the same amount for Tonali as we pay for Solanke.
Mate, listen, I get it. If we're talking about the world's best players, we don't pay 300, 400 grand a week. But when you look at some of these players that Newcastle have signed, they're on less wages than our players. The Guimaraes, the Tonalis, right? The Anthony Gordons. So this thing that we don't pay the wages, I feel like is a real, I think it's maybe with some big players, but in the pool, in the pool where we should be shopping, I think it's a cop out. I really do.
Yeah.
We spent 75 grand. We gave Archie Gray 75 grand. 75 grand for an 18-year-old.
Van der Ven's on 50.
Right.
And Van der Ven's on
West Ham
50,
gave Potts, who was at a similar level to Archie Gray, 15 grand.
We spend
same level of
money
experience.
badly. Let's call it what it is. We spend money terribly. If you look at this squad, right? I've got it written down here, right? Listen to this. Listen to this. I've got it written down from another show. Listen to these attackers, Henry. Mathys Tel, with the loan fee as well, was 39 million pounds we spent, right? Solanke, 56 million. Odegaard, 26 million. Johnson, 48 million. Valise.
130.
Hang on, I'll add it up for you. Hang on. Don't worry, hang on.
What was the last one you said, Sav? What was the last one you said?
Valise.
12 million.
Right. Okay, Jesus.
Whatever. Go on.
12, 13 million. I don't care about the odd million, right? Richie, 51 million. Brian Hill, 22 million. If you add, plus Timo Werner on loan twice with loan fees, if you add all of that up, right, that all comes to 255 million. Look at 255 million. Not one of them I would want to keep at this football club.
Can I ask you something quickly? Not to call me Henry Talks Arsenal or whatever. When we missed out on Trossard, who signed for that lot for 30 million quid, I think Trossard.
We don't call you Henry Talks Arsenal. We say you're Henry Talks bollocks generally.
Okay, Henry, okay, I prefer that. But when we missed out on Trossard,
21. Henry, 21.
Is that what it was? 21 million.
We offered 12. Brighton wanted 27. They settled with Arsenal at 21.
I think, Luba, I think.
What about Raya? The Raya deal.
Our best attacker by miles.
21 million.
But would Trossard be the best player in a Tottenham team?
Yeah, but you look at the individual ability, it's better than all the attackers we've got.
Listen, I agree with you. At the time, I would like, we got to get him. It's so cheap. But I'm just saying, though, that sometimes players go into a system and a team that has unbelievable talent around them, and they get to.
Yeah, but he also did it at Brighton where he didn't have the talent.
You just said it yourself, Sean. They've got unbelievable talent around them, but at Tottenham, we've got unbelievable shit around us.
Yeah. I think tomorrow's thumbnail for me, I've just landed on my thumbnail tomorrow is going to be can't back.
Do you know what, Sean?
Can't sack, don't back. I think.
Do you know what I saw today?
Landing on this argument. Sorry, one second, Danny. I genuinely think that having chewed this through with you guys tonight, I genuinely think that there's no one that you can replace Thomas Frank with right now, but that he shouldn't get the final say on signings in the summer in January.
Agreed.
You bring in a couple of loan deals if you can to help him out. But
why
save the lion's share of the
say?
budget for an inevitability in the summer.
Sean, why shouldn't he get the final say?
If you buy good quality players, they're going to be good quality players for the next manager as well.
Yeah. But okay, so if
the next manager comes in, he's going to want another 150. He's going to want a war chest, isn't he?
Sure.
Okay,
and we give that manager money as well. Right? That's what the big clubs do, Sean. That's you don't see the big clubs. Look at Chelsea. They get rid of managers all the time. It doesn't stop them buying top players. They buy the next manager comes in. Yeah, but hang on, Henry. All of these clubs do it, right? The average shelf life in the Premier League is about 2 years, right? For a manager.
I think it's about 18 months.
Right? Well,
somewhere between the two, whatever. But
yeah, somewhere in there. And bearing in mind that is only pushed up because people like Klopp was at Liverpool for however long, Pepper thingy, right? The problem is if you keep buying players just for a manager, the players outlast the managers in most cases. So we need to, for me, we should be going, we need top quality players. Go and buy in top quality players. And then if Frank does go in between buying that player in the summer, the next manager inherits that quality footballer.
That's why you need an Ajax type system, Sav.
Well, it doesn't even have to be Ajax, Lubo. All football clubs do this.
We haven't got an Ajax
buy
system.
Quality players, yeah, and then the next manager inherits them. But we keep saying it has to only be who Frank wants.
No, I hear you on that. I hear you on that. But Thomas Frank definitely came in, and we definitely tried to make a move for players that he desperately wanted. He identified Savinho, and we spent the last month of the window wasting our time because Manchester City and Pep Guardiola had a massive problem with Daniel Levy. Now that Daniel Levy's gone, right, maybe there's a chance to build a bridge in that with that particular club and say, look, it's a new era, new geezer in charge, whatever. One second, Henry. Unless it's urgent, but let me just finish.
I was just asking a question.
To go toilet.
Okay, yeah, you can go to the toilet if you want me.
Henry's
trying to get rid of it.
I was just going to say, and what's his name? Thomas Frank said, if we can't get the right players, I'd rather wait. But in January, we can't wait. I don't think we're going to do anything this season. I think that right now, the way it looks, I don't think we're going to get into the top.
Where do we finish?
At the moment, I think somewhere between 10th and 13th at the moment.
We finished 10th.
I said 14.
If we finish 10th, would you keep Frank?
No.
He needs to.
I don't subscribe to the same idea that you guys have that these players are absolutely dog shit. I think that they're.
I'm not saying they're dog shit. I'm just saying. I think a lot of our players.
Right now, if you could, I'm not suggesting we do this, but if Kolo Muani was able to be made permanent, I really rate
60 million quid.
100%. You having a laugh, Sean? The way that he's been performing, honestly.
60. Are you prepared to take
I think Muani's got so much about him. He can hold the ball. He's got a little tricky feet.
Sure,
he's got a football brain.
What has he done this season? What has he done?
He hasn't played. He's barely played, mate. He's barely played.
Because
he broke his jaw. He had an ankle injury.
I'm sorry, Sean. If by this logic, this is the thing, yeah. I'm not having to go at you, yeah, right? But by this logic, right, he came in on loan, right? And he had to hit the ground running. He's done absolutely nothing.
No, he tried to hit the ground running, and he got a dead leg.
And he had a manager who goes, "I'm going to start Richarlison."
But if he's injured, don't even bother with him. You might as well get bloody Liverpool back. Yeah, you might as well get the young striker back that we've got him on loan at Middlesbrough.
That is a fair point, Alex. What you're basically saying, Alex,
he's not hit the ground running. It's the same situation with Mathys Tel. It's like the same situation with Mathys Tel when he went on loan. You know what I mean? We were complaining about Mathys Tel making an impact.
Let me. Okay, it's fair enough. Obviously, we can agree to disagree. Whatever, it's fine. But my point is that for me, I just feel like if you're going to stick with Thomas Frank until January, and Thomas Frank had the motif in the summer of if the right players aren't available, then you wait. I don't think Thomas Frank can wait. I think he needs to do something in the rest of the season. Okay. I don't think he will, and therefore I feel like we're not going to. There's no chance we're going to get top 5, in my opinion. No chance at all. Right? We're not going to win the Champions League.
Disrespectful that I've said that he's not been great. Everyone's saying that because he had a dead leg, I'm being disrespectful. I'm not being disrespectful at all. Unfortunately, if he's come to Tottenham on loan, right, he needed to hit the ground running. Yeah, but
miles
Henry, you know that I don't rate Richarlison. Come on now, Henry.
I think what Alex,
the we did in the summer.
But Muani is miles better than Richarlison. He's much.
If
much better than
Richarlison,
yes, but
fit and firing, and Muani and Kudus, we have improved our squad. We brought in Paulinho, a sixer. We were all crying out.
We haven't improved it, Henry. This is the false narrative that people have at this club, right? We have not improved it. We only replaced what we took out of the squad last season with the goals we never took out of. Yeah, but it doesn't matter. We never had a 6, but we had someone who could assist and someone who could score. We had goals and assists in our team.
Wait, who?
Now we got an assist. Now we got a 6 in our team, but we haven't got anyone who can score or assist.
Who was the person who We're talking about Sonny.
All right. All we've done is we've had Maddison injured, Kulu injured, and Son taken out of the team. Right?
Yeah, but that's not a managerial.
People want to dismiss the fact that the 60 goals and assists, 66 goals and assists have come out of this team. Right? Okay, we've got a Paulinho, but what does he do for the attack? We haven't replaced attackers that are proven in the Premier League. We haven't.
He's not a player though, Danny. He's a DM.
Yeah, but
and
he's a DM. But why do we? So yeah, but people want a DM. People want a DM, right?
And our top is a centre back.
for what? Because he's still not doing his job. Because we're still conceding every game. We're still losing every game.
I think it was we improved the 11 in certain places, but we did not improve that.
But we then took out quality from the places we needed those players still there. And we
other than Son,
we got a better right back, we got a better DM and everything, but we did not improve that team. We basically
we have improved.
We didn't improve it that much.
Okay, so other than Son, what quality have we lost? We're going and got Kudus that we all wanted, was at West Ham, who, by the way, has got the most GA of any of our signings. We all wanted a 10.
Oh, don't talk Xavi Simons. GA, Henry.
It's not on Thomas Frank that we lost Kulusevski and Maddison. That's not on Frank.
Yeah, so he's having to work with what he's got right now.
I agree. So put it a different way. Our squad hasn't got better. If we had a completely fully fit squad, it's miles better than last year. Because last year we were
can I put it a different way? Can I put it a different way? Sort of a halfway house between what you're saying and what Danny's saying. For me, the biggest issue is that if you look, we knew that Kulu was going to miss nearly all the season, and we knew that Maddison is missing the whole season, and we knew Son had gone.
Where's Solanke, by the way?
Hang on. Right. So essentially, what Spurs have done is, whether it's for 1 year or whatever, we've lost those players and replaced them. Right. So we haven't actually made the squad better. We've replaced in essence. If you actually look, squad building is what. Look at what Arsenal did this summer. Arsenal this summer turned around and went, right, we've already got Gabriel and Saliba. We're going to go and buy Mosquera and Hincapi, right, for squad depth, right? We've already got Trossard, Martinelli, right, and Odegaard and Waneri, but we're going to go and buy Eze. We're going to go and buy Madueke, right? They've added on top of their squad to bulk.
They were also
out.
patient, Sava. They were patient with it.
No, sure. But my point is this. When do Spurs, we knew we were going into the Champions League, right? We knew this squad was not capable to play every 3 or 4 days. And essentially what we've done is it's almost like a 1 in, 1 out. We've not actually built the squad. Now, yes, all the lines are going to come at me now. Rome wasn't built in a day. But
we improved a couple of positions. We didn't improve the 11.
If Spurs had anything about them in this last summer window gone, right, it wouldn't have been 2 signings and 2 loans. Let's be fair. Everyone was waxing lyrical. We bought 2 loans in, right, and bought 2 players in. That should have been 6, 7, 8 footballers of quality coming into this club, right? Because we hardly spent anything in the summer. In reality, we hardly spent. And that's the thing for me. When are we going to build a squad? Not kids. When are we going to build a squad? When are we going to turn around and go, right, we've got a good player in that position. We're going to go and get another one. So this squad's got, boom. We didn't even complete the 11, let alone build the squad. We didn't complete the 11.
When have we ever done that?
Exactly.
No, that's my point, Lubo. We need to see if in this next summer coming up, what are we going to be? Are we going to go and say, right, we need a centre mid? No, go and buy 2 or 3 quality centre mids and revamp the squad. And
do you know what?
We go and buy 1 at a time of what we need, 1 at a time in each position. Go and revamp.
We're always
go and revamp.
Do you know what the problem is, though? Do you know the problem? I think the problem.
Sorry, Dave, last thing I'll say. How have we possibly left ourselves in a position where our 6 central midfielders are 1 on loan, and then the other 5 between them are all bog standard mediocre footballers or young who aren't quite ready yet? How have we allowed that to happen? And in no window have we bothered to address it. Not one window.
Because we believe in those youngsters who are not ready. And we saw that today, Alex, didn't we? Because look how open our midfielder was.
Because before Levy, before he left, the last 2 years he's been regressing and lowering the wage bill, right? So that's why, because you can't, the wage bill that we had with some of the youngsters that we've got who are in our first team right now, right? That's the problem. You look at Aston Villa's midfield. Like look at some of the midfields. They're levels above, right? Even today, you said it yourself, Sander Berg, quality player. He's exactly what we need right now. Someone who's calm, good on the ball, composed, can see a pass, forward thinking, he's defensive. He's what you want right now. And the problem, what I saw today, right, is that our players are fucking too weak. They are like, it was like watching boys against men at certain points in that game. Like again, our players just get barged off the ball like they're no tomorrow.
Yeah,
and they can't even control the footbol.
There's no physicality there, Dan. There's no physicality at all.
And that's the problem. That's the problem, right? Like I think Sava mentioned it before, and I think Sean might have. The Premier League nowadays, you need to buy players who can play in the Premier League, right? Physical specimens, because that's why people say it's the toughest league in the world. Because
it's stronger, faster is absolutely essential.
And even the goalkeeper we bought is lightweight. Even the goalkeeper we bought is lightweight.
Do you know what? I know he is. And we will. But one thing I want to say, right? Do you know who I'd love to see as a centre back pairing with Van der Ven? I'd love to see someone like Tomori from AC Milan.
Van der Ven's going to be
he would be quality.
But
the thing is, Alex,
Danny, if you were Tomori, would you leave?
No, of course not.
The
problem we have, Alex, let me just finish this point, right? The problem we have is that, right, and I know I'm going to talk about your club, Henry, Arsenal, right? So when Arsenal hired Arteta, right, the first 2 seasons they finished 8th and 8th. They had, and I was just looking at the results now, right? They had a lot of losses, draws,
one winning 15,
one winning 15, right? So a lot of the fans wanted Arteta gone, but the board came out and said, nope, he's our guy. The difference with Arteta was, even though he was inconsistent, you could see a little bit of what he was trying to do. Facts. He just didn't have the quality players. Facts. And I think what the problem we have is, I think we've got a massive problem where
no one can see what the plan is.
We can't see what the plan is because I don't think Frank knows what his plan is, right? I think a lot of people kind of said it. And I think until you have an idea of how you want to play and not changing it, different formations, different tactics, different philosophies per game, if you do that, right, it doesn't work at a club like Tottenham if you want to be up there competing with the best teams in the league, right? It works at a team like Brentford because where you finish in the league is where you... Yeah, there's no pressure on you. You're not playing Champions League football or European football week in, week out with the Premier League and other juggling competitions, having a bigger squad. Frank was talking about in his press conference the other day, like it's like trying to find the balance of juggling the team together because he's still learning how to do that because he's never done that before, right? And I think what the biggest problem fans have is right now with Thomas Frank is they cannot see what he can offer us if we were to back him as a manager, because long term. Because
the problem you've got, guys, is that until you do back a manager long term, every manager will come in to a whole spread of 4 or 5 other managers' players.
Yes,
very true.
And this is why, Lubo. This is why Tottenham fans will never get what they want until we have one manager.
But you all have to pick him. Like everyone has to get behind the manager and go. This guy has. Like I understand what you guys are saying. I totally agree with you. Totally agree. Right? If you change manager every 4, 5, 6 months or a year, it's never going to work. But the reality of the situation of life, and especially in football in 2025, is everybody expects to see something in the early months that they can hang their hat on and say, give me a reason to think that you're the guy that can do it in 4 or 5 months.
And I don't think we've seen that. I don't think we've seen that.
Got his FA Cup in year 1. It wasn't his FA Cup. It was the previous guy's FA Cup. I think he walked in the I think he walked into the quarterfinal stage or whatever else. But that was enough then for them to then go through a year and a half.
Do you not argue, Sean, the injuries we've got, we're never going to really see that on an early phase because we've got Maddison, Kulusevski. Where the fuck's the link?
I just want to be entirely clear. I've always backed Kulusevski.
Yeah, same.
But half the people in the fan, but half of the content creators that I spend a lot of time with, Kulusevski offers absolute bullshit last season, right? And suddenly he's the missing piece in a Thomas Frank system. And James Maddison was under so much scrutiny last year and the year before when he was at Tottenham.
Yeah,
half the fan base thought he was an absolute waste of space.
Suddenly
their absence is now responsible for our downfall. Like
they're technical players, Sean, that can pass and hold on to a football. That's
I agree. I don't think so many content creators last season. So many content creators last season were saying these guys are amazing. They should go. They're fucking useless, and now they're the reason why we're shit. It doesn't make sense.
Do you know why? Do you know why? Because it's the players that we've got that are playing instead of them are so poor that it elevates them. So if you actually look at the likes of Tel, the likes of Odegaard, the likes of Richalison, Kulusevski for me, I think he's a good footballer. I don't go overboard about if he's a good footballer, but what he can do, Kulusevski, is he can hold on to the ball. Yeah. What we haven't got, we've got so many players at this club that have a first touch like a trampoline that can't pass the ball, and the moment the ball goes near them, it bounces back. Maddison is superb at holding onto the ball.
Get the ball on the turn,
can hold on to the ball.
All right, so let me ask this, Saba. Right now, if Kulu and Maddison are fit, where do they fit in the team?
Kulu and Maddison, and you've got Kudus. For me, now you've got players that can all hold onto the ball and pass. I think now you start to see a bit more from Xavi Simons playing with these players as well.
Yeah.
Okay, so pick me the starting 11. Pick me your fully fit starting 11 at home to Brentford. If everybody's fit and under Thomas Frank's system, pick me your starting 11.
Well, the back five pick itself.
No, they don't. Spence for right instead of Porro.
Oh, it depends what you want. No, Ian. It depends what you want to do.
Let's have an answer the question.
So if everyone was fit at home to Brentford,
everybody was fit now. Home to Brentford on Saturday, next Saturday, next week, whatever it is.
Pick whichever goalkeeper you want. I don't rate either of them. Jed Spence for me at right back. I think Porro's been utterly disgusting. Van der Ven, Romero, and Udogie, he's all right. The midfield would be Paulinho, and I would, at home to Brentford, would be Kulusevski for me. I would have Kulusevski in there in a home game against
as an midfielder.
As an 8. Yeah. I would then have James Maddison, Kudus, and Xavi Simons as a 3 behind Kolomawani. And I would say to Simons and Maddison, just constantly change, constantly swap.
Yeah.
So be unpredictable. What you've got there, all of those players going forward after Paulinho, they're all comfortable on the ball. What you've got right now, hardly any of ours are comfortable on the football.
Yeah, but the only thing I'll say is I don't think
I just want to push back for a split second. When we don't have the ball, you're asking for a Kulusevski that, as far as I'm aware, has never really played as an 8. You're asking me for a Xavi Simons.
And we're playing Brentford, Sean.
Hang on, hold on. Xavi Simons, so three of the midfielders or 3 of the forward players, Xavi, Maddison, and Kulusevski. You're right; they're all better technical footballers. 100% agree with you. But when we don't have the ball, are they disciplined and experienced enough to be able to go and win the midfield battle?
Well, Kulusevski is, in my opinion. Hang on a sec, Salah. In my opinion,
answer the question.
I'm just answering something with Kulusevski. I told everyone for over a year and a half before people started to believe me, Kulusevski is not a right bloody winger. He is attacking midfield central. He's a shadow striker. That is where he's best. What it also proved with Kulusevski, when they actually did it, when they played him as a CM, as an 8, it worked pretty good for him as well, bar a game or 2. He is the sort of person with a bit of muscle in midfield who would also press forward with it, who can pass the ball. No, he's not as sharp as Maddison and that, who would get that job done better than anyone else we've got as a centre mid alongside Paulinho.
Yeah.
I agree with Sava, definitely putting him in the middle, because when he did play there, it worked. When you play him as a shadow behind a striker, That also works as well. Is he a playmaker? He's got the capability, but he hasn't got the mentality. And what I mean by that is Maddison, Ericsson, people like that, they already know what they want to do with the ball before the ball touches their feet. They've already got their eye on it. Kulusevski needs to get the ball before he makes his decision what to do with the ball. So if you're going to have him as a playmaker, no. But I'm agreeing with Sava as a centre mid.
Do you know the only reason I put Kulusevski in the 8, right? Is because I don't rate any of the number 8s at this football club. I don't rate any of them. I genuinely don't rate Sarr, Gray, Berghvall, Bentancur.
Not even against Brentford.
No.
No,
I don't rate Emery. I don't think any of those players I mentioned are any good at passing a football or technical. Maybe in the future Berghvall will. Gray does nothing for me as a footballer, like nothing for me. I watch him and I just think he's a timid kid. He's a timid kid.
He showed it today. He showed it today. He was.
I think how many of that 11 change? Same situation. Everyone's fit. Newcastle away.
Yeah, one of those changes.
If anything, I'd want Kulu in the middle for Newcastle.
Which is the Kulu. The Kulu one would change, and then you would go for a.
If I've got to go middles,
I don't think Kulu's the ultimate person to put in the middle, to be honest with you, because I think I do agree with to Dan's point to a point, but Kulu hands onto the ball too much for me. That's the problem I have with him. Because I'm not his biggest fan. I've got to be honest. You know this. I'm not his biggest fan.
Yeah, I don't think he's amazing, Alex.
But I do hear to the point at the moment. He's better than what we've got at the moment in terms of. I would take him. I think what we've seen at the moment. I think Kulu has done better than what Simmons doing at the moment. He's doing better than bloody Bentancur. He's done, and
he's got physicality as well.
He's got physicality, yeah, and at least he gives you some effort, even though that should be a standard.
Do you know the problem? Alex, do you know the problem? You think in the last 3-4 years, Spurs have sold Winks, Skip, Højbjerg, right?
Yeah.
3 players right now were good enough, right?
Yes, yeah, I agree.
We've got to place them. No one
and
better.
The ones that we've got in there right now are no better than Winks, Skip, and Højbjerg.
Yeah,
I agree.
That's
you
how
the same point I say about Lucas Moura, Bergwijn, all these players that we said were not good enough. Bergwijn, Pavlyuchenko in the past.
I'll take Bergwijn right now.
All these players that said we were not good enough in the past. Are these players better than them?
This is what I'm saying.
I always rated Bergwijn. Always rated Bergwijn. Thought he was a quality player. I don't know why we sold him.
You take Bergwijn on the right
I would take Lamela back in this team. I would take Lamela back in this team, by the way. And he was shithoused. Sorry, so I should say that. Sorry,
but yeah.
He gets broken too easy. He gets broken too easy, Alex.
Can I just put a thing out here, right? Because someone's contract is coming to an end soon, and I think he's going to sign a new contract, and people are not going to be happy about it. Richarlison. Bet you any money right now.
I'm going to sign a new contract.
I bet you any money right now.
Out all fucking day.
I will bet you any money right now.
If that happens, Alex, it means that nothing's changed and nothing will ever change.
I know, but that's what worries me at the moment. I bet you any money right now they will sign a new contract.
I'll bet you 100 quid right now he fucking doesn't. There you go. Any money you said 100 quid.
He's been our best striker this season.
100 quid, Alex.
I can't do that. I can't.
Sure, can I
10 quid. 10 quid, Alex. I'll tell you what, Alex.
5 quid.
A dance at a soccer club. How about that? Teach me how to boys, my baby.
With this current squad, the number 8, if it wasn't going to be Kulu, my number 8 would be Bissouma.
Yeah.
He's not as a true number 8, not as a number 6, as a true box-to-box, driving forward with a ball. And again, this is the point. In the last 4 years, look at the crap we've signed in central midfield. I'm sorry, I'm not sugarcoating it. We have signed.
I rate Berghvall. I know Bergvall's got a sloppy pass on him, and he's got to learn. But his work rate, his energy, I fucking love it.
We need footballers. We don't want athletes. We need footballers.
You can have
that pass that he put through to
Bergvall's good to have in the squad.
Bergvall's a lovely player. Bergvall's a lovely player.
Hang on, Sean. But again, when we talk about this, we always pick out a pass. I'm talking about
I agree with you about his passing generally. I agree with you.
But in general, as a footballer, Berghvall's not the guy I go, you can sit in the number 8 and you can dictate a game and his passing, we were talking about this on my show earlier, Sean. Every time he passes a ball, he never smooths it. If you look at his passing, they all bobble. All his passes bobble, or they're behind somebody. He might be good in the future, but for me, he is nowhere. He's not even better than a Harry Winks right now.
Are you talking about? Sorry to interrupt. Can I just say something? Do you mean when you see the top players, they've got that way of passing the ball? They've got that way they pass the ball, they shoot
open their body up and they
Alex,
one of the things in coaching, one of the things that they always talk about is smooth it. They always say smooth it. So if you look at players like Locatelli, Yao Gomez, Declan Rice, when they've got the ball, they pass effortlessly. When you watch Berghvall, every pass is like he's trying to clip it into something rather than.
Yeah.
Do you think other than let me ask you all open question? Other than James Maddison, who's the name a player who can take the ball on the turn?
Look, I'll just
Simmons
one quickly.
Okay, so Xavi, Simmons, and Maddison. Other than that, who else?
No one.
Kudus.
Kulu can.
Mm.
He can.
Not
Kudus can pick the ball very nicely.
Struggling after 2 players, Danny.
Kudus just holds on to it too long. Kudus is the selfish little fucking.
That should be a basic
Kulu
trait as a footballer to take the ball. You can't coach that. That just comes with experience.
Yeah, it's natural. Kudus can do it.
Okay, so we're looking at 3 players.
By the way, Mawani's got a lovely little touch for a big fella.
Who is?
Yeah.
Mawani. Some of the stuff Mawani was doing.
Oh, Mawani, he does.
Again,
you're going to pay his chest and then gets into his feet and then he's doing the step over.
50,
He's a lovely player, Mawani. He's a lovely.
He's clever. He's clever. He's got
the reason why you like him, Mawani, is because we've got Richarlison and Solanke's not coming back.
No,
Alex, the only reason. I'm sorry. Listen. I agree with you, Sean. I agree with you, Henry.
You can touch and go, Alex.
I agree. 30 million for Thiago.
Listen, I agree with you. I absolutely agree with you about Mawani.
Give me Thiago.
With his touch and everything else, but he needs to do more, right? If we need to get strikers in that could.
Mawani's been injured for the vast majority of the season, but now he looks like he's up to full speed. Against PSG, Mawani was delicious. Today, I thought Mawani was the best player.
And against Copenhagen, he was good.
Now he's getting to full fitness. He's playing with a fucking fractured jaw, by the way. He obviously he was out for a long time. He didn't come to us fully fit. He's starting to get up. I said this 2-3 months ago. I said, I think that Kolo Mawani will be like Gareth Bale when he came back to the football club. He came in September, but it took him until January to get going. And then Gareth Bale in his second stint at Tottenham was actually quite he contributed quite a lot. I think Kolo Mawani will contribute a lot, but he needs support. He needs support from around him personally.
He's a technically gifted player. He's a technically gifted player. When it comes to a player, you can have. It's like with Berghvall, like Sav said. You can have how shall I put it? You can have the biggest work engine out there. You can last 90 minutes, but if you don't hit that G spot, you're bloody useless at the end of the day. And Berghvall don't hit it. He might last all the time, but he don't get the bloody job done, does he? And if you don't hit the spot, you ain't getting your job done, are you?
I don't see that.
It's going to go elsewhere. I'm agreeing with you. He's got the work engine, Sava. He can last 90 minutes. But at the end of the day, like I said, he can't hit the spot. So you're not.
He hit the spot tonight.
Ian, hang on.
He hit Kudus for the goal.
Oh wow! Complete pass.
He put it over to the right-hand side and Kudus banged it in. It wasn't exactly an assist, was it? Come on.
Lubo is the most easily pleased fan in the world. He goes, did you see that 5-yard pass?
Yeah.
Listen,
it's like Foden's pass for Eze. It was a wonder
just
pass.
With Lubo, you don't need a bloody G spot. You just need 45 minutes.
Listen,
Listen. I'm sorry, but I'm sorry that I'm not fascinated by players that do one thing or just have a couple of moments. But if we're gonna start having a guy at Timo Werner, right, for his loan spell, have a guy at bloody Mathys Tel for his loan spell, I'm sorry, Mawani has to do more. And if he's going to come with the reputation,
Alex, don't stop saying that. He's
Alex, just give me a second. Alex, guys, give me a second. I've completely neglected a few super chats. They've been in there in the pipe for a while. Let me just do these quickly. Dino Houdini, choo to you, mate. Absolute legend. Always here, man. Always here. Always supporting. Doesn't matter what time of night or day, and it is late. I really do appreciate you always here doing the Lord's work, mate, with the super stickers. Choo to you. City got Yaya Toure even before Pep. It's possible, says LBTC10Q.
City were winning league titles before Pep as well. Let's not pretend City weren't.
He had a transfer budget of 500 million quid before FFP come about. We've got about £5.
No, I think we'll have money to spend, but I just don't know when we should spend it or who should be the person who picks it. But thank you very much for the super chat, my man. Ulrika Ulrika. Appreciate you very much. She says we were good against Fulham. Outside the first 10 minutes, we had double their shots. We were double their XG, overreacting with all this Frank out talk in her or his, probably his representing her opinion. We were better in the second half, mate, but in the first half we were fucking rubbish. And you know what? You go 2-0 down from madness, fucking stupidity. And by the way, there's nothing that I'm not gonna forget in the morning. The fact that once again we conceded a goal from a FIFA settings setup where they get to the byline and they whip it across the fucking the D. It's unforgivable what happened, and it's not a problem. It's a problem that hasn't been solved, and it's easy to solve, and it isn't. And that's not a player.
If Porro could defend, that goal don't happen.
Yeah. Well, I want to talk about Pedro Porro. I think he might be a sacrificial lamb because I genuinely, especially as he had a row with Berghvall on the way off tonight, but I genuinely think that he might be someone that's a luxury player that Tottenham can't afford to have. Big up to you, Ulrika. Thank you so much for the generous super chat. And Trek88 has also come in. Big up to you, Trek. He says, I'm convinced Frank is a bloodline Mason. I think that belongs on the Conspiracy channel, Rabbit Hole Ramblings, by the way. Smash a like and subscribe over there. Listen, let's talk about Pedro Porro. Is Pedro Porro a player? We have to round it off soon, guys. It's 1:15. It's madness. But is Pedro... Henry, you got some more booze, have you?
I've still got more drinks. I've still got a Southern Comfort out there.
Sean's gone is Pedro Porro a player that is a luxury player that Tottenham can't afford to have?
Anybody's up for the chop right now, Sean. Anybody's up for the chop. We're going to sell Porro, because at the moment, nobody's really shining at the moment for me. You know what I mean? And we've got to be ruthless with these players now. I've got to that point now. Saba's been talking about quality for a long time now. Yeah, he's been repeating himself so many times, and he still hasn't got any quality players. He's been saying it for how long now? You know what I mean? So there's only so many times you can hear it, and it's not happening. Right?
Yeah, but Pedro Porro probably gets into some bigger teams than Tottenham, who are possession-based teams.
You say that. I just don't.
If he plays as a wing back, if he plays as a wing back,
Pedro Porro's like a kind of poor man's Trent Alexander-Arnold. You put Trent Alexander-Arnold into any other team other than the brilliant Liverpool team 2 years ago, and Trent's a vulnerability because he's a wonderful football player. But when teams are facing 60% possession against, his lack of ability to defend is a problem. And I'm saying Pedro Porro, when Pedro Porro's on form, he's one of the best passers in a technical team that you could have. But he is he is the weak. Like every single team, every single game, home or away, Europe, Premier League, Carabao, it don't matter. Every single team attacks him. And we know what happens is against Paris. I don't know if you guys saw this, but when Bradley Barcola in the first half an hour and Cratch in the second, when they went after him,
look at the names you're talking about.
Bentancur were hovering behind Pedro Porro on the assumption that he'd get beaten in the one-on-one. And you know what happened? They gave up that goose because they looked up and saw that even if they did beat Pedro Porro, there was two men in front of it, the two men behind him. So they pulled it back and whipped it into the D. And then Vitinha, he scored 2 goals from that position, but he could have had 4 because there was nobody blocking the D. And the reason why there's no one blocking the D is A, by design, because we're not fucking focused on that area of defense, but also because you've got 2 men out of position that are worried about the inability for Pedro Porro to handle a one-on-one defense.
And the problem is Porro can't defend for shit. He's a wing back. He's not a bloody white man.
Not just that, people forgetting that he's been shit as an attacking player this season for us. He's been awful. Today, how many times did he cross the ball and he couldn't even beat his first man? It was so low on the ground. He's done it a lot this season. He's been awful.
But if you played him as an out-and-out wing-back or even as a bloody right-back, personal opinion, well, wing-back 100%, even as a right-back or a right-winger, you're going to see more out of an attacking-minded player who can cross the ball and pass the ball than sticking him as a bloody right-back who can't defend come love nor money. He's the same as Bissouma in the middle.
Pedro Porro,
box to box.
He's a Frimpong from Leverkusen. It's the same setup. If you got a DM and a centre-back that can cover him, Frimpong wasn't a right wing-back. He was a forward. He assisted Andrich and fucking Boniface. That's exactly what Porro is.
Porro cannot defend come love.
The same at fucking Lisbon. He wasn't a
I
right
agree with you. Look at Bissouma as well. Whenever he made 80% of his mistakes, they was always on a defensive mentality mistake or a bollocks up in the area where he'd give away a penalty. Whenever we actually played in games, when he was played box to box to press forward, like in the Europa, he actually looked like a good player. Some players just do not have the mentality to either defend or attack. Some players are just set in a certain way. Dan, Porro is an attacking player. He's not a bloody defender.
Can I ask the question? Can I ask the question then, though? So why have they not done that? Because we've been saying that for how long that he should be right.
Because he was bought for Conte, who would play wing backs, and then what we do is we buy managers for one player who plays a certain way, get the manager in for him, get rid of the player, and then get a manager who plays a bloody different way. Well, Udogie, when he was at Udinese, I watched him all season. Quality left wing back when I watched him play there at Udinese, got the ball in, done what he could. Porro, excellent as a wing back. Attacking defensive mentality, neither of them are defending. They are wing backs, which is more attacking than defending. They ain't right back or left back.
Good for us. Don't you again, you know when I said earlier about we need some solid pros, they don't always have to be the greatest player, but I think we need to go back to basics a little bit. I want a right back. I want an out-and-out right back who knows how to do
100%. I'd take Kenny Tete all day long, by the way.
And what I would say is, right?
Kenny Tete.
Again, if you look at other clubs that have done this, look at Newcastle. Newcastle needed fullbacks, went and bought out-and-out fullbacks in Lewis Hall and Tino Livramento. Right? They're fullbacks. They do the job. We've got no left winger. Our left back, Rico Henry,
Anthony Robinson. You go and get any of those fucking players. They're balanced, right? They're not sensational going forward. But
Spence. Sorry, you don't think Spence is good enough to play right back?
At the moment, he's having a mediocre season at the moment. Even though he has a nation.
Yeah, I think he's mediocre.
He's been mediocre this season.
I agree with Alex. I think he's overrated. I think he's overrated by Tottenham fans.
I think right back better than the other two because he's got a defensive mind on him. He's actually better as a left back or right back than a right wing back or a left wing back.
Yeah, but Dan, he hasn't improved from last season. I think it's got to his head.
That's not what I'm saying. Yeah, but that's not what I'm saying, Alex. But if you want a left back or a right back, you stick Spence over the pair of them because he's a naturally minded left back or right back.
Yeah, I get you. But I'm looking at what I'm seeing right now. Yeah, I get you.
But defensively, he's better than them.
Nouri would have been brilliant at Tottenham. He's obviously gone to City. Yeah. Even fucking Luca Digne. He's been around the block 1,000 times.
Anthony Robinson.
Anthony Robinson would be phenomenal at Tottenham.
I'm just looking at the players that we've got at the moment, right? And at the moment, when we're talking about right backs and what's going and the fullbacks we've got at the moment, Udogie, I've told you in the final third, is absolutely useless. He's done it the last 3 years. Last 3 years, it's been ducking every single time. Every single time a ball, he gets in the right positions, messes up every single time. Did it again today, and defensively, he was terrible today, absolutely awful. And he was responsible, Lubo, for last week as well, because they were going on his side. He started the attack against Arsenal. So you watch it as well.
Why is Lubo getting the first?
No, because you were telling me I was wrong.
Yeah,
Lubo, I love you. I absolutely love you, Lubo. But you told me I was wrong last week. I watched it again. It was from his side that he start the attack.
Lubo catching strays.
Right? So go and watch it. Right? You told me I was wrong. You told me I was wrong. But anyway, moving on. But
Sean, I need to go. Can I just say one last thing before I go?
Yeah.
Everything that we've talked about tonight, for me, just all encompasses what I said at the beginning of the show. This has been a really poorly put together squad.
Yeah.
No proper fullbacks, one proper winger. You've got loads of players like Kulu doesn't really have a set position. What is Brennan Johnson's position?
Yep.
You've got a poor group of forwards, a poor group of centre mids, no real left winger. The fullbacks aren't fullbacks. You've got one left-sided centre back. I think it's been put together really poorly.
Sure.
And the next manager is going to deal with this as well. If Frank does go, and I think we're going to be having these conversations for the next 3, 4, 5 windows, or until Paratici pulls his finger out and actually starts building a squad fit for purpose.
And
that's all I'm going to say. Thank you for having me.
Appreciate you, mate.
Take care.
Over the Football Heritage TV. Appreciate you, buddy. See you, mate.
And that all depends. What Sava said, all depends on the new owners.
Why am I in a circle?
I don't know what's gone on there. Let me change that.
It's because he's an Arsenal fan.
Yeah, single me out in the corner.
Being an Arsenal fan, about as straight as a fucking roundabout. Yeah.
Sorry, mate. Sorry, I thought this was Tim Sherwood on the show, mate. Sorry, you Henry.
Danny, have you got a fucking light in your house, mate? Or are you choosing between heating and eating in your gas? What are we doing, mate?
You know what I mean? Looks like someone else's Power Ranger.
The light is too bright for my eyes.
But yeah, the defensive, the fullbacks have just been rubbish, and I have to, that's really it for me.
That's
really,
because they're not fullbacks. That's because they're not.
Well, yeah, but Dan, regardless whether they're not fullbacks or not, right? They're not playing as fullbacks. We've been saying this for how long now? If you're not playing as fullbacks, what are we going to do with them then? Because the thing is though, they're not going to play. If
we're going to stick with a formation and a style of play, then we need to stop getting a manager that plays one way, like we get a manager that plays gung ho, then get a manager that plays pragmatic. If we're going to play this team to a certain way at the moment, I still think the best way it looks is with a 3-4-2-1. And what I want is 3 at the back, not fucking 11 at the back, like we did with Arsenal sort of thing, because then you can use the wing backs for what they've actually got. Whereas if we're going to play with 4 at the back, then Udogie and Porro got to go, and we got to get left backs and right backs who can actually are more defended than attacking.
I'd like Denzel Dumfries.
I've got that a year. We could have had him nearly 2 years ago. They wanted him gone, and then I called him.
Oh, Menez.
I've been saying it for 4 years.
Yeah,
he's a right wing back though. He's a right wing back.
Yeah, exactly. And he's better than what we've got.
We don't play with the back 3.
Get him out. Yeah, Thomas Frank played with the back 3 for fucking 3 years at Brentford. Go and get Robinson from Fulham, and there's your fullbacks.
I love
Robinson.
If
you're fullback, Dumfries ain't your man. He's more of a wing back.
Yeah,
and let's be honest.
You become as unbearable with your Crystal Palace.
Here we go.
Bollocks as
70% of their team is better than ours. You just haven't admitted it yet. It is.
No, they're a very.
I actually agree with Henry. I agree with Henry.
Let's be honest. Let's do it right now. How many Tottenham players get in the Palace 11? Their goalkeeper is better than ours.
Van der Ven.
Is that it?
I know people will argue with Romero, but I
think Udogie is a left wing back to get in front.
I think he's overrated.
Over Mitchell, okay, we'll have Udogie. So we've got Udogie and Van der Ven.
Udogie wouldn't get into.
I disagree. I think Tyrick Mitchell's a better left back than Udogie.
He's all right. He's all right. We haven't seen
come from Lubo, who likes Udogie.
I think Paulinho has a shout.
Spurs team.
Yes.
Paulinho over who?
Over Adam Wharton.
I said
I
think he has a shout. I think he has a shout. I think
Wharton's.
He wouldn't get in over Wharton. No,
he's light yet.
He wouldn't get over Wharton.
Let me ask this: would you rather have right now Jean-Philippe or Igor Thiago?
Jean-Philippe.
Oh fucking hell! Yeah, Jean-Philippe.
Jean-Philippe's 26 though. Igor Thiago's 23, if I'm not mistaken.
24. I'd rather Jean-Philippe and Sarr as a two that can play up front together over anything we have in our forward line.
I agree.
Oh yeah,
I'd
I
rather
thought
Adam
like,
Morton over any 6 we've got. I'd rather Muniz over any fullback we've got. I'd
Hang
rather
on,
Henry
hang on.
over our
If you put a fully fit Kolo Muani in a Crystal Palace team, he scores more goals than
Jean Philippe has done it on the biggest stage, mate. He won him an FA Cup. He scored goals in the quarterfinal and semi-final.
So
Crystal fucking Palace. Crystal Palace.
He hasn't got a 90
He's
million.
now starting for France.
Kolo Muani's also playing for France, and he got
No, Kolo Muani's not in a squad.
He will be in the World Cup squad. And Kolo Muani got a 90 million. Hang about. Kolo Muani got a 90 million euro move to PSG. Did Jean-Philippe Mateta get a phone call from fucking Lewis?
And if it was that good, Sean, why the fuck is he playing for us?
Kolo's name.
Come on. You're taking Kolo Muani.
Henry, he's only playing for
Kolo Muani over Jean-Philippe Mateta.
Okay, what you've done for me now.
What's Kolo Muani's highest goal scoring season?
I think about
14.
14.
Kolo Muani wasn't playing. Hang about. Kolo Muani wasn't playing in PSG all the time. So at Frankfurt, I think he got 25 GA.
Yeah, so did Garati. Like in the Bundesliga, Jean-Philippe would get 30 goals.
Moane is known for being one of those.
Jean-Philippe is a late bloomer, mate. He's the same as Serhou Guirassy. We don't know if Serhou Guirassy is a worldie.
Puberty at 21 and you hit puberty at 14. You fucking puberty, didn't you?
Where was Jean-Philippe Mateta when he was Kolo Muani's age?
I think this is a redundant argument.
Exactly, you don't know for a reason.
Mate, come on. You're honestly telling me, hand on heart, right now, you're taking Kolo Muani.
I am long of several Ciders, several Stellas,
mate,
and a few gin and tonics. I'm not saying anything hand on heart right now. Let me tell you that for a second.
Mateta is better than any striker we've got. Fact.
Mateta's a quality player, yeah.
And so is Sarr.
Would you be saying that for Muani?
We had the argument about Gahey. Are you still taking Romero over Gahey?
I never started taking. I was never on the Romero as a world class player, but I'm
Henry personally
he isn't a world class fucking centre back.
Henry personally, I'd take Milenkovic over Romero all day long if I wanted a solid
I'm
centre
taking
back.
Henderson over our goalkeepers. Mate, Adam Wharton is in this market. It's £100 million player.
Easy.
We ain't got £100 million player.
Henry, the problem with Adam Wharton is his injury.
Closest is Van der Beek.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
Technical ability, Lubo, he is mustard.
Yeah.
He wouldn't need fucking footsteps.
Technical wise,
which is why Elliot Anderson's jumped ahead of him for England.
I'm taking Lacroix as well. I'll take Lacroix.
What are we doing here?
I'll take Lacroix.
Logic's got a logic. Logic's got a logic.
I agree, Alex. Lacroix.
Logic's got a logic. Okay, fair enough. Brennan Johnson's a big game player. Granted. However, he ain't better than Sarr.
Brendan Johnson's not the best winger. How are you saying to me Brendan Johnson's the best winger? He's a forward. He's a forward striker.
Johnson's turned up. He's been very clutch in the big moments, but he's not a better footballer than Sarr.
No, he's not. He's nowhere near. He's nowhere near.
Look, Sarr has got an engine. He's in the wrong bloody sport. Look, if I had a transfer window to myself in the
he's a 2-litre twin turbo.
You know what I mean? He's in the wrong sport. He gets round the block very nicely.
He'd be a runner.
Yeah, but he don't deliver at the end of the day. He should be an athletic.
Sean,
does he hit the G spot for you then, Dan?
You haven't answered the question, Sean.
I can't say he touches one as far as I know. He might go to the I can't say I've ever seen him hit it. I don't know. Dan, maybe he's better at heading the ball, but who knows? When it comes down to it, I would go for Edison, who I think we could get for 50 million on a realistic from Atalanta.
Edison, Atalanta, 100%. Yeah, 100%, mate.
Because Atalanta and Italy, I've been telling everyone this for ages because I follow Italy. I'm screaming for money. Bar Como, every team in that league barely spent money this year, and even the ones that spent 90 million and about 70 million coming through the bank.
100 million quid right now.
I was telling everyone this, and hardly anyone took my word. No, they've spent like 120 mil. I'm like, because they just had 90 million come in. Edison is who I would go for.
100 million quid right now. Do you go and get Edison and Lookman out of Atalanta?
Yes.
I'd rather go and get Adam Wharton, to be honest with you.
You ain't getting Adam Wharton out of Steve Pratt. Steve
we
Parish
need to improve the team
from his dying hand.
Mate, Palace are a selling club. Look through the history of the Premier League. They're a selling club.
What happened to Zaha? What happened to Zaha?
They sold him.
No, they didn't.
Yes, they did. They sold him twice.
To Turkey. Wilfried Zaha.
United, and then they sold him. Elise sold him. Eze sold him. He's going to join
we
Liverpool.
need to fix two
They're a selling
positions,
football
Henry.
club.
Walton only
but
fixes
for
one.
obscene
I'd rather
money.
pay 200 million quid and get Muniz, Adam Wharton, Mateta. Job done. Fixes us. We've got six.
We're a Palace in the league, mate.
Higher than us.
Yeah, but where are they in the league, though?
And they're the current FA Cup champions, mate.
Where are they?
Where are we in the league?
Where is your favourite second team in the league, mate?
Well, they're first at the moment, mate, according to the whole fucking narrative.
Sean,
That's your favourite team. Where's your favourite second team?
Palace are currently 6th at the moment.
Yeah,
Six with no transfer budget and selling Elise, Eberich, Eze.
And they go.
Imagine we sold Kane and we bought in
tomorrow.
Richalison. They sold fucking Eze and Elise and go and buy fucking Kamada, and they go and buy, who's the other fucking forward? Pino. Steve Parrish, highest wage in his entire team is £110,000.
Oh, so can we finally put to bed then the argument that the reason why Tottenham are shit is we don't pay wages? Can we put that bed to? Is that a good example of why that argument?
It is a good example. Yeah, it is.
Thank you very much. Yeah,
No.
By hook or by crook, mate.
It's relative to the teams you want to compete with, right?
Facts.
Because are Palace going to stay fourth in the league for the whole season? Probably not. Right?
How many
Aston
hundred
Villa,
players?
Newcastle,
Palace like that, mate. They're
Aston Villa, Newcastle, right? Newcastle, they're a better barometer, right? Because they look at the team that they.
Yeah, Newcastle don't pay high wages. What are we doing here?
Sean, are you comparing us to Crystal Palace now?
No, I'm just saying the Crystal Palace are able to outperform relatively
without
paying
big
wages.
Their squad, their team is better than ours, and they don't spend fuck all. Look at that 11 right there. Share that 11 on team right there. Go on, just share that. And you, Luba, you tell me right now, out of that team right there, how many players did Tottenham get in that team? Well, Henderson's better than all 5 of our goalkeepers.
I think they're all better players.
Well,
other than Van de Ven, who starts?
I'd have Henderson.
Van de Ven has his call, and I think
let Luba answer. You're having Henderson in goal, 3 centre backs.
Van de Ven.
You're thinking about it.
I would put Van de Ven in.
And you're not having Richard or Lacroix ahead of Romero.
This season, absolutely you are.
This season, so we're doing 13 game sample sizes, are we?
No, okay, we'll do overall. Okay,
you that's what you just said.
Henry, you're asking me.
Palace.
You're asking me. I'd have Henderson in goal. I think he's better than Vicario. I'd have Romero, Gahey, and Van de Ven as a back 3.
Yeah.
The forget about the midfield.
You can't compare that. You can't compare because we've never seen Pedro Porro playing as a right wing back, and we've never seen Udogie playing as a left wing back.
Let's do a forward at the back. Let's say you take Van de Ven and Gahey, just for argument's sake, right? So left back and right back, we'll go 2 in the midfield and a cam, striker, left wing, right wing. Yeah. So let's do your forward backs.
Right back.
You take Muniz or fucking our right backs.
I would take Spence as our right back.
Okay.
As a right back, Spence all day long.
Spence is
like Spence over Muniz.
Spence is a right back.
As a right back.
If we're playing a back 4, if you're playing a back 4, Spence is a right back.
You have Polina ahead of Kamada all day long and twice on Sunday, just for what it's worth.
So you have who, Sean?
Polina in front of Kamada all day long.
Yeah, but Wharton's their DM, and Wharton is light years clear of Paulinia. It's not even close.
Double pivot. Polina is not a Polina isn't played as a DM at Tottenham, by the way.
He's an anchor man.
Man City are lining up like a £90 million bid for this geezer.
But Adam Wharton obviously gets into the midfield, whichever one you want to pick. 100% he does.
Mate, England should build
Kamada is not the other option.
He could fucking shag my missus. I won't give a fuck if he signs for us. I don't care, mate.
Adam Wharton or Kamada? Who's on that? Wharton gets one of the 2 spots.
Henry, can you clarify? Because it's the first time I've met you. Can you clarify? Are you Tottenham? Are you Arsenal? Are you Palace? What is your?
I am a Tottenham fan, but
it depends who's winning.
Oh right, yeah.
That's true.
Lubo, did you notice it? He plays cricket, mate. He plays cricket.
Who's your 1, 2, and Henry? Who's your 1, 2, and 3 then?
Clearly Tottenham, mate.
He's a Tottenham man. He's a Tottenham.
I've not made a single video about Crystal Palace. Sean just looks at Crystal Palace like they're fucking late.
There's nothing wrong with rating another team. There's nothing wrong with rating another team. That's just being realistic, yeah. I mean, anyone who would sit here and say that Spurs are better than Arsenal would be blind.
6 of our teams start for Arsenal. Who was it who said it on Twitter the other day?
No chance. No fucking chance, mate.
Was it that? It wasn't Jake. Some Tottenham big accounts and big aggregate accounts said 6 of our teams start for Arsenal. So I can't
Are you having a laugh?
Content gods, they're just engagement farming, just like Henry figured out a long time ago. The only thing better than being a major Arsenal account that leans negative, because it's very easy to predict the losing lottery numbers, is a Tottenham fan that tells Arsenal fan that their teams are fucking brilliant. Because no one likes to hear, no one loves to hear that their teams are brilliant.
Liverpool and Man United video get traction.
Yeah, I know, yeah. But how did it start? Henry? No, I'm not, mate. I made one of the up money.
Anyway, answer the question. Your back four. Your back four is, let's say hypothetically, Gahey, Van der Ven. You've gone Spence. Who's your left back?
Tyrick Mitchell.
Okay, so double pivot and a cam.
Double pivot and a cam.
Are we talking about if our players are fit?
No, just current squad versus current squad.
Walton and Palhinha.
Yeah.
No Kamada.
No Kamada.
Honestly, I've not seen enough of him, to be honest with you.
What are we doing?
I've not seen enough of him. I'm going on the fact that I think Palhinha pretty much for most of this
who plays in the 10?
Has been very good.
Maddison. If Maddison was fit, he'd get the majority's 10.
Okay, so right now I'd play Pino.
Pino in the 10, Sarr on the right, Mateta up front, and who on the left?
Who on the left?
Sorry, Sarr over Kudus. Guaranteed. What are you doing here?
Oh, without a doubt, Storm. Without a doubt.
Only in the model. You're comparing it to the model that they play. It's a different model.
I'm comparing the last 3 years in the Premier League.
I think
he's been better than Kudus.
Sean, I think in terms of output, I agree. I've got to agree.
Me too.
West
Ham was not sold. Don't sell good players to Tottenham.
I've been saying this for 3 years. Their squad, their 11 is even. There's an argument for that fucking French centre back that names begins with L that I can't pronounce. The last year or two, he's been fucking fantastic.
You talk about Lacroix.
Yeah,
you say the last year or two. He hasn't been in the Premier League 2 years. So what are we doing here?
Hence why I said year.
Last
year / coming up to 2 years, he's been very good.
Yeah, right, Sean.
That was their replacement for Van der Ven. Like he's a fucking unbelievable centre back, and he won't be there long. He'll go in.
Richalison start here though. I mean, he does score world-class goals.
Crystal Palace are in a settled environment. Crystal Palace are in a settled environment.
Yeah, you know why they're in a settled environment? Because they've confided and trusted a manager, which we haven't done.
A good manager that's playing a different system to the one that we're trying to. We're saying playing in a Tottenham system, a 4-2-3-1, and you're saying put Sarr in there as a right winger.
Yeah,
he doesn't play as a right winger for Crystal Palace.
He plays as a right forward though, which is very similar to what Brennan Johnson does.
He plays as a right 10, but he's playing an entirely different system in a settled environment with a different manager. It's horses for courses. It's not. You're comparing.
Forward, Sean, which is he does very similar runs to what Brennan Johnson does. The difference is he can finish.
Well, Brennan Johnson can finish. Can't finish.
He can at a back post tapping. Yeah. When's the last back post tapping he had?
This is where we have got to, isn't it? We are talking about how many Spurs players get in a joint team with Crystal Palace.
We can do this with Aston Villa as well if you want, by the way, because
Aston Villa's every player's better.
At the moment, we could probably do it with a Fulham team, but I'm just saying
the reason I'm doing it in reality. It's not a recent thing.
With snapshots in reality
decline for 3-4 years.
6 years. 6 years. 6 years.
Sean, I've got to tell you, we've had 2 years now of not great football.
I know we're shit. I know we are, but that doesn't mean the players are fucking shit. The players are not shit.
Okay, so where does how much blame is on Frank and how much blame is on the players?
A hell of a lot. Because you know what? If Tottenham Hotspur had figured out via tactics and training how to defend the edge of the D, we wouldn't have conceded 7 of the last 11 goals we've conceded. Fact.
Can I ask a question, Sean? Right? People were saying when Andrew was the manager that if we get a manager who's a good coach, someone like Thomas Frank, as an example, he'll be doing better with the players that he's got, right? With what we got, right? Do you still hold that? Does anyone still hold that opinion right now? Because
let me reverse the question, right? Let me reverse the question. If all of our players are so shit and have been for the last 6 years, why is it that so many of our players leave Tottenham Hotspur and go on and win trophies? Why is it the same argument for Manchester United? Everyone looks at Manchester United and goes, Anthony is dog shit.
I'll tell you why.
How many have moved in the Premier League?
Hang on. Garnacho's dog shit. Anthony's dog shit. Onana is dog shit. Onana is having a fucking statue built over in Turkey for him. Anthony is
how many in the Premier League have left?
Real Betis. Garnacho has settled in Chelsea just fine and keeping out Jamie Gittins out of the team. Like sometimes it's the football club, the environment, the energy, and the manager that is there. So let's
how many in the Premier League?
It doesn't put the bathwater and say that.
But this is why,
Sean. Let me finish my point, Danny. For fuck's sake, bro. Let me finish my point. Every time I'm talking, every time I pause, I hear you fucking.
Sean.
Let's not sit there and pretend like these players are dog shit. They're being utilised in a very uncomfortable environment right now. Tottenham Hotspur is a really weird environment where good players are made to look bad. But Xavi Simons was an absolute baller. Right now, you wouldn't buy him. Mathys Tel is not a bad player. As much as people think he is, he's not a bad player at all. He was hot property. Everybody in Europe thought Mathys Tel was going to be. Everybody in the Premier League, when we signed him in January, I'll remind everybody the reaction from players like people like Mark Goldbridge, AFTV, Robbie Lyle. When he was coming to Tottenham, he's going to Tottenham.
Well,
Tottenham fans were fucking furious. They were furious. Hang on, about.
I haven't seen nothing to make me think otherwise.
No, that's fine. But maybe it's because of the same thing that happens at Manchester United. Tottenham and United are quite similar in that regard. Right? Last year, we both had dog shit seasons. Last year, we both got to the Europa League final.
Go out there and get Brian and Buemo and Cunha.
And they're still fucking shit. They're still shit.
But look at the quality of player they're signing, Sean. They might be shit. You might be bang on with the environment.
They're going to get better. They're going to get better.
But look at the quality of player they're signing.
We've signed great players too, by the way.
The level of
is a top player. Kudus is a top player. Xavi Simons is a top player. Polina is a top player. Van der Ven is a top player. Romero is a top player. Udogie is a very good, not top player, but a very good player. We've got loads and loads and loads of talent. They're just
I agree with that.
Because the environment.
Sean. So let me then.
So how do you fix the environment?
Right? No, this is the question. This is the thing, Henry, right? It goes on to what I was going to ask. But you just said that, well, Sean, you just said that Man United and Tottenham are similar in a lot of ways, right? I agree with that. But the problem is in both those clubs, right? It's everything. It's the mentality, it's the structure, it's the way they run the club, right? From a footballing perspective. And until it's like, why is it that someone like McTominay or like you said, Sean, players from Spurs go to other clubs and they play like levels above what they were playing at the previous club.
Because they get played to their capability. This is what I've said for ages, Dan. Yeah, what you go and do, if you go and get a pretty average team, but you play every player to their capability and the right formation that suits the whole team, you can make that pretty average team look fucking good. You go and get a team of world-class players. Let's go back to Real Madrid when they had the Galacticos and all that shit.
Yeah.
Most of the time, they didn't even play them the right way to their capabilities and try and squeeze everyone in. And majority of the time, they still couldn't touch Barcelona. It's about getting the best out of your players and your system to get them playing the best way to what suits the players.
Lubo's asleep.
To get the most out
of them. I'm listening. Don't worry, I'm just sitting here.
You've got to find the right formation and the right tactics what suit your players, not you. If you want to play a certain way.
So what suits our players, Dan?
I'll still stick with the fact that if I look at player for player, I say playing with 3 at the back, 3-4-2-1. as long as we don't park up the bloody bus. And I say use wing backs. You stick Porro on the right, using to his advantage of attacking. Udogie goes on the left. Then you've got a back three for me of whoever we want to stick in the middle, along with 2 ball-playing defenders with Romero and Van der Ven. Then in front of that, I'll go and stick Paulinho, and then I've got to make a choice. I'll probably stick Bentancur there because I think he's better than anyone else we have got there. In front of that, I'll stick Kudus, Savvy, and then up front, I'll go and stick Mwane. On paper, it looks better. Capability, it looks better.
I don't think it's about any of that shit. Danny, I genuinely don't think it matters what formation we play right now. I think that what the club needs is a new energy. I think the club needs like a new manager to come in that has a good start, right? That like gets everybody up and fucking go, oh, we're playing good football.
Gets respect straight away, basically. Gets respect.
Yeah, exactly. Gets respect straight away.
You need a
immediate impact, some immediate like input of energy. And then once you get through that, then people will tolerate a little bit more of the patience of the inevitable fucking creases that need to be ironed out.
The problem is though, Sean,
Man United and Tottenham are so similar in as much as there's just so much of like a lingering fucking dark cloud over the club that nobody gets. And these players are not bad, but they are feeling the fucking pressure. Tottenham, they hate playing at home. Tottenham Hotspur players.
Because they're playing under pressure, Sean. That's the problem. Like, as much as I rate Crystal Palace, the jury's out on a lot of their players because they haven't done it in a pressured environment. It's very rare that you see a player go from a smaller club under big eyes and perform at the level. The only one in the last 2 years who's done that is Eberechi Eze, who's gone from a lower club.
Well, he's only just done it. He's only just started. He's had a very bang average.
He wasn't starting when Odegaard was there. And he has before. He's got a fucking hat-trick against us. Whatever it is,
anyone can score a hat-trick against us.
That's his outing. That's the fucking.
That's
like
a guy coming out against us, Danny.
Hold on, wait a minute. Kudus has gone from West Ham to Spurs.
Yeah, exactly. And he's been very.
Declan Rice.
French player to Bayern Munich.
What my argument is, there's still a jury out. There's still a jury out on Brian Mbeumo. He might have started well, but let's see what he's like in a year's time. The issue with us, and Sean hit the nail on the fucking head. There is a massive culture problem. And let's say we bring in Iriola or we bring in Xavi, who's got a reputation for winning trophies, and he does get a winning start. We're still going to be here when we get in a transfer window.
I've been saying this for years. And Lubo always disagrees with me. But the biggest problem at our club is our owners. You get rid of the owners, right? And
who are you going to bring in?
Fresh blood, and then Lubo will finally get off my back because he's always disagreed with me that ENIC are the problem.
They're not a problem.
Levi's not even paying attention. I was trying to get a reaction. He's not even listening.
Henry, I'll tell you why. Up to now, hang on. I'll tell you why now they've been a problem. Because they have gone out.
What are we talking about? The ownership.
The ownership, yeah. I'm talking about for the up to Bilbao, up to September when Levy went, and the kids got involved.
Well, Levy went.
Yeah,
he's still fucking there.
Levy's gone. Levy has gone. Levy was thrown off the premises, and all his stuff was sent a few days later. Levy has gone.
So he doesn't have an investment in the club anymore, no?
He has an investment.
So he still has a massive say in the boardroom about what goes on.
No, he doesn't.
No, he's not big enough.
No.
The ones above him are too big for that. I could understand why you say why.
Okay, so who's too big in the boardroom?
So, the kids are
Lewis, who's not on the board anymore.
The kids own 70%.
Yeah, if they say something, he just has to shut up and accept
say in what goes on.
No, he hasn't.
Compared to others, he does. But compared to the bigger ones, he don't have a say. But compared to other people, he does. If the other owners say this is what's happening, he just has to shut up and set up shop, basically. But he does have a call in certain things. So I think you're both right.
Of course he does.
But the problem, Henry, just summing it up very quickly, and I know Sean hates this, is that I want owners who are prepared to give 100% towards the football side. They have used the club as a platform to get very rich, and they've done a great job on the commercial side, but the football side has suffered badly.
So let me ask you a question. Because I'm not than we ever were. Let me ask you a question. We have spent in the Premier League era 290 quid less than Manchester United.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Premier League, sorry. When you're talking
1992, you can go back through the years. We spent 290 quid less than Manchester United. We've done over £1.5. We've done 1 point. I think it's
£290.
Huh?
I can't believe
£290.
Go and have a look at the numbers. Go and have a look at the numbers. Look at how much we've spent.
Hang on.
Since
Wait. Are you saying £290 million or £290? As in like the cost of a brass?
No. £290 million.
If you pay that much, you want to go Dartford. It's only 50.
When you look at what they've sold for players,
for what I've heard, Dan.
It was
for what I've heard,
£90 million. When you look at
players,
sales,
go clubbing now.
So, based on that logic, Daniel Levy and Enoch have spent billions and billions and billions. So, would you not say
on players?
Huh?
On players, did you say?
Yeah, we spent billions.
Have we?
Yeah,
Danny,
we spent one of the biggest spenders out there.
Richalison, Solanke, Brennan Johnson, and fucking Odegaard.
That's not billions.
No, that's just in the last 2 years.
No, Henry's right.
Hundreds of millions, not billions.
1992, Danny.
Oh, since 1992, okay.
We have spent billions of pounds on footballers.
Henry, are you talking about gross spend or net spend?
Just what the club purchased players for.
You're talking about gross spend, yeah?
Gross spend. We have spent billions.
I think we're top 5 in it, Henry. I think
we are. We're third.
Biggest spenders ever.
Chelsea and Manchester. I think it's from gross spend, net spend. I think we're like 7th, but gross spend we're definitely I think 3rd or 4th.
Yeah,
you can go on transfer market and you can actually summarise
Chelsea,
1992.
Chelsea, Arsenal, Man U, and Man City. I think have done more than us.
And look, 2 of those football clubs are owned by 5 of the 7 richest people on the planet at the time.
Yeah, that's why. Honestly, that is why I'm taking the opportunity. For the last 3 years in content, I came into the YouTube space, and I immediately saw that everyone was Levy out, and me being the controversial, sort of person I am, went, you know what, fuck it, I can see an argument to defend Daniel Levy. I'll take that stance. And then I spent 3 years doing it. He's now fucked off, so I'm now free of any agenda. And basically, now I see that the easiest way to push a narrative is to sit there and say that what Tottenham need to remove the cloud, the dark, hanging, lingering shadow that is lingering over Tottenham Hotspur, is the same thing that's lingering over Manchester United. I don't know how Manchester United get out from underneath the shadow of Alex Ferguson. Tottenham Hotspur don't have that problem.
I don't know if it'll ever happen.
What Tottenham Hotspur do need to do is bring some new energy into the club. I don't think it matters whether you play a back 3 or back 5. I don't think it matters whether you play whether you sign another £100 million player. I think that Tottenham Hotspur need a fresh injection of clean blood.
£272 million spent in 2023. Last summer, 150 million. Since 2022, 170 million. 130 million moving around a new stadium. Name another football club. Name another football club other than City and Chelsea in that time who have spent the same amount of money while winning fuck all.
Well, we have won something though. We won the Europa League, didn't we?
Yeah, but that's not including. Okay, we won the Europa League, granted, but we still spent 272 million in 2023.
It's the crap we buy, though.
That's the point. That's the point.
Exactly. It's like you got the option, like you're going to go home and carry on the party with your mates. What do you do? Go home and make the phone call, or go round the back of the pub?
It's like taking home a fat bird at 2 o'clock in the morning. Do you take home a fat bird and get stinking fingers? It's as simple as that. Do you want to get yourself moist, or do you want to go home and fuck all?
No, what we seem to do, Henry, is go round the back of the pub and get the packet that we've never seen before, instead of going home and making the fucking phone call, for fuck's sake, or thinking of it.
And it might be decent. It might be decent, or it might burn.
Exactly.
When you look at that, since 2015, we've done over 600 million quid since 2016. At least
when I get home, it gets delivered quicker than a fucking pizza and smells of petrol.
No, that's more than that, actually. we done. Someone do the maths and work out what that is.
What on the screen?
Yeah,
on the screen. That's 103, 235. 305 or 300 and 300
121 to 121 203.
Don't say it out loud, Lou, but I'm saying it out loud. You can figure out your head.
394
728 319 147 732
884
884. So take out the 2017-18 window. So we've done 800 million quid in 8 windows, which works at £100 million a window. That's without what you get.
We spent more than £100 million a window. We spent much more than £100 million a window over the last 10. And that's in euros as well. It's a lot more than that. That's wrong.
But still, like the ownership put money in. It's what you fucking spend the money on.
It's true.
We've done £200 million on Solanke, Richalison, Brennan Johnson.
Over $1 billion, right?
Yeah. But I was talking since 1992. This is just in the last 9 years. If you go back before that, you get a lot more numbers.
You look at some of the crap that we have actually bought. It's actually quite shocking. Some of that crap that we have bought there, that others have bought for like 10% of the price, is bad. Our scouting system has been absolutely shocking.
Yeah.
Difference is, Dan, we've been saying this for a very long time. Nothing's changed. So this is the problem I have at the moment. You know what I mean? It's like lots of the stuff, because I listen to you a lot and we're repeating ourselves how many times, and this is why my interest is waning. It's very much waning. We're saying the same things that we're saying a lot of the time. You know what I mean? I'm not interested. I'm not interested in the January window right now. I've got to be honest. And I know people will think I'm not logical here, but it's just the way I'm thinking of things right now. I'm not interested in the January window right now. I'm just interested in what we're going to do with these players right now, because at the moment, we've got to get to January right now. We're trying to savour this situation. And I'm very concerned at the moment after going to that game today. Honestly, Danny.
Yeah.
Am I talking the truth or not? Because Sean was no disrespect to Sean, because I think he was thinking I was going to go Mr. Box Office style here, but I was actually being honest. Going to that game, I didn't even want to go to that game. That was my day today. And honestly, me and Danny,
what you could have done instead. You went to you could have gone to Soka. You could have gone.
I should have done that. I should have done that, mate. Because honestly, the only highlight is seeing Danny and Bobby K. Honestly, that's how bad it was. Honestly,
Sean, can you just pull up that whatever that account is?
Henry, I've got the figures here from 92 to 2025.
Go on, what's the figures?
All right.
It's a picture of Henry Wright with a cross going for it. Okay, listen, guys. Look, Lubo, I'll let you go, because we've been going for over 4 hours and it's 2 o'clock in the morning. So we're going to end off in 5 minutes, okay?
Sure. Okay. Right. Chelsea 4.08 billion. Man City 3.06. Hang on.
So Chelsea was that 4 billion?
You're gonna ask for the time on the. You have to have it ready, mate.
No, it was here. It was all here.
And now you fucked it.
That's what the message says, mate. I'm just standing here like.
I haven't done a 4-hour stream since way back in like season 1 of of Spurs Talk Show, when I was like 7 hours and slurring and drunk like this.
Okay, so we've got 4.08.
Good old days.
Sorry, 4.08 Chelsea, 3.06 City, 2.78 Man United, 2.25 Liverpool, 2.19 Arsenal, 1.95 Tottenham.
So what did I say about 280 million quid?
We are 800 million behind Man United over the.
You just said 2.2.
1.95 Tottenham, 2.78 billion Man United.
Fair enough.
In net spend?
No, it doesn't say net spend.
Don't give me net spend if you haven't. What is it? What is one you
just says spending? It just says spending. Top 20 transfer spending Premier League clubs.
Are we above? Who's below us, Lubo?
After us, we're 1.95. Everton are 1.325. Newcastle 1.3. West Ham 1.3. Villa 1.26. Southampton.
Where are Palace?
840. Wolves 798. Leicester 784. Brighton 769. Bournemouth 637. Fulham 614. Palace 586.
586.
586. Then you got
Leeds. But Palace, Palace, right? They sit in a fucking shithole.
This is what This
They won
list,
one trophy.
And a
this
charity
list-
shield.
this list was put together on the 16th of July, 2025 by Kieran Maguire.
Who's a
Right,
financial
fair enough. Listen, guys, Henry Talks Bollocks is back in the Tottenham community. Lubo Talks Waffle has been feigning falling asleep for most of the stream. He's woken up after a 3-hour slumber to come back in strong at the end there. Danny has been the absolute comedian tonight with his analogies. Alex came in and then for some reason started apologising to me. I don't know why. I think you've been absolutely fine, Alex. You've been absolutely
I
fine.
didn't apologise to you, Sava. I never apologise.
I'm not Sava. We've all been going
It's late.
And Danny Kiriakou looks like fucking, I don't know, some sort of like spooky Casper. You belong on fucking on Rabbit Hole Ramblings the way you look right now.
Definitely.
Danny, Halloween's been and gone, mates.
Yeah. We gotta go. We gotta go.
My world.
Yeah, we got
Henry, Henry Wrong TV, the Henry the road to 100K. You near 100K, are you, Henry, mate? Congratulations, buddy. It's unbelievable.
Yeah,
Stuff.
it's like 85K. There's a lot of Arsenal fans out there, according to the chat. So
unbelievable stuff, mate. Well done. Are you going to come back and join the Tottenham community?
Well, after that fucking performance tonight, I thought I've got to get back in, mate.
Last time we saw you was Bodo, the semi-final last season.
Yeah, I remember having a lot of beers with Danny. Yeah. Meanwhile,
I think someone needs to tickle his G-spot from Spurs first, doesn't it? To get you turned on about Spurs again, innit?
It's 2 o'clock in the morning. We have to go. I
bet your kudos to deliver.
Appreciate everyone. Massive thank you. Have I done all the super? I think I've done all this. I haven't done any of these super chats. 1 second. And we don't do these ones. I've done a recap. I've convinced. Done that one. Future's bright. Future's lily white. 45 minutes ago. I do apologise, my man. Super sticker for you. Big up to you, man. Choo choo to you. Choo choo to you, indeed. Thank you very much, buddy. Jamie Allen 9889 said, "I'm not Frank out, but I don't want to hear my manager talking about attacking football and then benching Xavi every week. I don't understand all the changes now."
It's true.
100%, mate. 100%. I think Xavi's been his little own fall guy, to be honest, and I don't like it. Xavi's he's a baller. Needs to be allowed to ball. Allow him, bro, is what the kids say. Big up to you, Jamie. And then Bourbon Buzzer just said Dan E for manager. Big up to you, Bourbon, mate. I like that. Thank you, everybody. Appreciate you all. Another fucking shit show in the Tottenham community today, or it's in the Tottenham world today. But listen, we've done a fucking proper march this evening. Like, subscribe, and comment. I'll be back. I was going to say tomorrow morning, but at this state, I'll probably be back tomorrow afternoon for some more. And we will be back on Monday with Spurs 5 as well. Henry, what's your channel? You got a Tottenham channel, haven't you, Henry?
Yeah. That comment there, bring back the Spurs corner. That's a fucking blast from the past. Maybe we might have to bring that back. All sorts of fucking creatures will be turning up. But yeah, Henry Talks Tottenham if you want to subscribe. Knock yourself out. If you don't, fuck off. It's as simple as that.
Alex, what's coming up? Alex, you got a channel to promote?
Mr. Box Office TV, less reacted content coming soon. The best, the worst, and bang average top 5 is coming soon on the channel. And you're going to have a treat tonight because after this shambles of a game tonight, you'll see a reaction from me, and it won't be pretty. I'll tell you that for a fact. And then the match vlog.
Is it going to be 18 plus, Alex?
Huh?
No.
Is it going to be 18 plus?
No. Alex is going to be at your G spot.
Honestly, you don't even.
Have you ever heard Alex swear? I'm still waiting to hear Alex.
Just spray a nephew over there.
Yeah, he has.
Dan, when you back on, mate?
I'm erratic as fuck. You know that. I give people about 20 minutes warning, so it is what it is when it is, sort of thing.
Hotspur is the place you can find. I'll drop all the links in the description, guys, afterwards. But I can't do it right now. Appreciate everybody. Thank you, Sava, for coming on. Thank you for the raid. Amazing with the super stickers and the super chats. Everybody in the chat. See you later on, guys. Love you all. As always, come on, you Spurs.